Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, we had a longer ad break than normal because I forgot to start the ad when I started stream. Oopsies. Happy Halloween, guys. Hello, Sloanie. Happy Halloween. It's the spooky day. It's my favorite holiday. Which is funny because my birthday is on a holiday. But no, Halloween, peak. Absolutely peak. Sorry, I'm opening a can of LaCroix. So I have something to drink. Okay, so I caught you up to speed, Sloanie. But for anyone that missed the end of yesterday's stream, plan Capture Minakami Take 2 is in effect. And so Tamamori is currently going to take care of his doppelganger in this world. We're in B5? We're in world B5. Yeah, so he's kind of avoiding Minakami, at least until Capture Minakami Plan Take 2 happens. So he left his doppelganger alone until he figured out the plan. Now he's gonna go take care of his doppelganger. So that there's only one of them. When I arrived at Umebachido, I was lying flat on the floor facing a manuscript. It was my usual defenseless state. It always made me want to pull on those cheeks to snap him out of it. But no longer feeling the need to talk, I smacked him on the head. I switched places with him, gathering up the manuscript and straightened it out on top of the counter. I wondered when the Frogman and Haruhiko-san's story would finally be complete. I suddenly gave the basement door a sideways glance. What the hell is that guy anyway? Yeah, we still don't know the connections here because, nope, Minakami was not murdered. The monster and Minakami's death have absolutely nothing to do with each other, huh? The phantom in the basement. I covered the door with random books, then lay across the register again. Hey, Haruhiko-san. ずっと考えていたことがあるんです。私が水たまりに飛び込んで時間を跳躍したら、前の世界はどうなってしまうのかと。Hey, Haruhiko-san, there's something I've been thinking about this whole time. When I jump into puddles and travel through time, what happens to the previous world? ただでさえ私がいなくても世界は回るんだ。私のいない世界として続いているんだろうなと答えが出ました。Even under normal circumstances, the world would keep spinning if I wasn't around. So I figured a world without me would probably continue to go on. Minakami dying, Hanazawa dying, killing Naoshi-kun. Even the worlds I left behind would continue to go on. That's pretty sad, isn't it?
行く川の流れは絶えずして、しかも元の水にあらず。
Wise words. The flowing river's current is ceaseless, and yet the water is never the same. Hojoki, huh?
オラたちはもう最初の時に帰ることはできない。そう考えると、この世界にいられる時間も残り少ないのかもしれない。
We can no longer return to our original time. Considering that, the time we have remaining in this world may not be much longer. I feared even this plan may fail as well. I was thinking of giving the Phantom in the Basement manuscript to Professor. Is that so? The sky suddenly clouded. I traced the letters spelling out, "I'll tell you the end of the story," while feeling awfully conflicted.
というか、この手紙を水上に渡さないと何も始まらない。
Speaking of which, if I don't hand this over to Minakami, nothing will get started.
ですよね。
I immediately rode the streetcar and set out on the main task I had almost forgotten.
しかしその手紙をどうやって水上くんに渡すんだい。水上くんへなどと書けばすぐに私たちとバレるだろう。
But how are you going to give that letter to Minakami-kun? If you write to Minakami on it, he'll figure out it was us in no time.
バレたら警戒されて、また早めに自殺されかねないですよ。
Oh gosh, I didn't... I hate that I barely bump the control joystick, the joystick on the Joy-Con, and it pulls the little thing out, the cursor. If he figures it out, he'll be on his guard and might kill himself earlier again.
大丈夫だ。私とバレず、かつ水上に届ける
He's gonna use Naoshi-kun. Don't worry, there's one way the letter can get to him without us getting caught. Oh, never mind. What I took out then was a single book.
それは旧作のドグラマグラではないか。
Isn't that Kyusaku's Doguramagra?
これを回収するのが梅鉢堂に戻ったもう一つの理由です。
The other reason I returned to Umebachido was to get this back.
宛先など書かずとも、この本にこの手紙を挟んで大泉の家に投函すればほら。
That's smarter than using Naoshi-kun. I thought he was going to use Naoshi-kun. If we keep it unaddressed, slip it into this book, and deliver it to the Oizumi residence, voila, we'll be able to get the letter to Minakami.
奥さんも直しくんも怪奇物に興味はないからな。この方法がやはり確実だったか。
Madam and Naoshi-kun have no interest in strange stories after all. This method is actually pretty sound. Besides, the writing on the letter wasn't mine. He probably wouldn't be able to see through my little ploy so easily. Assuming he doesn't know what Kawase's handwriting looks like, but... I finished my delivery to the mailbox. I figured I could kill some time at Umebachido now, but when I turned my heel, an umbrella rose out of the fog. It was Madame. My breathing stopped at the sight of that frightening miasma, and I immediately hid in the shadow of the hedges. I love the difference between the way Tamamori is drawn and the way Haruhiko-san is drawn. It's like, yes, very obvious that Haruhiko-san is a hallucination. Like, they're trying to make that so obvious. I watched her every move. Madam checked the mailbox. She knit her brows at the cover of Doguramagra as she returned to the house.
よし。これで彼女が水上に渡してくれれば。
Alright, once she hands it over to Minakami...
ところで君は酒造家の友達が多いな。
By the way, you know a lot of people from sake brewing families.
ああ、見事な酒林ですよね。
Oh, those are some fine sakebayashi, aren't they?
けどもう20年も昔に酒造りはやめてしまったようです。
But apparently they stopped manufacturing sake about 12 years ago.
けどこうして水上くんを寄宿させてくれるということは、それだけ水上くんの家と親交が深かったんだろうな。
Okay, hold up. Am I missing something? Fresh cedar shaped into a ball that sake brewers hang outside to let people know. Fresh sake will be ready soon. Is Minakami's family also sake brewers? I don't... Hello! How did your, playthrough go? Still doing it. Oh, okay.
詳しいことは私も知り
Oh,
ま
I
せん
forgot to read that. Their families are connected. Yeah, I don't know the particulars, though. I'll be staying at Oizumi-san's house. You come too, Tamamori. He'd invited me and I'd gone along with no questions asked.
実はオラも下戸でな。博士なら美味しい飲み方を伝授してくれるのではと期待している。
Actually, I don't drink either. If it was Professor's sake, though, I would hope he could teach me the art of enjoying sake.
私は絶対に彼とは飲みませんよ。何があっても。
I would never drink with him no matter what. got floors 12 to 15 left, though. Only one more section of padding. Well, I mean, you're getting there.
一度酔って話せば仲良くなれると思ったのだが
I don't like the implications there. I see, but I feel like if you spoke to him after getting drunk at least once, you two would become good friends. Professor was a fine young man as long as he was speaking quietly. He was rich, he was creepy, but there were times I thought he was interesting, too. But Hanazawa's face during that one time came to mind. It was also true that Hanazawa had gotten weird because of Professor. It would have been better if Professor wasn't a part of the military. Yeah, that's fair.
僕に頼み事
Huh? A favor? From me? Also need me to note down arachnophobia floors. Yeah, if you could, that would be great. Now that I know what to expect, I'm a little less scared, but Mom could probably use that. So I will keep the information and tell her when it's coming up.
はい、大したことではありません。
Yes, it's nothing major.
それはもう何なりと君のためなら何なりと
Here goes being a freak. I'll do anything. I'll do anything for you.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks.
でそのご用件というのは
So what do you need?
用意してもらいたいものがありまして、まず人がすっぽり包めるくらいの布、あと目隠しになる布。
Don't ask questions, Professor. Spiders are technically on every floor, however, there are sections with lots of them, so those are the places I'll note down. Yeah. I would appreciate that. Mom will appreciate that. There are some things I'd like you to get for me. First, a cloth that can completely cover someone. Then, a cloth that can be used as a blindfold.
ちょっと待ってください今書き留めます
Just a moment, I'll write it down.
それと胴を縛れるくらいの縄と、あと車、それと女中さんをお一人貸していただきたいんです。
Then, a rope I could at least tie someone's waist with. And then a car. And I'd like to borrow one of your maids.
すみません、おかしなことを言って。
Sorry, that must sound weird.
いえいえ玉森くんの頼みであればでも君は一体何をしようと
No, if that's what you want, Tamamori-kun, but what on earth are you trying to do? He suddenly seemed doubtful when he looked back at his memo. I figured I could win him over if I spoke to him casually, but clearly it didn't work. I grabbed my manuscript then and handed it to him without a word.
これは
This is
私の原稿です。
my manuscript.
そんなの受け取れませんよ
No way I can't accept something like this.
いいえ、読んでください。あなたは私の読者にふさ
Butter
わし
him up, Tamamori. No, read it. You're more than worthy enough to be a reader of mine.
はぐらかすどころか物を渡して黙らせるとは
Not only are you trying to dodge his question, you're trying to trick him by giving him something. Haruhiko-san muttered with a disgust that went beyond mere shock. Professor, on the other hand, slowly turned
わ
red.
かりました玉森くんが嫌というのなら深くは首を突っ込みません
Got it. If you don't want me to, Tamamori-kun, I won't stick my neck too far into your business.
い。
Good.
すぐそこに女中がいますのでご紹介させてください
My maid is nearby. I'll introduce you to her. He ran outside. Then he waved his hand toward the opposite direction, and a black car pulled up in front of Umebachiro. Hitotsurugi-san came out from the driver's side. Following Professor, she came up to me.
お初にお目にかかります。私、氷川家女中の一剣と申します。
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hitotsurugi, a maid at the Hikawa residence. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
どうも。
Same. Honestly, I didn't like Hitotsurugi-san very much. I greeted her with wandering eyes.
平素は喜十郎様がお世話になっております。こちら、少ないですが。
Thank you for always looking after Kijiro-sama. It's not much, but... She pulled out an envelope from her sleeve. I accepted it timidly, but when I peeked inside, I saw a stack of cash.
やめてくれ一剣僕は友達をお金で買うのはやめたんだ
Stop, Hitotsurugi! I've stopped trying to buy friends with money!
ですが、 坊ちゃま。
But young master...
ごめんなさい玉森くん、気を悪くしないでください。ごめんなさい。
Sorry, Tamamori-kun. Please don't be offended. Sorry.
失礼いたしました。
Pardon me.
いや、にゃはは、ご好意としていただきます。
No, I appreciate your generosity. With this much money, I could have a taxi, or anything else for that matter, at my disposal. So, well, it was better to be polite and accept it.
して、私をお呼びになった理由は何でございましょう。
Then, what did you call me out here for?
今夜の牛の国、友人を迎えに行くのです。
To pick up a friend
手伝って
tonight
いただきたく。
at 2. I'd like you to help me with transportation.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
それと、その友人というのは結構な恥ずかしがり屋でして、女が苦手なのです。
Also, that friend of mine is rather shy and not so good with women.
では、私が男装を。
Then I shall dress as a man.
それなら僕が。
If that's the case, I'll...
坊ちゃまは明日もお早いでしょう。ご自愛ください。
You have to wake up early tomorrow, young master. Please think of yourself.
すまないね。
Sorry.
ダンスをする必要などもありません。
There's no need for you to dress like a man either.
まず彼に後ろから近づき、布で目隠しをしてほしい。
He's really getting someone else to do the dirty work. First, I'd like you to come up to him from behind and blindfold him.
彼は暴れるでしょうから、胴を縄で縛り、さらに大布をかけて二重の目隠しをします。
Tamamori, you can't say these things so casually, even to people that are really weird. He'll probably put up a fight, so tie his waist with a rope and throw a large sheet over him as a second
一
blindfold.
連の誘拐が、いや、誘導を手伝ってください。
Help me kidnap, I mean, with coaxing him out, please.
かしこまりました。
As you wish. She paused.
この女、博士やサザンさんと違って本当に見ざとい。
This woman is really sharp, unlike Professor Sazan-san.
いや君の要望がめちゃくちゃだからだと思うが
No, I think it's because your demands are pretty absurd.
ともかく、博士を味方につければこちらのものだ。
Anyway, as long as I have Professor on my side, I'm safe. I smiled widely at her again.
私は深夜1時頃に参りますので、この銅の前でお待ちくださいませ。
Well then, Tamamori-sama, I'll be coming tonight at 1 o'clock. Please wait in front of the shop.
わかりました。
Got it.
玉森くん、僕からもお友達によろしくお願いしま
He's
す。
like, have fun with your friend! Like, I didn't just tell him that I'm gonna kidnap my friend. It's fine. Tamamori-kun, please give my regards to your friend too.
はい、おやすみなさい、博士。
I will. Good night, Professor.
それとなんですが、
But, by the way, he slowly opened his bag and pulled out another tin goldfish watering can. Sure enough, he placed it by the register with a clunk.
受け取っていただけますか？
Will you take it?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
邪魔に思ったら言ってください。僕が回収しますので。では、今日のところはこれで。
If you think it's a burden, tell me. I'll take it back right away. That's all for today.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a moment. Professor turned around, surprised.
三四郎池で、あなたは私に何を言いかけたんですか？
What were you going to tell me at Sanshiro Pond? Would you like to hear my theory about why I'm a man with such a strange personality? Perhaps you're...
あれですね。
Oh, that. Right. Professor scratched his eye patch. His mouth twitched as his cheeks turned red again.
もしかしたら君はダイヤモンドの原石なのかもしれま
Perhaps
せん。
you're a diamond in the rough.
え、
Huh?
君の作品を読んだ時に感じた胸の高鳴りは旧作を読んだ時のそれと同じでした。
The throbbing in my chest I feel... Professor's not being a freak challenge. When I read your work is the same as when I read Kusaku's work.
僕なら君をもっと輝かせてあげられるかなと。ごめんなさい。おやすみなさい。
So I wondered if I could make you shine even brighter. Sorry, good night! He ran out without his umbrella and tumbled into the backseat of the car. Catching on, Hitotsurugi-san also took off in a flash. Even now, the sight of Professor covering his face in embarrassment came to mind.
彼はやっぱり私を大物と勘違いしているようです。
He really does seem to be mistaking me for someone important.
どう弁解しようものか
Huh, I wonder how he justifies that. Once Professor read my manuscript, he'd probably adore me even more.
矛盾だ。
It doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to feel conflicted about being conflicted. However, there was a part of me that wanted to let him keep misunderstanding, so I could soak up only the benefits. It was complicated.
騙そうと思うときは必死なのに、騙していると思うと辛くなる。
You're quick to deceive people, but have a hard time when you feel like you're deceiving someone.
何なんでしょうね。人の心づもりっていうのは。
Who knows what makes people tick?
ああ、いっそ騙し合っていれば楽なのだが。
Indeed, it's easier when you're both fooling each other, though. I remembered Hitotsurugi-san's eye. She had a similar eye to Professor's, but what they saw was totally different. Hitotsurugi-san was looking straight into my heart, and Professor seemed to be looking up in the opposite direction.
一剣さんが怖い。
Hitotsurugi-san is scary.
私は女運がないのかもしれない。
I may just have no luck with women.
ちなみに玉森くんはどんな人が好きなんだい？
By the way, Tamamori-kun, what's your type?
40代後半で胸と尻が大きい人が好きです。
Tamamori... I'm not gonna say he couldn't be bisexual. But everything that has come up to this point, this feels like compet. Like the one thing that when you're dealing with compet, you're like, there's a specific type that people like. And so when people ask you what your type is, you say that type. Ah, scary. Hi, Panda. Just clocked in. What a sentence. Yeah, this feels like he's like, yeah, I like busty women in their late 40s with huge asses. Like, are you sure about that, Tamamori? Are we gonna unpack the fact that you are desperately trying to save your best guy friend who cares very deeply about you, and you're trying not to think too hard about that? No? Stage 1 is always denial. It is!
なかなか特殊な美意識を持っているな。
You have a pretty unique sense of aesthetics.
春彦さんはないんですか？そういうこだわり。
You don't have any fixations like that, Haruhiko-san?
オラは女に興味はない。息子の教育で手一杯だ。
I have no interest in women. I have my hands full raising my son.
息子？
Son?
結婚してるんですか？
You're married? Falling silent, Haruhiko-san disappeared on his own with the frogman. What? Why was the setup of my own hallucination expanding? The cuckoo clock rang at that moment. It was 6 o'clock. I needed to close the shop.
玉森くん、私は先に寝るよ。
That's so funny. His hallucinations are just like, yeah, so I have a whole life outside of you, and he's like, what? No? How? Tamamori-kun, I'm going to sleep now.
すみません。うるさくしてしまって。
Okay, sorry for all the noise.
いえいえ、君はたくさんの知り合いがいていいですね。
No, it's nice that you have so many friends.
羨ましい限りです。それじゃあおやすみなさい。
I'm almost jealous. Well, good night. Is your mom also afraid of bats, snakes, or crows? Yes, but not as much. If it's like a room full of them, mark it down, please. But if it's just like one or two, don't worry about it. Jack says hello! Jack, my boy! Give him the fattest, wettest kiss on his soft little orange forehead, please. I would die for him. I'm almost jealous. Well, good night, the shopkeeper said. The light clicked off and he turned on his side.
私は風呂屋に行ってきます。
I'm going to the bathhouse.
風邪をひかないようにね。
Okay, don't catch cold. How should I use the money I got from Professor? I wondered as I walked outside. That was when I suddenly sneezed. My snot is yellow. I could buy a long-sleeved blouse with this money. I could even buy Western-style clothes. But I hesitated and pushed it down further and further into my pocket. We've established he doesn't like spending other people's money. let's say, just arguably say the best floor in the game your mom isn't going to like for one specific section. Okay. The goldfish watering cans rubbed noisily against each other. Maybe I'd throw one out after all. Perhaps because of the cold, Sarugakucho Kikai bathhouse was packed as usual. Don't expect me to get all these. But then my mouth would be full of jack fur. Okay, and? Is that a problem? He needs a kiss on his soft little orange forehead. A big kiss. The old men passing me by smelled unseasonably of yuzu. Once I'd gone through the dressing room into the baths, the place was filled with nothing but old and middle-aged men. What looked like an old woman's head was bobbing among them. Except that it ended up definitely being an old man. Of course an old woman wouldn't be hanging out in the men's bath, I thought, closing my eyes. That was when I heard the whispers of the Irregulars Regiment. Did you see? Did you hear? What? About the giant of Jinbocho? Giant. He's over 6 feet tall. Tobokun butted in this time. He doesn't use an umbrella. And he wears a funny mask. He looked so confused and concerned, but he has been smooched good. Good. It's what he deserves. As soon as I spotted him, he vanished. He's weird looking. Is he a monster? Or a ghost? I was glad they at least seemed to be having fun. That earthquake earlier must have been from the giant's footsteps. Oh, sorry, that was them. Idiot! No, it had to be. Kato-kun had a pretty active imagination. When I unconsciously nodded to myself, their gazes focused on me. You've been listening to our conversation, haven't you? I'm not listening. What an annoying face. I'm not listening. Go away. I'm not listening. What's with this guy? I repeated myself as I drifted from one corner of the tub to another. After standing there dumbfounded for a while, they began to whisper as they watched me.
Tamamori-san, おかしくなっちゃったんですか?
Tamamori-san, have you gone crazy?
いいや。これで私を聞いてないお兄さんとでも妖怪化し、勝手に噂してくれないかと思ってな。
No, I figured they'd make me out to be some spirit of a man who never listens or something, and they'll start spreading rumors about that instead.
あの男に関わらない方がいい。
They shouldn't get involved with him. Jinbocho's Phantom. They were the dynamic Irregulars Regiment. There was no way I could stay quiet when they were possibly hot on that monster's trail. Then, when I strained my ears, I could hear different words. What was that all about? What the heck? It's exhaustion from being a Ronin-sei. Really? That's just how it is, so don't go easy on him. Now, Shikun, you're as cruel as ever. He lives in depravity and will die in depravity. As soon as I spotted him, he vanished. Where? Why? Cause of death? He went back to the country. It wasn't the least bit interesting. Before I got out of the bath, I made sure to cut right through them.
大人をあんまりからかうな。
Don't harass your elders so much.
でもほら、怒る元気は湧いたでしょ、お兄さん。
But look, now you have the energy to get mad, right, Oni-san? What a vile smile. He gave me that smile while knowing I was Tamamori. I felt a stinging pain on the back of my right hand, then quickly exited Kikai bathhouse. On the back of his right hand? Is that important? I feel like every detail is important, but I can't... Oh, he got cut. In the route that he killed Naoshi-kun. He cut his hand. If I'm remembering correctly. So it is important. It's just been a while. Without cooling down from my bath, I went right back to Umebachido and immediately wrapped myself in my futon. Is being teased by the Irregulars Regiment that upsetting?
違いますよ。なんだかこの前から体調が悪くて。
No, I haven't been feeling well since earlier.
症状を詳しく言ってみなさい。
Tell me all your symptoms.
節々が痛くてだるくてとにかく眠いんです。
My muscles ache, I feel heavy.
ぼーっとしてしまって。
Anyway, I'm sleepy. Whenever I lose focus, I end up in a daze.
風邪だ。
It's a cold.
風邪？
A cold?
とにかく暖かくして寝るに越したことはない。
Is he gonna sleep past when he's supposed to get up to meet Hitotsurugi? Anyway, you don't need to do anything other than warm up and sleep.
でも、
Uh-huh.
今寝たら起きられる気が。
But if I sleep now, I feel like I won't be able to get back up.
そういう時は大概寝てしまった方がいい。帰る男。
That's when you usually should sleep. Frogman? Yes, sir! Haruhiko-san called for the frogman, who opened his large mouth and swallowed me down, starting from my feet. Hello, Kawamoe-chan! Yeah, it's warm.
帰る男の表面は冷たいが、胃液は28度と快適なのだ。
A frog's skin is cold, but their gastric fluids are at toasty 28 degrees. What is that in Fahrenheit? 28 Celsius to Fahrenheit. 82 degrees. That's a little too warm for me. Gastric fluids. Then I'm being digested.
脳まで侵される一歩手前で起こすから、早く治しなさい。
I'll wake you up right before he reaches your brain, so hurry up and get better.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. 28 degrees is room temperature? No. We keep the house at 70 degrees at highest. Haruhiko-san said as he turned off the light. I slipped onto my back, my eyelids growing heavier and heavier. When I happened to open my eyes, I saw the shadow of something large and round. It was way too bright, so I narrowed my eyes. The shadow blocked the light bulb and dropped closer to my face. In cooking terms, yes, 27 is room temperature. Oh. That's hot. Sazan-san.
おはようございます。お迎えに上がりました。生森様。
Good morning, Namamori-sama. I've come to pick you up.
私は一剣の妹サザン。共に氷川家に仕えて60年となります。
We set our thermostat to 19 to 21. What is that? Celsius to Fahrenheit. Oh gosh, I can't spell. I used to be able to spell Fahrenheit. 19. Whoa, that's cold! I mean, 21 is one thing. That's about where we keep our house. But 19 degrees? That's 66 degrees in Fahrenheit. That's too cold! I can barely feel my feet when it's at 68. I have poor circulation, but that's beside the point. A bit warmer when it's negative 30 to negative 50 out. Yeah, that's fair. We keep ours at about 20 to 21. As we set it warmer in that scenario. Yeah, that's fair. He sat here in a vest next to an open window because I can't survive when it's warm. I mean... yeah. Fascinating. Now I know that y'all like different temperatures. Interesting. I'm Hitotsurugi's younger sister, Sazan. We've been working together at the Hikawa residence for 60 years. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
サザンさん、よろしくお願いします。私は玉森です。
Sazan-san, pleased to meet you. I'm Tamamori.
はい。よろしくお願いします。玉森様。
Yes, pleased to meet you, Tamamori-sama.
どこから入ってきたんですか？
How did you get in?
扉を叩いても返事がなかったので、屋根伝いに。
Now hear me out. hear me out. Not for Tamamori. This is not from Tamamori's perspective. This is from Ace's perspective as a disaster bisexual. I love the sisters. You would. Okay. It's been mentioned before on my channel, but it's gonna be mentioned again. I love maids and butlers. I love them when they're a little bit insane also. These two are perfectly formulated for me specifically. I can't explain it. Dangerous, insane maids. Absolutely my type. They are not dateable options. I wouldn't want them to be dateable options because Tamamori is a little gay boy. Okay? But for me, I love them. No one answered when I knocked, so I came in from the roof. The rain seemed louder, and sure enough, the window was open.
というかすみません私寝過ごして
Right, sorry. By the way, I overslept. No problem. She really was much more tranquil than her older sister. It was like I couldn't even let out a single sigh when Hitotsurugi-san was around. But something felt off when I looked at the clock in my room.
お願いしたのは深夜1時だった
The
はず
time I requested was 1 in the morning.
今夜の11時ですよ
It's 11 o'clock at night right now. There were still 3 hours left.
あら
Huh? Sazan-san searched her pocket until she found a memo. But she discarded that memo and pulled out another from a different pocket.
夜の1時に梅鉢堂夜の1時
Close, but not quite.
夜の11時
1 in the morning at Umebachido. 1 in the morning. 11 at night. Sazan-san seemed to realize her mistake. Her face fell as she plopped down onto the floor.
ごめんなさいごめんなさい本当にごめんなさい
Sorry, I'm really sorry!
いいですびっくりしたおかげですっきり起きられましたし
It's okay, you surprised me, so I'm wide awake. So what you told me is you'd be a very big fan of the nurses from Dark Deception. I don't know if I've seen them. I have seen parts of Dark Deception, but probably. I enjoyed the rest of, like, the parts that I've seen of the game. We're doing a lot of searching today. Oh yeah, probably. Very likely. Oh, speaking of, that reminds me, I was gonna look up something to share with you guys on... Okay. So because I thought this was important context, is that game still going? Last I remember they had a fake FNAF and a Mother Bear update. Yeah, I don't know. I lost track of it after like the second update. Okay, so real quick, some fun lore because we were talking about lore yesterday. The game's title kind of spoils something for the game. The game is Hashihime of the Old Book Town. A Hashihime, which is part of Japanese mythology, I only say this because I don't think it's enough of a spoiler for you to guess what's going to happen. but also it's important for context. A Hashihime is a character that first appeared in Japanese Heian period literature, represented as a woman who spends lonely nights waiting for her lover to visit, and later she becomes a fierce demon fueled by jealousy. She can be most often associated with bridges. In particular, very old and very long bridges. So we can see, yeah, we love the lore drop. So we can see where a lot of the significance comes from in the game. Because everything that I've seen, all the reviews and stuff that I've seen of the game, they don't actually talk about the lore behind that. But yes, so a Hashihime is not a scorned woman, but like a lonely woman waiting for her lover to visit. There is a traditional no play, Kanawa, based on the story of the Hashihime, which could explain the no mask. I was confused thinking Hime, princess, but who the heck is the princess? But I see now. Yeah, so the Hashihime is a bridge princess. Is essentially what it translates out to. The play Kanawa is based on the story of the Hashihime, a woman who, betrayed by her husband, soaked in the Uji River for 37 days in order to place a curse on him, and became a living demon. The tremendous tenacity of the woman is well expressed in the strong, distinct style of the masks. So, we don't know yet if the Hashihime is referring to the monster, because the monster wears a no mask and seems to be kind of obsessed with Tamamori in some way. And of course, like, the deaths on the bridge. Or if Tamamori is the Hashihime. Okay? Okay. I thought that was a cool lore drop that I felt was necessary to put in today. Especially since we were talking about lore yesterday. I take a lot of... If you don't understand something that comes up or is mentioned, please tell me. Because I have done a lot of reading in Japanese mythology, and so sometimes I forget that other people haven't. So if something comes up in the game and you're like, I don't know what that is, let me know. There's a dictionary in here. You've seen me use it a couple of times when I didn't know what it was talking about. And we can do little lore breakdowns. Tamamori is definitely the princess lol, but also the lonely jealousy thing. Yeah, it might be both, to be honest. Yeah, so either way. Oh no, she's crying. Sorry, I did it again. Again? I'm already used to your apologies, I thought, but since she was making such a sad face, even I couldn't criticize her. What should I do? What should I do? You don't need to do anything. Will you tell my sister?
そんな酷なことはしません。あなたを呼んだのは私ですから。ていうかあなたを呼んだ覚えはないんですが。
I wouldn't do something so cruel. I'm the one who called you over. Speaking of which, I don't recall asking for you, though. Poor Sazan, that's a pretty mild mistake compared to the other things. Yeah, I mean... she's fine. Hitotsurugi's like, I don't want to be the one to do it. I bet you anything. She's like, I don't want to be the one to do it. Oh my, sorry for the late explanation. My sister wasn't feeling well, so I was asked to come in her place.
そうだったんですか。お大事にとお伝えください。
Is that so? Please tell her to get well soon. I would make the mistake. True. I would write it down wrong. I will. Well, I'll be waiting in the car. Please head down when it's time. Is she not helping with the plan? I don't think so. I think Hitotsurugi was like, no. My apologies. She opened her umbrella inside the room, then jumped down from the window. She somehow managed to fall lightly to the ground, then got into the car.
不思議な女だ。天然なのかボケなのか。
She's an odd one. I'm unsure if Sazan can kidnap Minakami. I feel like she could. I feel like she's got the strength. She's just... Maybe Hitotsurugi sent her because she's a little airheaded. And so I don't think she'll question the fact that she's being told to kidnap someone. You know? It's plausible deniability on everyone's part if the one that's senile is the one that does it. She's an odd one. I can't tell if she's an airhead or just stupid.
おそらく末期性の天然ボケというやつだ。
Maybe she's a permanent airhead. I turned off the light, went downstairs, and got into the back seat on my own. But what if she kidnaps the wrong person? Yeah, I don't...
あら、町森様。
Oh, Machimura-sama.
なんだか目が冴えてしまって、少し早いですが、水道橋に向かいましょう。
3 more floors to go in Luigi's Mansion 3, and 1 more filler section. Might need to leave my Switch to cool, though it's running overdrive. Oh, yeah, felt that. My Switch is gonna be heaving by the time we end stream today. I'm pretty much wide awake. It's a little early, but let's head to Suido Bridge.
ええ、わかりました。
Yes, sir. Understood. The frogman showed up then.
2時までには3時間もありますよ。
Aren't there 3 hours left until 2 o'clock?
いいのだ。段取りを伝えるのにどれくらいかかるかわからん。
I got my Switch in 2018, so you know it's old. Yeah, same. I think I actually got mine in 2018 also. Mine was a gift from somebody. But yeah, mine is also very old. So it struggles a little. But it's still working, so it doesn't matter. If my Switch ever breaks, I will absolutely die. Because I can't afford to get a new one, but I will just die. That's okay. Who knows how long it'll take to explain the plan to her.
ああ、確かに。
Yeah, that's true. She drove the car, all smiles. Her profile had the luster of someone who didn't seem to be a 74-year-old woman.
さっきおっ
Knocks
しゃっ
on
て
wood.
た
Yeah, please.
飛行機に使えて60年ってふざけているんですよね。
Earlier you said you've been working at the Hikawa residence for 60 years. You were joking, right?
いいえ、私と姉は20、いえ19、15、14、そう、14の時に奉公に出され、今に至るのです。
No, my sister and I were hired when we were 20. No, 19, 15, 14? Right, 14, and are still there now.
ですが、その肌は74歳のそれではありません。
Her voice reminds me of Chitanda a little, actually. I wonder who voices her. Sorry, off topic. Hashihime Sazan voice actress. Well, I don't know that she's done anything else. I don't know if it's her or just similar. Yeah, I don't know, because when you search the, voice actress, nothing comes up. Like, nothing comes up. So I don't know if she did this under a pen name. But, yeah. I know a lot of times voice actors that do smaller roles in games like this don't use their actual name, so I don't know. But there's no way that skin of yours is 74 years old.
あら
I'll finish Luigi tonight. I'm determined my Switch just needs a 30-minute cooldown. Valid. Oh, you. Oh, that was definitely how an old woman would react.
お坊ちゃまは氷川酒造の当主でありながら発明家であり天才外科医でもあるのです。この体はその賜物。
On top of being the owner of the Hikawa brewery, the young master is an inventor and a skilled surgeon. This body is the result of that.
多趣味で何よりです。
I'm glad he has lots of hobbies. So they were able to get this beautiful just by tightening their wrinkles and straightening out their spines, huh? The one who came to mind when I heard about women in their 70s was my grandmother out in the country. I could still remember her bent back, lowered hips, and her constantly hunched over posture. He was able to refine something like that into a figure like this, so I had no choice but to acknowledge Professor's skills.
怖くなかったんですか？整形って。
You weren't scared of cosmetic surgery?
必要な痛みもありますことよ。それに
Okay, it's fine. Let's continue.
お坊ちゃまを信頼しておりますから。何
There,
も怖くありませんでした。
there are necessary pains. Besides, I trust the young master. There was nothing to be afraid of.
へえ。
Wow.
飛森様もご興味がありますの？
He doesn't need it. Tobimori-sama, are you interested in it too?
少しだけ鼻を高くできないかなと。
I was thinking maybe I could get a more prominent nose.
あら、そう低くないと思いますけど。
Oh, I don't think it's all that flat though.
前見て運転してください。
Look ahead and drive, please.
ごめん遊ばせ。
My
知
apologies.
り合いになかなかの美男子がいまして、比べられることが多いのです。
My friend is kind of a pretty boy, so I get compared to him a lot.
あら、お心察しますわ。明日朝にでもお坊ちゃまにお伝えしておきます。
I don't think you should, Sazan, because I'm afraid of what you will tell him that Tamamori wants. Oh dear, you have my sympathies. I'll let the young master know tomorrow morning. I'm afraid of what you will tell him that Tamamori wants.
やめてください。冗談です。本当にやめてください。
Please don't. It was a joke. Seriously, don't.
まだお坊ちゃまがご信頼になれませんか？
You still don't trust the young master? Sazan's voice was so sad. Come to think of it, this maid seemed to think of her master as her own child or something. Just his maids, merely the women who have looked after him since he was little. That's how she had answered before, but for some reason there was a part of me that was curious about the rest of the story.
首を突っ込むのはよせ、玉森君。こちらが踏み込めば、あちらに踏み込まれるぞ。
Don't stick your neck into other people's business, Tamamori-kun. If you step into theirs, they'll step into yours.
でもなんだか怪奇幻想的で、にゃ。
But it's kind of like a fantasy horror.
怖いもの見たさか。
Like watching a train wreck, huh? Even I was disgusted with myself.
ともかく話を変えなさい。
Anyway, let's change the
です
subject.
が、若返りの方法を少し聞くくらい。
But I'd at least like to ask about regaining my youth.
屋敷で一剣に襲われたことを思い出せ。この女も何がきっかけで表変するかわからんぞ。
Remember when you were attacked by Hitotsurugi in the mansion? You don't know what it'll take for this woman to suddenly change. Huh. They were certainly twins you could mistake for each other at first glance. But I didn't know just how far their similarities went. I averted my gaze a little without answering her question.
私、今日はすごく機嫌がよろしいの。お姉様も床につきながら内心同じ気持ちでいらっしゃると思うわ。
I'm in a really good mood today. Even though my sister is sick in bed, I'm sure she feels the same on the inside too.
お坊ちゃまにお友達が増えるなんて。
That the number of young master's friends are increasing. Was that true? Hitotsurugi-san's cold eyes seemed to have been evaluating if I was worthy enough of Professor. The car came to an abrupt stop.
着きましたことよ。
We've arrived.
ありがとうございます。でもここは。
Thank you, but this clearly wasn't Suido Bridge.
あら？
Huh?
お茶の水橋ですね。
Ochanomizu Bridge. From there, we went back to Suido Bridge and parked the car next to it.
大変失礼いたしました。
I'm so sorry.
いえ。
It's fine. Somehow she had gotten lost in only the distance between the two stations, and now the time was 12:30.
私ったらご迷惑ばかり。
All I ever do is cause more trouble.
いえ。ところで、お頼みした道具はどこです
Oh
か？
no. Your fine. By the way, where are the items I asked for?
それはこちらに。
They're here. Sazan-san pulled a trunk from the passenger seat. When I opened it, there was a large sheet
カ
inside.
ーテンでもよろしかったでしょうか。
Will a curtain work?
大丈夫です。人を一人包めれば。
That's fine, as long as we can wrap at least one person in it.
何か足りないものはございませんか？
Is anything missing?
サザンさんが用意したんですか？
Did you put this together, Sazan-san?
え
Yes. I had a bad feeling.
え、姉が準備の途中で倒れてしまったので、私が。
My sister passed out while she was putting it together, so I did it. Sure enough, there was no cloth that could be used as a blindfold. Tamamori-kun, what are you gonna do?
目隠しくらい大丈夫じゃないですか？
Is it okay if you don't have a blindfold? He should have asked before they left. Yeah, he should have.
さすがに腕を縛り布をかぶせるのは2人がかりだ。目隠しをしないとその間奴に私の姿が見えてしまう。
Tying someone's arms and covering them with a sheet will take 2 people. If we don't blindfold him, he'll be able to see me. When I let out a troubled groan, Sazan-san looked worried.
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm really sorry.
いえ、私こそこんな時間にこんな面倒なことを頼んでる時点で
He could... Sloan! He's not ready for that. That was good. That was a good joke. I don't think he's ready for that commitment. I'm just saying. For anyone that doesn't know what Sloan's talking about, in Chinese history and literature, a gay man is called a cut sleeve because there was a gay emperor who his lover fell asleep on his sleeve, and in order to not wake him, the emperor cut the sleeve instead. So hence why Sloan suggested that Tamamori should cut his sleeves. Beautiful. I liked that. That was good. That was really good. No, I'm the one who asked you to do something so complicated in an hour like this.
サザンさんも何か体術とかなさってるんですか？
Sazan-san, do you know any kind of martial arts too?
姉はナイフ投げを。私は美容と健康のため空手を。
Yes, my sister's a knife thrower. I do karate for my health and figure.
空手。じゃあ折りってお
But
願
I have a
いがあるの
huge
です
favor to ask. Can you knock him out? Alright. I lowered my voice even though no one could hear us. Minakami came before 2 o'clock. He stood at the corner of Suido Bridge, lowered his head, and seemed to be staring at his toes. I sat in the passenger seat with my eyes fixed on him. A red umbrella, a faded, slightly dirty, marsh-colored uniform. Even Sazan-san couldn't miss him. Wearing a black cloth, she stood right next to Minakami. She then drew closer to him and said, "Hello." Minakami was speechless. Sazan-san grabbed him by the head and pulled him closer, then gave him a clean blow to the pit of his stomach with her knee. Oh, this isn't going well. This isn't going well. His red umbrella fell into the Konda River. Minakami collapsed without a sound. She tied him up with the rope and wrapped him in the sheet that was around her own body. She hurriedly returned and opened the door to the back seat.
大成功ですわ、沢森様。
It's a good thing he's knocked out! It was a perfect success, Somori-sama!
玉森です。
It's Tamamori.
さあ、行きましょう。池田様のご提
How did she remember Kawase's name? Now let's go to Ikeza-sama's house. Minakami didn't even twitch. What's eating at you, Tamamori-kun?
引いてなんか
Nothing is. Guilt doesn't suit you. Anyway, I was glad the plan I had to explain to her who knows how many times had gone so smoothly in one try. Sazan-san was ecstatic, probably because she was happy the plan had been executed successfully. I crossed my arms and legs, then closed my eyes tighter and tighter. The lights were on at Ikeda Manor when we arrived. I thought it'd take some time to wake Kawase up, but it looked like I didn't have to worry about that. The iron gate was unlocked. A sleepy Kawase showed up once I pushed my way through the front door on my own.
本当に来た。
Whoa, you really came.
お初にお目にかかります、瀬川様。
I will never get over her not remembering people's names. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Segawa-sama.
なんで俺の
How did she know my...
適当なのだ。彼女は人の名前を反転して読む癖がある。
It's random. She has a habit of reading people's names backwards.
私、氷川家女中、サザンと申します。
I'm Sazan, a maid at the Hikawa residence. Hikawa... Kawase repeated. That was when Minakami began to stir over Sazan-san's shoulder.
ね
Alley-oop! Sazan-san threw him to the ground with a perfect shoulder throw. Why are we beating him up? This episode is so much less serious than yesterday's. Minakami went quiet
な
again.
んなのこれ。
What the hell is this?
にゃ。
さあ、このお方をどこに運びますの？
Now then, where will I be carrying him? Knock him out again! Kawase was dumbfounded for a moment. After giving me a cold glare, he began to walk off without a word. That must have meant follow me. There were a lot of empty rooms in Ikeda Manor. I thought we were going to a guest room on the second floor, but Kawase stood in front of a door under the staircase.
上じゃないのか？
Not upstairs? Without any hesitation, Kawase picked out one key from that heavy row of 20. A cold wind flowed out from the basement when he opened the... Oh no. Almost wish I could redeem his nyahaha. If someone can clip his nyahaha from one of the episodes, I will make it a redeem. A cold wind flowed out from the basement when he opened the door. Kawase picked up the lamp by his feet and turned around only once to smile.
それにしてもこんなところもあったのか。
Anyway, I can't believe there's a place like this here too.
池田さんは静かな場所が好きなんだ。
Ikeda-san likes quiet places. They say Tokyoites love their basements, but if there was ever a fire, they'd have nowhere to run.
結局人間、一人が一番好きってことさ。
Humans prefer to be alone after all, Kawase muttered as he quickened his pace.
お待ちなさって。そう急がれると。
This concerns me. A little bit. Please wait, if you go that fast, I'll trip.
変わりましょうか、サザンさん。
Why don't we switch, Sazan-san?
いいえ、この方、とてもお軽いわ。
No, thank you, he's very light.
にゃ。
Kawase glared at me again. Was he really that upset I'd invited someone else along? I could understand that, but I just played it off with a wry smile. What if the basements are somehow connected? Yeah. Suddenly, a new door appeared. I took the lamp from Kawase and let him unlock the door.
厳重だな。
How secure. Couldn't he at least answer me? Kawase noisily opened the door, his agitation showing in his hands. He went into the darkness alone and turned on a large lamp. It was a study. It was crammed with medical books even Minakami had probably never seen before. Among them were personal photo albums and keepsakes. I reached out for one.
触るなよ。
Don't touch them.
なんだ、別にお前のものでもないだろ
Why? It's not like they're yours.
う。わかったわかった。
Alright, alright.
この方はどちらへ？
Where should I put him?
じゃあこの椅子にでも。
This chair should be...
床に置いて。
Leave him on the floor.
床って。
The floor? Sazan-san obeyed the master of the house. She laid Minakami down gently and fixed his disheveled hair in apology.
これ、本当に生きてるの？
Is he really alive?
案ずるな。
Don't worry. I borrowed the belt of his hakama and tied it over his eyes. Looking down at Minakami like that gave me an immense sense of accomplishment. I don't think that's what you should be feeling, Tamamori.
私はこれで。
Oh, she's so cute. Well then, I'll be going now.
今日はどうもお世話になりました。
Thanks for all your help today.
いえいえ、今後ともお坊ちゃまをよろしくお願いいたします。川野様もまた会う日まで。
Don't mention it. Please continue to look after the young master. Kawano-sama, I'll see you soon too.
川野。
Kawano?
博士にもよろしく。
Give my regards to Professor. Sazan-san smiled widely in response. After seeing her off and closing the door, Kawase swept away the water on the floor with his foot in annoyance.
倉庫にモップがあるから、朝になったらちゃんと掃除して。いいか、水夫の甲板掃除よりも丁寧にやれよ。
There's a mop in the pantry. Make sure to clean up in the morning. Got it? Do it more thoroughly than a sailor on cleaning duty.
もちろんだ。
Of course.
成功したようで何よりだけど、それで創作意欲は湧いた？
Glad it seems to be a success, though. So, are your creative juices flowing yet?
え、
君が現実的な恐怖を味わいたいって言うから、みなかみを監禁したんだろ？
We're locking up Minakami because you wanted a taste of genuine fear, right? Right. I forgot.
俺はもう寝るから。
I'm going to bed.
ちなみに私の寝床は
Okay. What the heck is his plan now that he has Minakami? I don't know. Okay, by the way, where's my bed?
あのみなかみと一緒に寝て
Sleep with Minakami.
部屋なんていくらでもあるだろ
You have plenty of rooms.
してやってるのに。なんなのその口調。
And I let you borrow one of them, didn't I? What's with that tone? Kawase's mood turned foul at night. I pouted and swallowed down my
そ
objections.
れじゃあおやすみ。また朝。
Oh, sorry.
俺も君とみなかみのところに行くから。
Well, good night. I'll come to you and Minakami again in the morning.
う。ああ、待ってるぞ。
Oh, wait.
恐怖でもだえるみなかみか。面白そうだな。
Kawase, you are... You need help. I really think group therapy would fix them. Probably not a bad idea for him to stay with Minakami in case he wakes up. True. Minakami writhing in fear, huh? Sounds like fun. He headed to his room on the second floor, making sure I heard his footsteps.
性ある男だな。
What a vile man.
君が言えた口かい。でも、
Kawase,
彼が
please.
起きていてくれて助かったな。
You're one to talk, but he helped us out by being awake.
あんな楽しそうな顔せ、久しぶりですよ。
It's been a while since I've seen Kawase so amused.
いい笑顔でしたね。
That was quite the smile. I stood alone in front of the door that led to the basement. There was a staircase this time, but I still hesitated.
何を躊躇している？
What's holding you back?
なんだか地下が怖いもののように思えてしまって。
I kind of feel like basements are scary places now.
みなかみくんを一人残しているのに、よくもそんなことが言えるね。
Haruhiko-san makes a great point. You have some nerve saying that when Minakami-kun is down there all alone. Haruhiko-san was quick to side with Minakami. Remembering that my hallucinations were with me, I decided to go down into the basement. I tried to be as quiet as possible with my footsteps, but even so, the opening and closing of the door would give me away. Sure enough, Minakami began to stir when I opened the door.
あなたが手紙の主ですか？
Are you the one who wrote the letter? I sat on the sofa in front of me and crossed my legs.
答えてください。ここは。それに何のつもりで俺を？
Please answer me. Where is this? What do you want with me? This is to wake you up.
助けてください。
Help me.
一日だけ自由にしてください。
No, you won't. That's the problem,
明日夕方
Minakami.
には戻りますから。
At least free me for a day. I'll definitely come back tomorrow morning.
その後は好きにしてくださって構いません。
Afterwards, you can do whatever you want to me. What was happening tomorrow? The eeriest thing about this was how calm Minakami was. If it were me, I'd have no shame with crying, screaming, and begging for my life. This must have been the mindset of someone prepared to kill himself. I didn't know his true motives. It felt like I was the phantom in the basement. Except how I felt about kidnapping people differed from the phantom I wrote about. It was to normalize Minakami's abnormal state of mind. The monster only kidnapped people to conform his knowledge to the knowledge of others by asking for their opinions. The rest of the phantom in the basement had been in my head from the very beginning. The unexpected twist, the touching ending, too. But at the same time, what I thought about as I wrote was Minakami's profile when he read it. I wonder what Minakami's motives actually are. I feel like there must be something to it. There's gotta be. He'd probably smile. He'd probably read between the lines. That was all I thought about as I wrote.
バカらしくなってきました。
It's also stupid now.
こうして水上をさらったこともそうですが、私が水上に原稿を見せていたことです。
This game takes a 180 turn so quickly. Kidnapping Minakami like this, but also showing Minakami my manuscripts.
玉森さん。
こいつは私のこと何とも思ってないのに。
He doesn't care about me at all.
私ばかり。
I was just being conceited. Minakami would smile all the time, so I'd misunderstood.
私を憐れんで楽しんでいたんだろうな。
He must have enjoyed feeling sorry for me.
川瀬みたいにこいつも私を見下して教授を保っていたのだ。
Just like Kawase, he looked down on me and inflated his own ego.
なかなかすさんできたな、玉森くん。
You've come pretty undone, Tamamori-kun. This was jealousy. I don't know if that's confirmation, now that we've had a little bit of a lore drop with what the title means. But I was going back and forth between being jealous of Kyusaku and being angry at Minakami.
ひどいですよね。玉森さんはいつだって真剣だったのに、ハキハキしていたなんて、あんなひどい言い
I
方。
mean, he must care. He bought him shoes and, like, showed that he cares. But I understand where Tamamori is coming from with his feelings. It's a hard thing to not think that somebody cares about you despite all the signs. That's so mean. You were always so sincere. I can't believe he said he was sick of them, putting it so harshly.
人をバカにして何が楽しいんでしょう。
What's so fun about making fun of other people?
君も川瀬くんと同じだ、玉森くん。
You're the one who's just like Kawase-kun, Tamamori-kun. The only reason you want Minakami to live is for
自分の
yourself.
ためだけでしかない。君はただ帝大生であり聡明な水上くんを見下していきたいだけだ。
You just want to live being able to look down on a clever Teidaisei like Minakami-kun.
そりゃ悪いことですか。
What's so wrong with that?
玉森さん。
それは本当の友情とは言わん。
See, this is where it gets into... I understand where Haruhiko-san is coming from. And I don't know how much I should share with you guys. There's only a few of you, so, like, it's not like it's a huge deal. But I also understand where Tamamori is coming from. I was recently diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which is a really hard mental illness to deal with. And his brain is beating itself up. He's putting himself down and self-sabotaging by taking the small things and making them into a bigger issue. He's afraid of being left behind, and so his natural reaction is to turn nasty, which is something I understand. Which is why I say Tamamori has some of the similar issues that I have struggled with through my life. So while I understand that Haruhiko-san is being... like, he's making points, you can't control your disorder, and it's hard to not let the disorder control you. That's why it's called a disorder. So, it boils down to Tamamori is struggling to give himself a break and be kind to himself and try and figure out, you know, if he could do that, he would start to figure out, I'm sure, that these things are not his fault and he is not as bad as he thinks he is. But because he's so desperate for a connection and to not be left behind by the people that he cares about, that's why he's allowing himself to beat himself up with his hallucinations. Gosh, we've gotten so deep in the 2 days of Hashihime streaming. I don't know, man. But either way, I understand what Haruhiko is saying. We're having a moment talking about meta stuff with the game. Well, like, analysis stuff. So while I understand what Haruhiko-san is saying, because I have said this to myself, I have told myself that I'm not a good friend to people, it's part of the disorder. Because there's never been any issues up to this point. Minakami could have left at any time. Kawase could have left at any time. But they're both sticking with Tamamori. Almost misspelled meat as meta as meat. So glad I didn't. Oops. But so we as the readers can see that it's not really Tamamori's fault. Minakami is his own person, and he makes his own choices. And that's what Tamamori is having to learn, is that it's not his fault that Minakami is feeling this way. Incoming ad break. We're gonna snooze that, actually. So he's learning that, but he's not there yet. So we have to give Tamamori himself some lenience, because he is not dealing with this well. He's not coping. And unlike someone like me, who nowadays I have a therapist that helps me through the feelings that the disorder causes, Tamamori doesn't have anyone. So we as the reader kind of have to be his support system. And I think that's important. I know that we've gotten so deep on the stream, but like, I think it's important that we remember that while Tamamori does things that are not okay, and while he himself is saying he's like Kawase right now, it's because he's not okay, and he's giving all the blame to himself. I feel like that's an important distinction, because I understand what Haruhiko-san is saying, but I do not agree with it, because I understand from personal experience that having a disorder like BPD causes you to think like this. Even if it's not your fault. Most of the time it's not your fault. But it's a hard thing to learn. So, also because I care about everyone's mental health that might be watching this, this is not a situation that is your fault. You can't beat yourself up over these things. Either way. Then what is a true friend?
それは直志くんが教えてくれたはずだ。
Naoshi-kun already told you. Again, there are different definitions to what a true friendship is, because there are different ways people communicate, because everyone's unique. Naoshi-kun had hugged Kato-kun. He had kissed Kudo-kun's and Toba-kun's foreheads. Okay, I'm taking a drink. And I will stretch the bones. Oh, maybe I needed that stretch. I love you too, bestie. I also needed to blow my nose, so that was a good time. We're actually gonna take a break here in a minute. Just because it's gonna be a really long stream today, so we're gonna actually take full breaks. He had laughed it off as a joke. They were delighted like chirping birds. Kudo-kun and Toba-kun broke into Ikeda Manor for Kato-kun. They directed their anger toward me on behalf of Kato-kun.
君は水上くんを抱きしめられるか?
Can you hug Minakami-kun?
川瀬くんと花沢くんの額に口づけられるか?
See, okay. I've just done my rant on this. Either way, keep in mind what I said. Can you kiss Kawase-kun and Hanazawa-kun on the forehead? I'd rather not.
冗談だと笑って許されるか?
If you laughed it off as a joke, would they forgive you?
玉森君、君は同じことを水上君らにされたらどうする？
If Minakami-kun or the others did the same to you, what would you do?
私は
I'd be happy. But if I did it, they would never but if I did it, they would never forgive me.
君は孤独だ。
He is not alone. Therapist chair ace over here. I'm gonna have to talk to my therapist about this stuff tomorrow. But it's okay, because they listen to me talk about Hashihime all the time. He is not alone. This is his disorder beating him up. I don't know that we will ever get an official diagnosis for him in all of the routes. But this is his disorder beating him up. If you are feeling this way, you are not alone. I cannot stress that enough. Okay, either way.
君が今泣いているのはそれに気がついてしまったからだろう。
You're crying now because you finally realized that. I wasn't jealous of Kyusaku. I wasn't angry at Minakami either. It was my own loneliness, which you cannot control. My cheeks were wet.
でも僕たちがいますよ。
But you have us!
僕たちはずっと玉森さんのおそばにいます。ずっとですよ。ほら、ギュッとしてください。ひんやりして気持ちいいですよ。
We'll always be by your side, Tamamori-san. Always. Here, hug me. I'm nice and cool, so it'll feel good.
カエル男、もう酷なことを言うな。
Frogman, don't be cruel.
玉森君、孤独を受け入れなさい。
Yesterday I cried, today I'm angry. Angry for Tamamori? Because I know that this will sort itself out. Isn't Minakami there? Is Tamamori not talking out? No, he doesn't talk out loud to his delusion or to his hallucinations. Other people can't hear when he's talking to them. And you're back again. Welcome back. Embrace your loneliness, Tamamori-kun.
さすればそれがきっと君を強くしてくれる。
Once you do, it'll definitely make you stronger.
黙ってください。
Please be quiet.
少し眠りたい。
I want to sleep for a bit. It wasn't an escape. I simply wanted to sleep. Once I had closed my eyes, I jumped into a scene from the countryside. We're going to take a break and run a ad break. Everyone, get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get some water, get a snack, do whatever you need to. We will be back in 10 minutes or less. Probably more like 10 minutes today, which means we will be back at 1:40 PST. So go have a good break. We will reconvene and finish this story. Where's my break screen? Okay, we're back. Welcome back. Hope everyone got what they needed during break. Okay. Is everyone back? I'll give you a few seconds to get back. A few minutes, maybe. I don't know. A few seconds. Oh, my microphone's picking that up. Oops. I'm opening the wrong things. Hold up. There we go. Okay. So we're on a story from the past. A story of the past, sorry. The wind coming from Lake Inawashiro swept over... Yeah, you're back right on time! Swept over the wide and rural water surface. Once you crossed Juroku Bridge, there was a small mountain ahead. On top of it was a majestic shrine. I wasn't sure who or what was worshipped there, but once a month my grandmother and I would go there hand in hand. I was told to close my eyes, but I couldn't help being curious about the shrine's rafters. There was a woman clinging to the rafters and staring down at us. When I told my grandmother about it, she seemed to be unable to see her. Apparently, that was the first hallucination I had ever seen. Ever since then, I'd seen all sorts of visions. For instance, if I were to shout, "Become night!" the scenery would change into night, and I'd see vast amounts of twinkling stars I had never seen before. 2 more floors left and 2 more padding sections. Yay! You're getting there! Only my grandmother believed my tales. But I would cry and scream about how no one believed me, how it was all so pointless, and I was eventually taken to the hospital. I was diagnosed with a fever and was admitted to the hospital for a few days. The one I shared a room with was Kawase. I'd thought his face was dirty. When I asked him if there was mud smudged on it, wow, I can't speak, he said he had been punched. I'll say this, the later floors were shorter but seemed to be more exciting. Ah, interesting. At first, I thought the one combing his hair, Hanazawa, was his older brother, but he seemed to be the doctor's son. I was impressed by how he would only comb Kawase's hair, never giving me a single glance. And then there was Minakami in the bed in front of me with his leg hoisted up. He was the son of a famous local brewer. He'd climbed on top of a barrel, fallen down the stairs, and broken his leg. He would read complicated books. When I asked him what he was reading, he told me it was Kyoka Izumi's The Poor People's Club. He was the only one who would smile at me. That was so long ago. When I opened my eyes slightly, the same scene from before was there. The light of the lamp was warm like a fireplace. When I followed that light and looked at Minakami, he was snoring quietly. As usual, his eyes were too squinty for me to tell if he was asleep or awake. Huh? Oh, great. You didn't do a good enough job tying him up! Minakami's blindfold was nestled close to him. I got up quickly and wrapped it around his head. I'd woken him up. Oop, I missed your turn. It's okay. They all met. Everyone met when they were in a hospital together. Minakami's family was a family of brewers. He climbed up on a barrel, fell down the stairs, and broke his leg. Kawase got punched and was in the hospital, and Hanazawa was taking care of him. Hanazawa was the doctor's son, and Tamamori was in there because he had a hallucination and then got mad that nobody could see it except for him, and nobody believed him, and he had a fever, so they put him in the hospital. And then Tamamori woke up and realized that Minakami's blindfold is off. The more I thought, hurry up and tie it, the more my hands slipped.
Tamamori, やめてくれ。もうお前が犯人だって分かってる。
Tamamori, stop, I already know it's you. I immediately relaxed. Surprisingly, Minakami burst out laughing when I sank to the floor.
おはよう、Tamamori。靴紐といい、縄といい。お前は本当に縛るのが下手だな。起きたら自然にほどけてたよ。
Good morning, Tamamori. It doesn't matter if it's shoelaces or rope. You really are bad at tying knots. It came off on its own when I got up.
まさかお前が助けてくれたのかと思ったけど、やっぱりそうじゃなさそうだな。
Couldn't believe you were the one who saved me. But looks like that wasn't the case after all.
いいからもう一度目隠しされておけ。
Forget about that. Let me put the blindfold back on.
だからもう無意味だろ。
It's pointless now, isn't it? That was true. I sat back in my chair as my mind went completely blank. I then crossed my legs with feigned
こ
composure.
の銅の縄はお前が縛ったものじゃないな。本当にしっかりしている。
You weren't the one who tied this rope around my waist, were you? It's really secure.
何よりだ。
How nice.
ほどいてくれ。苦しくてかなわない。
I can't take the pain. Take it off.
なあ、玉森。何がしたいんだ。待ってくれ。
Hey, Tamamori, what are you trying to do? Wait! Unable to bear looking at that pained smile, I left the room. The morning light felt brighter than usual when I came out of the basement. It was raining today, like always, but I was thankful it was bright at least. I happened to bump into Kawase right at that moment. The elegant fragrance of the coffee in his hand wafted upward.
おはよう。もう7時だよ。
This filler section hurts me in Luigi's mansion. Rip. Good morning, it's already 7.
ああ、朝から喫煙か。
Yeah, you start smoking first thing in the morning, huh?
朝の一本は特別なんだ。吸ってると精神が統一されるよ。
Kawase's really weird about
前奏が
smoking,
瞑想に
but
こう
it's fine. The one in the morning is special. When I smoke, it feels like it's unifying with my soul. It's like a priest lighting incense during meditation. Kawase said as he headed to the living room. I went after him.
みなかみもそろそろ起きてるんじゃない？
Minakami will be waking up soon, right?
起きた。そしてバレた。
He's awake, and he caught me.
それは随分とまだ早い。
That's way too soon.
もう計画はおしまいか。
The gig is up then?
バレたからといってあいつの監禁はやめる気はない。
I said he caught me, but I have no intention of letting him go. Clover says hi. Hi, Clover! Hi, baby!
大泉の奥さんにも種明かししないと捜索願いを出されるよ。
Why? If we don't let Madame Oizumi in on it, she'll file a missing persons report.
奥さんには私が言う。あいつは今田舎に帰ってるとな。
I'll tell Madame. I'll tell her he went back to the country.
うまくやってよ。
You thought of everything.
もちろんだと思う。
Of course.
で、朝食はどうするの？いるの？
So what are you gonna do for breakfast? You want something?
頼む。みなかみの分も。
Please, for Minakami too.
これだっけ？
Did I miss something? No, that's just the way the scene ends. Okay, that's it? There was some dried fish stuffed into a misshapen onigiri. But it wasn't just him being mean. I was surprised when even he was eating the same thing.
悪い。さっさとみなかみのところにも持っていきなよ。
Sorry? Hurry up and take it to Minakami.
しかしこれは。
But this is...
もういいよ。俺がついでに持っていく。
Whatever, I'll take it while I'm at it. Once he'd snatched the plate away from me, he quickly exited the living room.
いやあ、おはようみなかみ。
Hey, good morning, Minakami.
川瀬。これは一体何なんだ。説明してくれ。
Kawase, what on earth is going on? Explain it to me, please.
まあまずは腹でも満たして落ち着いて。
Well, first fill your stomach and calm down. Kawase placed a plate in front of Minakami.
なんだこれ。俺は畜生以下の扱いか。
What is this? Are you treating me like some lowly animal?
君も失礼なやつだな。
Kawase can't cook.
やったっての。
You're a rude one too. I went through all this trouble to make it and everything. Weird that he's eating it too. He just can't cook.
ほら、玉森くんが食わせてあげなよ。
Here, Tamamori-kun will feed you.
はい、わかった。
Got it.
やめてくれ玉森。そもそも腹が減ってないんだ。
Stop it, Tamamori. I'm not hungry anyway.
じゃあ私がいただこう。
Then I'll eat it. Either way, it was rice and dried fish. It didn't matter how it looked as long as it was tasty.
頼む川瀬。今日だけはどうしても。
Please, Kawase, at least for today,
悪
please.
いけど、俺たちが君に求めてるのはそういう態度なんだ。
Sorry, but this is how we wanted you to act.
そういう態度。人が困ってる姿をか。
Wanted me to act? You wanted the look of someone in distress?
やらなきゃいけないことがある。なのにやれない。これは何なんだ？誰も教えてくれない。君のそういう葛藤を求めてるんだ。
Kawase's a little too into this. There's something I need to do, but can't. What's going on? Someone please tell me. That's the kind of conflict we want from you.
すまん。何を言ってるんだ？
Sorry, but what are you talking about?
もっと悩んでくれってことさ。
We're talking about you suffering more. Kawase glanced at me. I kept my mouth shut and nodded in silence. Perhaps seeing how suspicious we were acting, Minakami's eyes finally opened wide.
いい加減にしろ、川瀬。何を玉森に吹き込んだんだ？
I've had enough, Kawase. What did you talk Tamamori into?
さあ、何を吹き込んだんだろう。考えてみてくれ。
Tamamori, did you get bamboozled? Well, what have I talked him into? Think about it. Wait, Minakami said as he stood up. The way he was moving, it was like both his hands weren't tied at all. I, and especially Kawase, had been careless.
昔からそうだ。お前の冗談はいつも度を超えている。
You've been like this since back then. Your jokes always go too far.
玉森をお前の遊びに巻き込むな。
Don't get Tamamori wrapped up in your games.
遊び巻き込む切り回してるのは俺だけだと
Oh
思ってる。
boy. This was not the reconciliation that Tamamori was hoping for. Games. Wrapped up? You think I'm the only one running things?
一番に俺を疑うなんて君は本当に玉森君に甘いな。
I can't believe you suspect me the most. You really think Tamamori-kun can do no wrong, huh? Kawase dropped his cigarette and snubbed it out with his toe. Normally, that was something Kawase could never do. When he faced Minakami again, he accepted his anger head on.
玉森君、もういいかな。種明かししても。
Tamamori-kun, it's okay to let him in on it now, right? Those eyes were tinged with rage. They were eyes that seemed to ask how he could torment this rat that bit him.
川瀬。
俺も玉森君の原稿を読むようになったのを知ってるよね。君も読んだっていうのも、
Oh
今までの
no.
何作も読ませてもらったけど、
Oh no.
俺には君が絶賛するほどの感動は抱けなかった。
I've been reading Tamamori-kun's manuscripts too, you know. He let me read all the works you've read up until now, but they didn't move me enough to give him the amount of praise you did.
それで俺も玉森君もやっと分かったんだ。この冗長さ、この退屈さ。玉森君の小説の面白くない理由は経験の浅さだとね。
So Tamamori-kun and I finally figured it out. This redundancy, this monotony. The reason Tamamori-kun's stories are so boring is because his experience is lacking.
そのためには現実的な体験が必要だと思うんだ。君を監禁した。
This is not the fight we wanted to get into. We figured he needed some genuine experiences. Locking you up was to observe the behavior and state of mind of a detainee. Minakami was silent from beginning to end. I thought for sure he'd laugh again. Last time we let him in on it, he'd helplessly joined us, saying, "As long as it's for you, Tamamori." That's why I thought this confession would put out all the fires. I also thought his eyes would soften and he'd say something like, "Even Kawase is doing something nice for Tamamori," and be extremely moved. But Minakami's expression didn't change.
縄をほどけ。
Take the ropes off.
お前を殴る。
I'm gonna punch you. This was the second time I had seen Minakami's true rage.
冗談だ、みなかみ。なあ、川瀬。さあ、いい体験ができた。いいものが書けそうだ。よし、みなかみ。今度は別の体験を学ばせ。
It was a joke, Minakami. Right, Kawase? Well, now I've got some great experiences. I feel like I can write something good. Alright, Minakami, next time you can teach me about other experience.
玉森は少し黙っていてくれないか。
Tamamori, could you be quiet for a second? Minakami was telling me to be quiet.
川瀬。この縄をほどけ。
Kawase, untie the ropes.
それ以外なら何でもしてあげるけど。
I'll do anything but that.
なら、二度と玉森に近づくな。
In that case, never go near Tamamori again.
失せろ。
Get lost.
誰に向かって口聞いてんの？
Who do you think you're talking to? Kawase approached Minakami briskly and slapped his cheek. Minakami fell to his knees and glared sharply at Kawase.
やめてくれ川瀬
Stop, Kawase!
わざわざ俺の視界に入ってきてんのは君でしょ。
You're the one who went through the trouble of following us here, right?
そんなに玉森くんが俺色になるのが嫌かい。
Okay, I feel like I should let you guys in on one other thing that I know. So there is a fan book for Hashihime. And it gives you some insight on the characters. Insight that you don't get in the game. So this isn't a game spoiler. This is a fan book spoiler, which we won't be going through on the channel because I don't know what's in it. I can't read Japanese. However, someone translated part of it. And if you're thinking the girls are fighting over Tamamori, you would be correct. You would be correct. It is mentioned in, I think it's the fan book or an interview or something. Kawase is not immune to Tamamori. He does look at Tamamori in a sexual way. It's not according to the thing. It's not really mentioned in his route. But the piece that got translated was how the characters responded to seeing Tamamori bathe. And so that weird scene that we got with Kawase watching him in the bath, he was already seeing Tamamori in a certain light at that point. So I feel like I should tell you guys that, so you know. Non-platonic. Very non-platonic. So while Kawase is mean, he does not see Tamamori in a platonic way. So that's important information, I believe. Pertinent information. Either way, you don't want me to influence Tamamori-kun that badly? Don't push your own values onto others. You really are naive, Kawase said, kicking Minakami back down. Kawase already had definite cracks in his relationship with Minakami, so any reason would have been fine. Blinking man gif. Yeah. That would be why Kawase and Minakami are the two main love interests that people like. I'm just saying. I may have been the one being used.
Kawase.
He brushed my hand away and gave me a smile as if to say, now watch this. The maliciousness of it made my entire body freeze. Do you really think Tamamori-kun's stories are interesting? How cruel.
どうしてつまらないものをつまらないと正直に教えてあげないの？毎回こんなクソみたいなお話に喜んじゃってさ。
You're so cruel. Why can't you be honest and tell him they're boring when they're boring? How can you continually enjoy his shit stories like that?
俺は君とは違う。玉森君に才能を見出している。だからあえて厳しくしてやってるんだよ。
I'm different from you.
それなのに君は。
I'm looking out for Tamamori-kun's talent. That's why I'm so harsh.
川瀬。お前に玉森の原稿を読む資格はない。
Kawase, you're unfit to read Tamamori's manuscripts.
資格
Unfit.
お前は人間性が欠落してる。だから人の痛みがわからない。お前がやってることはあの男と変わらない。
This is a lore drop I don't know. So, possible content warning? I don't know. You lack humanity. That's why you can't understand the pain of others. What you're doing is no different from him.
じゃあここではっきりさせようか。
Then let's clear things up right here. Kawase grabbed Minakami's hair and lifted his face.
なあ玉森くん、本当におかしいのは
Oh, is this gonna be my first decision of the entire game? Hey, Tamamori-kun, which one of us do you think is actually crazy here? Me or Minakami? Him? Yeah, I don't know who him is. So there is possible content warning. Just because Tamamori has been established to have trauma of some kind, and Kawase, we haven't really found out, but Kawase had a rough life growing up.
君のために正直な俺と君のために嘘つきな水上。さあ、どっち
Oh, ace save. Good call! Good call! Great call, even. Me, the one who's honest for you, or Minakami, the one who lies for you. So, which is it? A pained expression came to Minakami's face. That face was tinged with the aggravation of wanting to be released. To Minakami, this was a joke that had gone too far. To Kawase, this was the best chance to provoke Minakami. However, I was the only me who was sincerely, seriously troubled by the answer. I'm sick of your fantasies. I thought your stories were shit. I've had enough. You're the one who's crazy.
水上がおかしい。
Hates fact Twitch is actively trying to make me redeem Never Gonna. It is the Rickroll. I mean, if you hold on a little bit longer, you can get a doodle during one of my drawing streams. Minakami's the crazy one. Kawase let go of Minakami's hair.
玉森。
お前はずっと私を憐れんでいたんだろう。
I have already discussed this today. But I feel like I need to add, I think the reason I don't like Kawase is because he is able to manipulate the way that Tamamori thinks because of his disorder into whatever suits Kawase's narrative. And because Tamamori does not want to be left behind, he is self-sabotaging right now. Because every single time we've jumped in time, Tamamori has made the comment that he just wants somebody who will stay by his side. It doesn't matter who. I don't think he's trying to defuse the situation. He is actively self-sabotaging because he's afraid of the answer he will get. So instead, he doesn't want an answer at all. He wants to ignore the problem and do what the safe and easy route is. Because it would be hard to hear Minakami tell him again that he's not actually that interested in what he writes. So he's trying to not face that hard truth. And it's easier if he goes with the one that's honest with him than it is the one who is willing to please him. Just saying. Hence why we're not going to do Kawase's route, because while I'm sure he has good character depth, and I know a lot of people really like him, as somebody that suffers with similar mental health issues as Tamamori, people like that will cause your downfall. I have been in that situation where I went the easy route and I was able to be manipulated by somebody like Kawase. So I don't particularly care for him. Either way, you've been feeling sorry for me the whole time, haven't you?
何言ってるんだ。俺はそんな風にお前を。
Manipulation, we don't like that. We don't like that here. What are you saying? I've never thought of you like...
嘘は嫌いだ。
I hate lies.
嘘じゃない。川瀬に何を言われたんだ。
That's not a lie. What did Kawase tell you?
川瀬は関係ない。
It has nothing to do with Kawase.
それも言わされてるのか。
Did he tell you to say that too? Kawase came up to me and whispered in my ear.
上手な演技だね。
What a great act.
演技じゃない。
It's not an act. Even Kawase's smile gradually faded.
一つ、水上に聞きたいことがある。
There's one thing I want to ask Minakami.
もしお前が今日死ぬとして、最後に読みたいものは何だ？
If you were to die today, what would you want to read in your final moments?
玉森君。
Minakami was the only one who opened his mouth. He was dead serious.
それを知って何の意味があるんだ。
What's the point of knowing something like that?
玉森が俺に聞きたいことはそんなことなのか。
Is that what you want to ask me? That. This game is really good at making me speechless. The page says, "Why would you want something like that?" Because I'm that creature. Up until a moment ago, I should have been gazing over the Shiodome River from Shin Bridge. As soon as I realized I had been kidnapped, I started to understand why the chair was so cold. You get it now, he asked. But before I offered my opinion, I had one question. When will the sun rise? Once I'm bored. I couldn't help but smile when he said that. That's right, that. It's ridiculous, right?
当たり前すぎるよ。
It's way too obvious.
お前の物語に。
One of your stories, of course.
また平然と嘘をつくんだな。
You're lying to me again, with a straight face. I ran out of the basement.
今の何なの、玉森君。
What was that about?
それはこっちのセリフだ。
That's my line.
俺はあいつをからかってやっただけだ。でも君、演技じゃないって一体どういう？
I was just messing with him. What did you mean by it wasn't an act?
すまん。
Sorry. He grabbed my collar and pushed me against the wall.
よく私に触れられたな。
Side note, I finally got that darn cat. Took 25 minutes. Yay! You're actually touching me?
すぐに洗うさ。
I'm gonna wash my hands right after.
おかしいとは思ってたんだ。水上の監禁云々も君が持ち出したことだし。
I thought you were crazy when you brought up locking up Minakami or whatever out of nowhere.
でもこうまでして君が聞きたいことってこんなくだらないこと？まだ何かあるんじゃない？
I don't know if any of them have a straight face. Sloan!
そういうことだよな。
Sorry. Thank you. We needed that. But doing all this, saying you had something to ask him, and then it's something so stupid? Isn't there anything else? That's why you wanted to keep him locked up, right?
今の君も結構。
You're acting pretty crazy now, too. Crazy, huh? If the one I thought was crazy was calling me crazy, then I must have been completely off my rocker. In that case, all of us here were crazy.
なあ、川瀬。私たちは友達だよな。なのになぜ？ いつからこんなになってしまったのだろうな。
Hey, Kawase, we're friends, right? So how and when did things end up this way?
気持ち悪いな。
You're creeping me out. That was all he could say to me, even though holding my breath was all I could do to keep from crying. There was no way we'd hated each other from the beginning. We're all crazy? You ain't beating the professor. Right now, our bonds were flimsier than those of complete strangers. Nipashi River, Juroku Bridge, Lake Inawashiro. Without looking into his eyes, I tried muttering the names of places in our hometown.
何それ。
What's that about?
私がやったカブトムシに餌もやらずに飼い殺したことは？
Why didn't you feed the beetle I gave you? Why did you kill it?
だから何？そんなことあったっけ？
What are you talking about? Did something like that happen? I let out a sigh. He finally let go of my collar and tapped his foot, annoyed.
本当に薄情なやつだな。
You really are a heartless guy.
昔のことを忘れたくらいでいちいちなんなの。そんなこと覚えてる方がおかしいでしょ。
Second to last floor and no more filler. I should be done by 10 p.m. Yay! So what if I forgot something from so long ago? It'd be weirder if I did remember something like that.
でも川瀬、それを友達というのだよ。
But Kawase, that's what friends do.
もう本当に狂ってるよ、君。現実と空想がごっちゃになってる。
You really are insane. You're confusing reality with fantasy. Reality and fantasy. Fantasy? Were my memories fantasies? If Kawase couldn't remember them, I had no proof other than my memories that those days were a reality.
そうか。私たちはすでにドグラマグラの中にいるのかもしれない。
I see, we may already be inside Dogra Magra.
ドグラマグラって夢の旧作の。
By Kyusaku Yumeno.
そうだ。そういうことなのだ。
That's right, that's the one. I finally understood. I got it. I abandoned Kawase and rushed into the living room, and then took my place in my usual chair and let out a boisterous laugh.
川瀬君が呆然としているぞ。
Kawase-kun is stunned.
聞いてください、春彦さん。私はついに分かったのです。私がこうして悪夢を見続ける理由が。
Y'all are gonna learn a lot about me in this playthrough. This is a sign of mania. This is something I have had to deal with. Thinking you know best, or you've got it all figured out, in order to cope and protect yourself. We already knew Tamamori was very, very mentally ill. But it's getting bad if he's slipping into mania. Listen, Haruhiko-san, I finally understand. I finally understand why I keep having this nightmare. Haruhiko-san and the frogman were in front of me sipping on tea.
これは正木先生の論文、胎児の夢の中なんですよ。
This is inside Dr. Masaki's essay, The Fetus Dream.
正木先生というのはドグラマグラの登場人物だね。
Dr. Masaki is a character in Dogra Magra.
そう。
That's right!
彼が書いた論文「胎児の夢」は胎児の不思議について言及していたはずだが
The essay he wrote, The Fetus Dream, is an allusion to the mysteries of the fetus, though. Inside the womb, fetuses change into various shapes and forms, like fish or birds, until they're born as humans. Dr. Masaki thought, the fetus is in pursuit of a human's evolutionary history, while it is in pursuit of human memories. Human evolution is a nightmare, floating, spinning, splitting, suffering. Even once it gains its peaceful and watery home, it's assaulted with agony. Its companions are annihilated right in front of it. Then, once it escapes the water, it comes face to face with the claws of sea scorpions, and it's chased by trilobites. As soon as it escapes to the skies and is at peace, the world is shut. the world it shut out is consumed by massive earthquakes and tsunamis. Why do humans have to dream of such a brutal evolution? Why can't they be born unless they do so? The main reason is the love of their mother-to-be. Humankind's ruthless evolution is continuing even now. The mother-to-be stands at the end of it, wondering if everything is ready, making the fetus dream. The fetus swings and moves its limbs around inside its mother because of those dreams. That is why babies are born crying. They're born crying and screaming. Of course, there are those who can't handle this nightmare. They stop breathing and are stillborn. Furthermore, humans are designed to forget their fetus dreams. However, that forgetfulness is a burden. It's something frightening that makes us forget even what we had for dinner yesterday, or the details of the books we read. There were people like Minakami who could remember everything, but that was some sort of defect.
そこまで読み取るとは、いろいろとやばいな、君は。
Reading that deep into it is pretty bad, even for you.
だが君はすでに人として生まれることを選び、大使の夢など、とうの昔に忘れているはずである。
Maybe we'll have a book club where I'll find an English translation of Dogma Magra and we'll go through it. But you've already chosen to be born as a human, so you should have forgotten your fetus dream a long time ago. Are you saying you're currently still inside of your fetus dream?
胎児の目的は人としての誕生です。
A fetus's goal is to be born as a human.
そして私が何度も何度も反復して悪夢を見させられているのは、また別の母なる存在、もしくは母なる集合意識によって友情の完成を目的に設定されているのです。
I don't have witty commentary for this. This is something that I will have to analyze on my personal time if I want to have witty commentary. Because I understand what he's saying, but also he's currently in a manic state. So like, I don't know. So I've been repeating this nightmare over and over again because the next mother-to-be, or maybe a collective consciousness of mothers, have made the perfect friendship my goal.
きっとそうだ。
That has to be it. And now I finally get it.
やっとわかりました。
These aren't friendships.
友情じゃない。
I spread both my hands out.
お互いの周囲を嗅ぎ回って歯を向き合ってるくせに表でハイハイと撫れ合うこんな関係を友情とは呼ばん。
I think there also might be a case for Tamamori is codependent on Kawase. Probably also Minakami. But for Minakami, it feels like he's more... It's less of a codependency and more of a symptom of BPD. For Kawase, it feels more... It feels more like codependency. Which I've also done a lot of research on because I've been in that situation. He's Manic and Dogma Magra's author borrowed Freudian ideology, so yeah, that's fair. Snooping around each other, snapping at each other, but then pretending to get along on the surface, I wouldn't call that kind of relationship friendship. Now then, let's be born soon, Haruhiko-san. When I turned around, Kawase was leaning against the door watching me. There was a new cigarette in his hand, but the tip was burdened with ash and showed no signs of being smoked. Kawase dropped that ash, startled, when I flashed an overly cheerful smile at him. Goodbye, Kawase. Guess we weren't really friends after all. What do you mean? I told Kawase my goodbyes, so all that remained was Minakami. I ran out into the hallway and went down the stairs, almost sliding.
Tamamori-kun, Minakami-kunに何を伝える気だ?
Tamamori-kun, what are you going to tell Minakami-kun?
縄をほどいてさよならを言うんですよ。私はついに本物の友情を見つけたんです。もうMinakamiや川瀬など用済みだ。
I'm gonna untie his ropes and say goodbye. I finally found my true friends. I'm done with Minakami and Kawase.
本物の友情。しかしだな、 このまま水上くんの監禁を解けば、彼は
You're true friends, but wait, at this rate, if you release Minakami from his confinement, he'll...
死にたきゃ勝手に死ねばいい。
If he wants to die, then he should go ahead and die. Either way, these were my fake friends.
水上！
A silent darkness waited for me on the other side of the door I threw open. I stopped out of reflex, and Kawase, who was chasing after me, collided into me.
玉森くん。何？
The air settled. No. Ugh, I've smelled this smell before. Voice actor appreciation moment. Yeah, Tamamori's voice actor had to do a lot of insane deliveries, and I love that. It was a familiar odor. It was similar to the stench from Umebachido's basement. Kawase swiftly snatched the lamp from my hand. As soon as he carried it into the room, we knew what the source of the stench was. Trigger warning. I feel like the whole fucking series is trigger warning now. Glass was sticking out of his neck. The lamp was broken. Minakami had stabbed his own neck with a piece from it. Kawase clung to the wall as his legs gave out. No way. How am I gonna clean this up? What if this weren't us, but the Irregulars Regiment? I wondered what Kato-kun and Kudo-kun would have done if it was Toba-kun's corpse in front of them. They would probably rush over to Toba-kun, check to see if he was breathing, and scream for help. But we didn't do any of that. Kawase was thinking about how he would get rid of the body. I, on the other hand, I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. I snatched an umbrella, rushed out of the mansion, and ran into the light rain of the town. Once I found the stop, I got in line with a nonchalant look on my face. I calmly boarded the streetcar. Calmly took a seat. Calmly got off at Jinbocho. And then I headed for the puddle in front of Umebachido. And jumped in, feet first. Kawase, you jerk. Yeah, Once again, I was on the streetcar. I was the only passenger. Or so I thought, but Haruhiko-san came on board. He sat right in front of me as his heavy-looking body rocked from side to side. Huh? It wasn't a memory from the past like it usually was. What happened to Frogman?
君に怯えて隠れているよ。
He's afraid of you, so he's hiding. Afraid? Of me? Haruhiko-san said nothing more about it.
オラは確かに君を責めるようなことを言った。自分の心と向き合えとも言った。
I'm sure I've said some harsh things to you. I told you to face your own heart.
君は向き合ってくれたね。
You faced it all right.
でも君は今、間違った方向に進もうとしている。
But now you're going in the wrong direction.
胎児の夢で例えるなら、君は夢を断絶した水子と同じだ。
If I were to compare it to a fetus dream, you'd be a fetus stillborn from an interrupted dream. Go away, please. Who the hell are you?
オラは君の思念が見せる幻想だ。
I'm an illusion projected by your thoughts. There was a bridge called Juroku Bridge in my rural town. It was a sturdy stone bridge. I saw a capo there once. He was the first hallucination I ever exchanged words with. But you're different. You're not one of my hallucinations. I had thought that countless times before. Go away. Go away. Let me do what I want. Haruhiko-san slowly lowered his eyes. And we're on the 6th repeat. Rain fell in drops from the gray sky. When I suddenly woke up, I was lying in front of Umebachido. I brushed off the dirt, got up, and immediately went inside the shop.
店主、ただいま戻りました。
I guess maybe it's an enforced order kind of game. I don't know. It didn't say on the visual novel database that it was. Hold up. Is it an enforced order? Unlockable choices, unlockable routes, unlockable event. And it's not, it doesn't say it's an enforced order. What's going on? Catch Me Up boss fight was insane. We just received a pop-up that said we have started Minakami's route. Y'all, we're finally at the route! It's been so long! Good, because that means we're getting closer to the end than we are from the beginning. I think. What is your hours to complete? 33 hours. How many episodes? We're on episode 9. And we do about 3 hours each time. So we should have another rest of this episode and next episode, approximately. That's not completionist. That's just 33 hours. All text read. Okay, well, a lot of people say more. Normal speed is 30 to 42 hours. Supposedly. How did we end up on a route? I don't know. It's not tagged as enforced routes on visual novel database, which normally it is when it's like a show minor spoilers. It was hidden under spoilers. It is an enforced playing order. So Minakami's is the first route you complete. Which is good, because then that means I don't have to worry about if we got on the right one. So Minakami is first route. I would assume that means Kawase is second route, but we're not playing that on stream. We're only doing Minakami. Okay. Yay! Yippee! We finally reached the routes. How many hours have we been going? We've been going, 2 hours today. Let me get my your videos. We're doing some math, because I want to see how on pace we are. I know, obviously, these last 2 episodes we were not on pace for, but... We have played... Ah! 41... I guess we had a couple of really small... We've had a lot of really short Hashihime days. Never mind. We are not as far as I thought we were. Oh. Is there a... Sorry, what? Is there just the romance routes, or is there a true route? I believe there is a true route. It's the very last one. So that's 2 bosses left. Yay! Good job! Sorry, I'm doing all this math. We are at about the 17-hour mark. 33 hours is all routes. Sorry, I needed to blow my nose again and get a drink of water. And we're gonna save. Because I know there are choices. I don't know how many routes there are for each boy. Also, I found out the actual maybe voice actress for Sazan, so momentary sidetrack for this. That's not what she's tagged as. Nice. So sorry. Didn't know I was gonna need to sneeze. Why does she have 2 talent pages? I'm so confused. Bless you, thank you. How's COVID recovery going? Did you get your sense of taste back yet? Yes, I did, actually. I have gotten back my sense of taste, thankfully. Still a little sneezy, but... Okay, yeah. So the voice actors are mostly using fake names. Looks like all of them are using like aliases for this game, which makes sense. It's a BL game, so like took a while for me. Yeah, thankfully I got mine back. Sorry, I swear this will be more interesting in a minute. I'm just looking at stuff that y'all can't see. Okay, I'm gonna stop getting distracted. Either way, the, like, all of the voice actors are using aliases, and, most of them either have only done this game, or, like... they've done very little, so. Okay, either way. Back to what we were doing. Okay, we're on route... Well, we're on jump 6, but Miyakami's route. Boss, I'm back! Perhaps startled by my high spirits, the shopkeeper didn't know what to say. This wasn't a fish market. Most bibliophiles were quiet, so there was no need for a bookstore employee to be so energetic. I hid in the shadows as usual, rubbing my hands together as I waited for my return. I like that Tamamori's gone from trying to convince him to just, like, beating him over the head and being like, "Pap! Boss, I'm back!"
Hi.
Okay. Without noticing me, I headed up to the second floor. I came out from behind the bookshelves, grabbed his sleeve, pulled him back, and slapped his shocked face with the palm of my hand. He turned to water and vanished. I stole my glasses from his pocket and immediately put them on. Alright, that's more like it. Sometimes the screws would come loose and they'd slip down, but, well, that was also romantic irony. Coined by the German philosopher Schlegel... I don't know if I pronounced that right. Romantic irony seemed to be the theory that all geniuses needed to spend their lives in idleness. That's a quote from Sanshiro by Natsume Soseki. He's being very... Okay, he's still in a manic episode. Oops, I'd forgotten to change my fish's water. That wouldn't do, so I went up to the second floor and scooped out my goldfish from the bowl. The goldfish writhed, gasping for air. I know you're suffering, but please hang in there. I threw the dirty water out the window and tossed the goldfish into the now empty bowl. You'll have to suffer just a little longer. I felt around the rain gutter above my head and pulled the cork plug. As soon as I did, the rain that fell from the roof into the gutter drained into the fishbowl. Freed from gravity, the goldfish swam around peacefully. He didn't seem to have any idea of what had happened. I plugged the rain gutter back up and was filled with happiness at seeing my now content goldfish. Those of you that have been here since the beginning should notice some things. A shadow suddenly flickered beneath the fishbowl. When I moved the bowl, I saw a red umbrella looking up at me in shock. Crude as usual, I see.
みなかみ、ちょうどよかったな。私も今帰ったところだ。
Minakami, what good timing. I just got back.
ちょうどよかった。
Yeah, perfect timing.
またお前の言う通り雨が降ったぞ。おかげでほとんど濡れ
Poor
ずに済ん
goldfish
だ。
getting tortured again. Well, yeah. It's raining again, just like you said it would. Thanks to you, I didn't get very wet.
そうか。
どうした？なんだか元気がないな。
What's wrong? You seem kind of down.
いや、金魚を素手で掴むなよ。
I mean, it's just... Don't grab your goldfish with your bare hands.
金魚屋の親父だってそうしてただろ
The old man at the goldfish shop told me to do it that way.
でもかわいそうだ。
But I feel bad for it.
う。そうだな。次回からは気をつける。
Right, I'll be careful next time. He then twirled his umbrella and came into the shop. Minakami unwrapped the cloth he had brought with him and pulled out some books. He took out a few books and returned them to the shelf slowly enough to make me yawn.
手伝おう。
I'll help.
ありがとう、玉森。こっちを頼む。
Thanks, Tamamori. I'll leave these to you. All 5 books I took from him went on the bottom shelf. I bent down and put them back on the shelf one by one. There was a long silence. Perhaps not being able to stand it any longer, Minakami finally asked.
今日、川瀬の批評をもらったんだろ？どうだった？
Kawase gave you a critique today, right? How did it go?
どうだったって何が？
How did what go?
ああ、なんだか元気がなさそうだ。
You seem kind of down.
何を言っている。私は別段元気だよ。
What are you talking about? I'm in a really good mood.
本当か？
Really? Minakami had a worried look on his face. Was he trying to say that me being cheerful was all an act?
これ、お前にあげるよ。
Here, I'll give you this. Minakami said as he handed me the last book left in his hand. It was Kyosaku Yumeno's Dogra Magra.
店の商品を借りっぱなしじゃ悪いからな。読み終わったら商品として並べてくれて構わない。新作だから高値をつけてもいいんじゃないか？
Sorry for borrowing all the books in your shop. Once you're done with it, I don't mind if you add it to your lineup. It's new, so you could charge more for it.
ああ、それなら私ももう読んだから適当に棚に突っ込んでおいてくれ。
Oh, I've already read it. You can put it on the shelf wherever.
そうか。すまん。やっぱり持って帰るよ。
Did Tamamori ever actually open Dogra Magra that Minakami hands him? Except for sticking the page in it. Last route. I see, sorry. Guess I'll take it with me then. I went back to the register. He came up to me and a piece of paper came fluttering down. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was written on it in bold print.
震える悪魔。再上映されるのか。
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, they're showing it again?
ずっと見たがっていただろ？
You've been wanting to see it, right? Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was a horror film. The main characters were a man named Dr. Jekyll and his other personality, Hyde. It showed at the Nikatsu Theater in Kanda last spring, but I had missed its run and now it was here. It was the motion picture Minakami would see twice in a row. So he is still very much aware. But he denies liking authors, etc. He is grown, but he's letting things play out exactly as they did the first round. Madame gave me tickets. It would seem that ladies have no interest in horror films.
そりゃそうだ。女子供にはわからんよ。
Because in the first arc, he was like, I don't want it, to Dogra Magra. So, there is progress, and he remembers that Minakami's going to see the movie twice. But he's also manic and in a state where I don't think he's really... He's not going to try anything. Because at this point, he's given up. Of course not. Women and children wouldn't understand. Let's go together.
バカか貴様。私は浪人生の身だぞ。そんなものにうつつを抜かしている暇はないのだ。
Are they finally not gonna diss each other's literature? I guess. What are you, stupid? I'm a Ronin say. I have no time to waste on things like that.
どうした？熱でもあるのか？
What's wrong? Do you have a fever or something?
失礼な。私はただ目覚めただけだ。貴様とつるむといいことが
He's
ない。
he's still very manic. How rude. I've just come to my senses. I shouldn't hang out with you all the time.
ひどいこと言うな。
Don't be mean.
なんだ？ そんなに私と一緒に活動に行きたいのか？
What, do you want to go to the movies with me that badly?
俺は何かお前に嫌われるようなことをしたか？
Did I do something to make you hate me?
自分の胸に聞いてみろ。
Ask yourself that. Minakami looked surprised. He lowered his head slightly, casting a shadow over his face. He laughed only with his mouth. I see.
そっか。
Of course.
当然とはどういう意味だ？
What do you mean, of course?
今まですまなかった。
Sorry for everything.
だから私に嘘をつこうというその自覚があるのならな。
Tamamori's not playing around this time. Because you know you're gonna lie to me, right? Right after I finished bullying him, Minakami quickly threw on his mantle and left. I stood up, but didn't feel like going after him. I sat back down and let out a puff of air. It was a perfect, refreshing day with a light rain.
玉森くん、ちょっと散歩してくるよ。
Tamamori-kun, I'm going out for a stroll.
ああ、はい。
店番お願いします。
Please look after the shop. I heard the back door open. His footsteps and muffled coughs melted into the sound of the rain. I had easily returned to my usual routine. When I happened to look forward, this guy was standing in the rain. Drops dramatically bounced off the leaf he was using as an umbrella. Yeah, Minakami is also self-sabotaging. He seemed to be slowly thinking something over in his head while he held his breath in his stomach. It was as if he had made up his mind about something.
玉森さん、春彦さんがいなくなっちゃったんですよ。
Tamamori-san, Haruhiko-san is gone.
助けてください。
Help me.
黙れ。お前はあの日、あの時、あの橋で殺されたのだ。
Hey, shut it. You were killed that day way back when, on the bridge.
僕、一人ぼっちになっちゃったんです。
I'm all alone now.
それに気づかぬ愚かな異様よ。
You didn't realize what had happened, so you took on that stupid weird form. The frogman disappeared into the rain as he cried. He left behind his bright green leaf, but even that was swept away by the wind. All of my hallucinations had vanished. I immediately grabbed some manuscript paper to tackle a new story, but I couldn't put any energy into my pen and gave up in the end. I closed my eyes and lay down. What I saw then behind my eyelids once again was Minakami's profile as he read a book. When I ended up opening my eyes, I stared at the second hand of the clock. The clock on the wall informed me that it was 5. A book had been set down in front of me, so I lifted my head. Professor was there.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
この本ください。
I'll take this book. What he handed me then was The Flower Tales by Nobuko Yoshiya. The register opened with a ka-ching. His hand began to shake when I handed him his change.
吉谷信子、知ってますか？
Do you know about Nobuko Yoshiya?
その方、同性愛者なんです。
I didn't know that. She's a lesbian.
は？
Huh?
ごめんなさい。
Oh yeah, he mentions this in another route actually. I'm sorry for talking about something weird.
で？
So?
ごめんなさい。突然こんなこと。
Sorry for suddenly bringing up something like that.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
明日も待ってます。
I'll be waiting for you tomorrow.
花物語の感想、いつか聞かせてください。
I'd like to hear your thoughts on Flower Tales one day.
はい。
Professor not be a creep challenge impossible, but it's fine. He ran out into the rain as he let out a shriek. He looked so overjoyed at my whim, but I was pretty sure Professor had told me he only read 10 pages a day. But if Sazan-san read it to him, it would probably be sooner. Sazan-san had given him that awful summary of the Golden Demon, though. So Flower Tales may end up completely different, too.
店主、帰ってきていますか？
You're back, boss?
ああ、ここにいるよ。
Yes, I'm here.
店を閉めたら風呂屋に行ってきます。
Once I close the shop, I'll be going to the bathhouse.
わかった。もうお客さんも来ないだろうから、店を閉めていいよ。
Got it. There probably won't be any customers, so you can close up now.
いえ、閉店の時間。
Professor, please. No, I'll at least keep to closing time. Besides, if I didn't go out past 6 o'clock, I wouldn't be able to see him. Perhaps because of the cold, Sarukagucho. That's the hardest one for me to say. Sarugakucho's Kikai bathhouse was packed as usual. The old men passing me smelled unseasonably of yuzu. Once I'd gone through the dressing room into the baths, the place was filled with nothing but old and middle-aged men. What looked like an old woman's head was bobbing among them. No, wait, they were unmistakably an old man. There must be something wrong with me to make that mistake for a second and third time. I thought, closing my eyes, that was when I heard the whispers of the regulars regiment. Did you see? Did you hear? What? About the giant of Jinbocho. Giant? He's over 6 feet tall. Tobokun butted in this time. He doesn't use an umbrella. And he wears a funny mask. To be honest, you can just say bathhouse. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to. As soon as I spotted him, he vanished. He's weird looking. Is he a monster? Or a ghost? I was glad they at least seemed to be having fun. That earthquake earlier must have been from the giant's footsteps. Idiot! No, it had to be. Kato-kun had a pretty active imagination. Sorry. I got something in my throat and was like trying not to cough. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Had to mute so you guys didn't hear that. They bounced around Naoshi-kun in the middle, singing in loud voices for a while. When Naoshi-kun finally tried to get out of the bath, I pulled his arm. Do you recognize me? I whispered so only he could hear me. Naoshi-kun pushed Kudo-kun and the others' backs. Go on ahead. What's wrong? I forgot to count to 10. Go on now while I cool down. Roger that. Roger. I will drink water. Water drunk. Yeah, see you tomorrow. They trudged along in a row and left. Naoshi-kun let out a sigh, then submerged himself up to his nose, looking up at me. How did you know it was me? Tamamori! At least he waited until everyone was gone. You look a lot like a waitress from that cafe near Konda Bridge. Now that I've had a better look, even your moles are in the same spot. What? So you figured that out too? Honestly, I didn't realize it until today, but you... So you think it's gross, don't you? Me being so obsessed with Kawase-san? No, that's not it. You're pretty after all. Getting compliments from you doesn't make me happy, Tama-san. When I smiled at him, he smiled back. So is that all you had held me back to say? Isn't this just going to make things awkward at the cafe? That's true, but there's one thing I wanted to ask you. Not you, Naoshi-kun, but you as Meiko. Naoshi-kun and I headed home together. You seem to be in love with Kawase, but I don't think you know him very well. I knew Naoshi-kun was pretending to be obsessed with Kawase as part of the irregulars regiment, but I continued as if I were sympathizing with him. This doesn't leave here, but he's the kind of man who doesn't care about the lives of others. He lacks humanity. For instance, if someone had a nosebleed, he wouldn't be the least bit concerned. He'd make a fuss over how messy it was instead. Or if someone was trying to put on a jacket, he would tell them to put it on away from him because of the dust coming off of it.
神経質なんだね。
He's fussy, huh?
しかし奴の神経質はここ最近加速している。心配でならんのだ。
Yeah, but lately his fussiness has become worse. I can't help but worry. Now Shikun seemed to be losing interest in me insulting Kawase. However, this was where my point began.
もしかしたら奴はその潔癖症が高じてついに犯罪に手を染めてしまったかもしれない。
If his germophobia gets any worse, he may end up getting involved in something criminal.
奴は本名を池田と言い、
待って。
Even if his real name is Ikeda.
打ち明けさせて。
Wait, before that, let me tell you one thing. Naoshikun made a serious face. I followed suit and leaned forward. Even I knew it was a shameless act.
別に川瀬さんのこと好きじゃないんだ。
I don't really like Kawase-san.
何
What?
だってよく考えてよ。僕、男だし。
Interesting, he's telling Naoshi this,
な
yeah.
るわけないじゃん。
I mean, think about it. I'm a man. I wouldn't like another man.
冷静に考えるとそうだな。
Come to think of it, I guess that's true.
でしょ？ありえないでしょ。川瀬さんに近づきたい理由が他にあるんだ。
Right? There's no way. There's another reason why I want to get close to Kawase-san. I tried to act shocked.
僕たちに協力してくれる？
Tama-san, why don't you work with us? Suddenly, the other 3 members of the Irregulars Regiment came out from the shadows. That really did surprise me, but I nodded firmly. If you're gonna be working with us,
俺たちが何なのか教えてやる。
you better tell us everything.
でも聞いてしまったら最後仲間になってもらいます。
But once you've told us everything, you'll be one of us.
仲間になったら
If you become one of us,
裏切ることは許さない。
you better not betray us.
どうする？タマさん。
What are you going to do, Tama-san? The look in their eyes was serious. This was how boys should be.
できる限り協力する。私も川瀬のために協力してもらいたいからな。
He's such a liar. I'll work with you as much as I can. I'd like to work with you for Kawase's sake as well.
じゃああなたは今日から不正規連隊の一員だ。
Then starting today, you're a member of the Irregulars Regiment. Was this what it was like to feel included among friends? Does Tamamori have a plan? No. Last time he decided that he was going to search for a world where he was happy instead of caring about whether or not Minakami died. And now he's just given up and just wants people that care. An inappropriate smile came to my face during this solemn moment. Afterwards, they took me to the bookstore Sanzendo. This was where Kudo-kun and the others hung out.
おい、じいさん、帰ったぞ。
Hey, Gramps, we're back!
起こさない方がいいよ、工藤。
It's better if we don't wake him, Kudo.
ああ、そうか。
Ah, right. The shopkeeper is in the back?
はい。僕たちの店主は。
Yes, the shopkeeper here is...
おい、キャトル。
Hey, Cat. Kudo-kun grabbed his shoulder, and Kat, aka Kato-kun, stopped talking.
どうも。ここは僕たちの基地というか、間借りしてるだけなんだけど。
Well, this place is something like our base. We're just renting the space, though.
ここはカフェと違って誰にも聞かれる心配はなさそうだな。
Unlike the cafe, you don't have to worry about anyone listening in here, huh?
ところで本題だけど、川瀬さんが犯罪に手を染めたかもしれないってどういうこと？
About that, let's get to the point. What did you mean by Kawase-san maybe getting involved in something criminal?
それは
That's when I happened to look to my side. Kato-kun was trembling. Naoshi-kun pat his head, and then looked at me, urging me to continue. Can I read, please? Eyes, can we read properly, please?
奴はおそらく養父を殺した。殺したまでとはいかずとも、奴は隠し事をしている。
He really said, "We're not friends anymore. I'm gonna make your life a nightmare, Kawase." He probably killed his adoptive father, but even if he didn't, he's hiding something.
やっぱりあの帝大生さんが池田さんを。
I knew it. I knew he killed Ikeda-san.
加藤君、君は池田さんを知っているのかね？
Kato-kun, you knew Ikeda-san? I asked with no shame again. He fled to the back room when I did. Tobo-kun immediately chased after him, leaving the three of us, me, Naoshi-kun, and Kudo-kun.
池田照虎さんは2年前からこの三千堂に通う常連さんだったんだ。古地図とか建築図とかの収集家だった。
Terutora Ikeda-san. He was a regular customer at Sanzendo over the last 2 years. He was a collector of old maps and blueprints. Need a break? No, it's all good. Actually, we might take one at the 3-hour mark.
加藤君はよーく可愛がってもらってた。だけど2ヶ月前パタリと現れなくなっちゃって。
He used to dote on Kato-kun all the time, but he suddenly stopped showing up 2 months ago.
池田さんは腰を悪くして鎌倉へ療養に行ったと川瀬から聞いた。
I heard from Kawase that he had a bad hip, so he was in Kamakura for treatment.
タマさんもそれが怪しいってことぐらい見抜いてるんだよね。
Even you can see that suspicious, right, Tama-san?
ああ、
Yeah.
加藤君は池田さんの家の建築図を見たことがある。だからこの前池田さんの家を覗きに行ったんだ。
Kato-kun has seen the blueprints of Ikeda-san's house before. That's why they went peeking around there a while ago. What? So these guys knew where Ikeda Manor was located even without asking me?
そうしたら不自然に井戸が埋め立てられていた。それと思わしき業者に問い合わせてみたら2ヶ月前に工事したって回答をもらった。
When they did, they saw a well had been mysteriously filled. We asked a certain reputable craftsman about it, and he told us some construction work had been done on it about 2 months ago. Everything they'd done was detective work. The Irregulars Regiment were a lot more active than I thought.
池田邸に侵入して確かめたいことはたくさんあるけど、使用人がいるんじゃ。
There were a lot of things we wanted to break into and check out for ourselves, but there were servants.
池田邸に使用人はいない。2ヶ月前に全員出払わせた。
There's no servants at Ikeda Manor. They were all let go 2 months ago. Come to think of it, I remembered that even I thought that was strange. When Kawase had lived together with Ikeda-san, there were 2 male servants. They seemed to do manual labor and gave off the impression that they were forced to wear their uniforms. However, once Ikeda-san was gone, those servants left too. I figured they must have been Ikeda-san's personal servants, but Kawase didn't hire any new ones. Kawase was a capable guy, but it wasn't like he could do everything on his own. That became abundantly clear when I remembered the onigiri he made. I'm back again. What trauma have I missed this time? Tamamori is still in a manic episode. He has said some hateful things to Minakami this time around, and now is playing detective with the kids again. He could do laundry and clean, but he must have been mostly unwilling on the inside. Why wouldn't he let people near his home?
そうか。じゃあ川瀬さんの留守を見計らえばすぐに侵入できるってわけか。
I see. Then as long as we wait until Kawase-san is out of the house, we'll be able to break in.
ねえタマさん。タマさんは川瀬さんが池田さんを殺した理由、なんだと思う？
Tama-san, why do you think Kawase-san killed Ikeda-san? That's... What? Even though I had come this far, my words got caught in my throat.
あいつが父親に虐待されて育ったからかもしれない。
Okay, well, I guess this is now not a secret anymore. It might be because he was raised by an abusive father. Even when we'd first met, his face was covered in bruises. A long time ago, his face was always filthy. It was so bad that even Hanazawa hadn't recognized Kawase when they were reunited.
それだけだ。
That's it.
詳しく聞かせてよ。
Tell me more. Sorry. I wasn't afraid of the backlash from confiding in them. It was the pangs from my conscience. I couldn't say anything, perhaps because that friend from my past had been my real friend.
じゃあさ、それ僕たちが捏造しちゃっていい？
Then, can we make something up?
子供の頃に両親が離婚、父親に引き取られたけど虐待を受けて。
Naoshi-kun, I think you're missing the point, but alright.
みたいなさ。
His parents divorced when he was a child. His father looked after him, but abused him, twisting his heart. Something like that?
え、捏造してどうする？
Why do you want to make stuff up?
捏造っていうか、辻褄を合わせるっていうか。
More than making it up, we're making the story fit the situation.
だからそんなことして。
It's a little too close to how the American law system works. So by doing that,
僕は今夜にでも
I thought I'd take it to a newspaper tonight. A university student kills his adoptive father type thing.
取り合ってくれるのか？
Would they buy that?
警察は取り合ってくれないだろうね。 だけど噂好きの新聞社ならきっとこのことを記事にしようとしてくれるはずだ。
The police probably won't buy it, but the newspapers love rumors, so I'm sure they'll make an article out of it.
だって面白いじゃん。養父を殺した美人帝大生の過去には父親からの虐待があったなんてさ。
It's interesting, isn't it? The handsome Tadaisei who killed his adoptive father was abused by his actual father in the past, right?
君ってやつは
You really are a little devil. I was going to say, but then I remembered I was no different.
だがそうまでしてやつを血祭りにあげたい理由は何なんだ？
But why do you want to ruin him so badly?
池田さんっていうおじいちゃんを取られた加藤くんの恨みだ。
I guess anything's a reason for a kid. Vengeance for Kato-kun having old man Ikeda stolen from him.
さすれば君たちは妖艶なる帝大生の裏を暴いた少年探偵団ってわけか。
And once you do, you'll be the detectives who exposed that charming Tadaisei's dark side, right?
一石二鳥だな。
Two birds, one stone, huh?
いいねタマさん。なかなかいい歌い文句だよ。
That was great, Tama-san. That was a pretty good headline. That's what you told me, after
じゃ
all.
あ今日からタマさんは僕たち不正規連隊の一員。隊員名はフランス語から取って。
Now, starting today, you're a member of the Irregulars Regiment. Our code names are in French, so
こいつ信用できね
I can't trust this guy. The one who stood up was Du, aka Kudo-kun.
え。あんたにとっちゃ帝大生ってお友達だったんじゃねえのかよ。何にせよ。仲間を裏切るやつなんて信用できねえ。
Isn't that Tadaisei your friend? Anyway, I can't trust someone who betrays their friends.
心配しなくていいよドゥ。この人帝大生さんの友達なんかじゃないから。
You don't have to worry about that, Du. This guy isn't friends with him.
どういう意味っすか？
What do you mean?
ねタマさん。
Right, Tama-san? Naoshikun asked as if he had seen right through me. You aren't really Kawasei's friend. I remembered what he'd said to me before. He'd watched us as that waitress Mako. He knew about my pandering to Kawasei better than anyone else. Right, this wasn't betraying a friend. I was spreading my wings and flying towards new friends. Kudo-kun still didn't seem satisfied, but he disappeared into the back without complaining.
おやすみドゥ。
Good night, Du.
おやすみ、アンさん。
Good night, On-san. Naoshikun watched Kudo-kun with a fleeting look.
さあ僕はお茶の水の新聞社にでも行ってこようかな。
Well, guess I'll go to that newspaper in Ochanomizu.
私も帰る。
I'll be leaving too.
暇なら僕を水道橋まで送ってくれる？
If you're free, could you walk me to Suido Bridge? Yeah, I guess. I thought for sure Naoshikun would be happy. Kawasei's flaws were like the stairs to his success. However, his profile was surprisingly anxious.
タマさんはルイコのアー無常ってお話知ってる？
Tama-san, do you know Ruiko's story Oh Such Cruelty?
もちろん。
Of course.
元はレ・ミゼラブルっていうフランスの小説が原案なんだ。
The original is a French novel called Les Miserables.
そちらは見ていないな。
I've never read that one.
だよね。
I have! A long time ago! I don't remember it! So all I remember is the movie because I've seen that a million times. Of course not. You don't know French.
君にもわかるとは思えないが。
I don't think you do either.
実は僕もわからない。読んだのはルイコのやつだけ。その中で僕はね、サブローが好きなんだ。原案での名前はガブローシュ。
Actually, I don't. The one I read was Ruiko's. In that one, I like Saburo. In the original, his name is Gavroche.
彼は素直で明るくて、いたずら好きの困った少年だ。親に捨てられても彼はずっと明るかった。
He's honest and cheerful, an unfortunate boy who loves mischief. Even when he's abandoned by his parents, he's always cheerful. Saburo was a young man who lived in the city of Paris like a wild bird. He sort of reminded me of Naoshikun in a way.
でもね、彼が明るくいられたのは孤独を寂しいことだと分かっていなかったからなんだよ。
But the reason he's so cheerful is because he doesn't understand things like loneliness or sadness.
彼は誰にでも優しかった。自分より小さな子には特にね。不思議だよね。愛情を知らないのに人を愛せるなんてさ。
He's nice to everyone. It's strange, isn't it? To not know love and yet be able to love. Just got some trick-or-treaters. Yay! A banana and a hot dog. Amazing.
愛されたいと思うばかりで愛そうとする人なんていないのに。
Wanting to be loved, but no one ever loving you.
直しくん
Naoshi-kun.
だから僕はガブローシュになろうと思った。
That's why I thought I'd become Gavroche. Saburo dies partway through the story during the June riots. He dies being shot by a bullet first to his stomach, then a second one between his brows. Moriyasu embraces him. No one could protect that life.
工藤君たちは孤児なんだ。
Kudo-kun and the others are orphans.
三千堂は孤児院みたいなもんでさ。でも店主は今病で伏せてる。雨の日は店を閉めるから外で募金も募ってるんだよ。どっちが養ってるかわからないよね。
Sanzendo is something like an orphanage, but the shopkeeper is currently ill. He closes the shop when it rains, so they beg for money outside. I'm not sure who's supporting whom. Now that he mentioned it, I'd seen them on the street corner. I'd thought for sure they were snooping around for anyone suspicious.
工藤君は白山通りで靴磨きもしてるし、ある子は朝から晩まで映画館で働いてる。
Kudo-kun shines shoes on Hakusan Street. Another guy works morning to night at the movie theater.
彼らはたくましいよ。そのたくましさをもっと世に知ってもらうべきなんだ。
They're tough. The world should know more about that toughness. Naoshi-kun said, suddenly smiling his usual smile.
勇敢なる少年探偵団。そう認めてもらえれば、彼らを引き取りたいって言ってくれる人が出てくるはず。
The brave detectives. If they were acknowledged as that, there'd be people showing up saying they'd like to adopt them.
だから正直、誰でもいいんだ。血祭りにあげるのは川瀬さんじゃなくても。
That's why... Honestly, it could have been anyone. It didn't even have to be Kawase-san we're victimizing.
僕たちを英雄にしてくれるなら、誰でもいい。
As long as they could make us heroes, anyone would have done. He muttered with a somewhat fleeting expression. When we arrived at Suido Bridge, Naoshi-kun pushed my chest with a thud.
それじゃあね、タマさん。
See you, Tama-san.
ああ
このこと、ドゥたちには内緒にしてね。
Keep this a secret from Do and the others, okay?
うむ
Yeah.
奴らは結構今の生活が好きみたいだけど、先のことは考えてないようだからさ。
They seem to really like their current lifestyle, but that's because they're not thinking of the future.
おやすみなさい。
Good night.
おやすみ
His umbrella grew distant. At the last moment, he only turned around once to give me a mature smile. Gavroche. His aspiration. I wondered if I had read Oh Such Cruelty when I was young, would I have grown up a little more upright? I didn't know. I just almost painfully understood that there were things that should be written. All stories were guides that pointed down the paths to hope and dreams.
直しく
I'd killed someone like him. I dug my fingernails into the healing marks on my right hand. By the time I got back to the second floor of Umebachido, I had completely cooled down from my bath. I covered my shoulders with my futon and faced my manuscript paper. Then, instead of continuing the Phantom in the basement, I concentrated on writing the story about the frogman and the used bookstore owner. Snot dripped down. It's cold, I muttered, but no one replied. All alone, I once again brought my face close to the manuscript. It had been raining since morning that day. I was going to give my goldfish his food, as usual. Oh, as his food, but as usual he was facing away. No. He was looking toward the gates of the underworld. He must have been aware of his own lifespan. I brought my hands together in prayer ahead of time. I didn't feed him. Afterwards, I opened the shop and revised my manuscript next to the register like I usually did. For a while, I heard the shopkeeper's breathing as he slept. But once noon rolled around, I finally heard the sound of a futon being folded.
店主おはようございます
Good morning, boss.
おはよう玉森くん。 朝からご苦労様です。
Good morning, Tomomori-kun. You're working hard this morning.
今日も体調が良いので少し散歩してきます。留守をお願いしますよ。
I'm feeling better today, so I'm gonna take a stroll. Please watch the shop while I'm gone.
それといえ、何でもありません。
About that... No, never mind.
浮かないようだね。
You don't look so good.
風邪をひいたかもしれないんです。明日からしばらく休んでもいいですか？
I might have caught a cold. Could I rest for a while? Until tomorrow, maybe?
構わないよ。君の体調が優先だ。今日も暖かくして寝なさい。
I don't mind. Your health takes priority. Warm up and sleep for today.
すみません。
Sorry.
すみません。本当に役立たずで。
Sorry, I really am useless.
君は何か不思議な体験をしたようだね。
You seem to have had an unusual experience.
きっとそれは熱が原因だ。眠れば良くなるよ。
That has to be the reason for your fever. Once you sleep, you'll get better.
店主、
解雇なんてしないから。ずっとここにいて体を大事にしなさい。
I won't fire you. Stay here as long as you like and take care of yourself.
はい。
Okay. The shopkeeper nodded in relief, then seemed to open the back door and leave. I rested my head against the shoji and closed my eyes tightly. Shopkeeper is nice. Maybe too nice. I don't trust shopkeeper. It doesn't make sense why he would be okay, like, fully supporting a grown adult. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, he could just be, like, a bibliophile that, like, wants to encourage an aspiring author, or he just feels bad, or he had a kid that was around Tamamori's age, or Tamamori reminds him of himself. It could be any number of things that are totally fine and not cursed at all. But I don't trust him. One, because it doesn't really work in this game, but, like, normally if a character is voiced and you can't see them, that's a bad sign. The comment about an odd experience, yeah. We're gonna take a 10-minute break because I need to get up and stretch and get some more water. And we're at the 3:16 mark, so we're gonna take a break, run some ads, and we will be back in about 10 minutes. Probably a little less this time because I literally just need to go get water and stretch. So, break time. I think he has his reasons, but I feel like he knows something. Yeah, I feel like he does too. But yeah, so break time. We're gonna go have a break. And I will see you all in, I don't know, 10-ish minutes. I have to remember to unmute my microphone when I get back from break. But yes, hi, we're back. I'll give you guys like a minute to get back and get settled. Okay. Sorry, that was loud. Okay, we're going back into it. What are you doing there?
川瀬、来てたのか。驚かすな。
Kawase, you came? Don't startle me.
障子に話しかけるなんて君もとうとう末期だね。
You're talking to Shoji now. You've finally gone off the deep end.
店主だ。店主に話しかけていたのだ。
That was my boss. I was talking to the shopkeeper.
姿を見せない不思議な店主ね。本当にいるなら会わせてほしいよ。
Mysterious shopkeeper that never shows himself, huh? If he really exists, I'd like to meet him. He said, without asking, he snatched the manuscript next to the register and began to slowly walk around the shop. Although he read each page without discarding them, he immediately stopped and turned around when he was done.
何これまた新しいお話
What's this? Another new story? Yeah.
これって
Is this about me?
俺とあいつのことだろ
About me and him? Who was he? What was this? I had wondered about those things until now. But I was no longer my former self. Is this about me? Is this about me? After encountering several Kawases, I finally remembered.
その通りだ。
That's right.
このカエル男はお前の父親のことだ。
This frogman is your father. Huh? The frogman was suddenly standing right beside me. When I glanced at him, he shook nervously.
何のつもり
What were you thinking?
私はそれをお前以外に見せる気はない。
I wasn't planning on showing it to anyone other than you.
お前の言う通り私にはそういうところがある。
Welcome back! Thank you. We're finally... It started out... You didn't miss much. It was doing the same thing, but now we found out that the frogman and the him that they're talking about is Kawase's dad. It's like you said, there's that part of me.
現実と空想がごっちゃになる。忘れていた過去を書き出してしまうこともある。
I confused fantasy with reality. I end up writing about my forgotten past.
君
You...
だからこの物語を書いていて思い出したのだ。
That's why I remembered while I was writing the story. A long time ago in the country, I saw Kawase drop a frog from a bridge. The frog, knocked about by the harsh wind and rain, had fallen quietly, soundlessly, into the river and floated away. Did I join back at the right time? Sorry for scotching at the moment. Got like 9 hours of stuff to catch up on. You're fine. You're fine. I thought it died. I thought he'd killed it. Even though frogs are amphibious. For some reason, even though there was no way it could have died, I thought the frog was dead.
カエルは最初から死んでいたのだ。
The frog was already dead to begin with. Trigger warning, content warning, child abuse. I would assume. So, giving a lot of content and trigger warnings this episode. It was a stormy night. Without an umbrella and soaking wet, Kawase had come to wake me up. He seemed excited. Come with me. I ran to Kawase's house like he told me. In the middle of the room was Kawase's father, sleeping naked. Help me carry this. To where? To the top of the bridge. But... Here, take the right leg. I gasped at how cold that right leg was and looked at Kawase out of reflex. Kawase wasn't smiling at all. He said nothing to me as I stood there, paralyzed. It could be worse, we did have child murder before. Yeah, apparently we have patricide now. Then he carried his father outside by himself. Afterwards, he used rope and tree branches to get him onto the cart with ease. Even though he didn't seem to need me at all, I was kind of glad he told me to come with him. Even when we arrived at the bridge, Kawase did everything on his own. He put his father's legs against the rail, crawled under his back, and stretched himself out to hoist him over. He fell into the river. Kawase then looked at me and finally smiled. We'd accomplished something huge together. A what? A patricide. He killed his dad. The patriarch is the father, so it's called a patricide when you kill your own dad. It's just a homicide if you kill someone else's dad, but it's patricide if you kill your own dad. I was glad.
嵐が去った朝、水門に死体が引っかかってた。
The morning after the storm passed, there was a dead body caught in the floodgates.
膨れ上がった死体を私はカエルみたいだと思った。
I thought the bloated corpse looked like a frog.
だから何？
So, what about it?
この物語はカエルの化け物が自分を殺した男に復讐する話だ。
The story is about a frog monster getting revenge on the man who killed him.
俺を脅してるつもり？
Are you trying to threaten me?
そんなんじゃない。
That's not it.
ただ罪は繰り返して罰として自分に返ってくるのだと思っただけだ。
I was just thinking that you'll repeat your crimes, and punishment will find its way back to you.
私はあの日のことをどこかで後悔していたのかもしれない。
I guess I sort of regret what we did that day.
ああ、これ君の仕業だったんだ。
Huh, so this was your doing? Kawase said as he pulled out a small envelope.
朝っぱらからうさんくさい記者が来てね。池田さん殺しの件ですが。
Early this morning, a sketchy reporter came asking about Ikeda-san's murder.
池田さんを殺したのも。
You also killed Ikeda-san. Kawase turned away from me. He closed the doors to Umebachido and flashed a smile no one else could see.
だからどうしたの？
Like I said, what about it?
学会を離れて誰からも構われなくなったジジイが死んで誰が困るの？
Who would grieve over the death of some old man no one cared about after you left academia?
川瀬、なんで？
Kawase, why?
なんでって理由なんて聞いてどうするのさ。
Why? Why would you want to know that?
俺は探偵小説が大嫌いだ。
No, he did actually kill his dad. I hate detective novels. That was when his smile from earlier
探
faded.
偵は犯人を明かしてなんでどうしてと問い詰める。理解しようなんてこれっぽっちも思ってないくせに好奇心だけは旺盛だ。
Detectives expose the criminal and ask the why and how, but they don't even try to understand them. They're only fueled by their own curiosity.
それを読むやつも書くやつもイカれてるとしか思えないよ。
People who read and write crap like that must be insane.
川瀬。
だから俺は君に理由なんて話さない。
So I'm not going to tell you why.
いい、やっぱり知りたくないから。
It's fine, I don't really want to know anyway.
私が言いたいことは、お前に自首してほしいってことだけだ。
All I wanted to tell you is I want you to turn yourself in.
自首？
Turn myself in.
あの夜のことも、池田さん殺しのことも、全部自首してほしいんだ。
What you did that night, killing Ikeda-san, everything, I want you to confess to all of it. This was me betraying the Irregulars Regiment.
お前の過去を暴いて、新聞社に持って行ったやつがいる。記者が本格的にお前を暴く前に。
Someone's going around to the newspapers to uncover your past. Do it before the reporters can actually expose you.
それって君でしょ。俺を新聞社に売ったのは。
Wasn't that you? Weren't you the one who sold me out to the newspapers?
楽しかった？
Was it fun? Kawase said, throwing the letter. I crawled after it and read it. Written inside was a list of both true and untrue things about Kawase. Off to go soon, phone is at 35% and supper isn't far from being done. No! Well, if you take supper soon, when you come back I will still be streaming. So, I will tell you what you missed when you come back. Written inside was a list of both true and untrue things about Kawase. How cruel. Now, Shikun. He said he was only going to make up stuff about Kawase's past, but I hadn't thought he would exaggerate the story this much to lure in the newspapers. I grasped the letter, shaking my head in front of
違
Kawase.
う川瀬、私はこんなことを。
No, Kawase, I didn't.
だから楽しかった。腹の底でずっと俺のこと嘲笑って。
So was it fun? Always laughing at me deep inside?
違う。
You're wrong. It was strange. I was in the same situation as Minakami that time we were harassing him.
すまん。
Sorry. Of course. No matter how much I thought about it, no matter how much I struggled, it was my fault things turned out this way.
でも川瀬、私は何もお前一人を。
Kawase, I don't think you...
卑怯なやつ。
What a coward. With his curt words, he kicked me down. An intense pain, worse than being torn apart, bore into my head. A coward, huh? Kawase opened the door and left. I didn't even have the right to watch him leave. Therapy ain't fixing any of them. No. Therapy is not going to fix any of them. I wasn't going to tell him to repent. I wasn't going to tell him to atone for his sins. But if Kawase were to be judged, I wanted to be judged with him. Before any more truths and myths started to circulate, and Kawase's pride was wounded. I wanted to turn myself in. I wanted to keep it a secret. I wanted to live a quiet life. And then, for us, to think of the other as a friend. I had finally realized that. But it didn't get through to him. That was also what tore me apart. I gathered up the scattered manuscript and covered my head. My tears flowed freely once again.
玉森さん、僕は川瀬さんのお父さんだったんですか？
I was Kawase-san's father?
なんで僕は川瀬さんに殺されちゃったんですか？
Why did he kill me?
ねえ、
うるさい。
Be quiet.
ごめんなさい。寂しいけど僕も消えます。また会う日まで。
Sorry, it'll be lonely, but I'll go away. Until the day we meet again. A true silence fell. I picked up the manuscript, sat at the register, and tried to open an ink bottle. But with no strength, I ended up dropping it on the floor, and a deep black hole began to spread. Tears welled up again. Once I got upstairs, I wrapped myself up in my futon and kept away from the cold. I'd sleep. I'd abandon my body to the flow of time. I wanted the skies to clear up. I wanted to escape from this repetitive world as soon as possible. Minakami, become a Teru Bozu. Hurry up and make this world sunny again. The next time I opened my eyelids, it was dark outside the window. I don't know how to feel about Frogman now. It's not Frogman's fault. And he is still just an illusion, like a hallucination. So, he's a hallucination caused by needing to process trauma. The next time it was dark outside the window. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde would be starting soon. I could see the two seats right in the middle of Toyo Cinema, completely empty. Minakami wouldn't be there. Neither would I. I wasn't sure if it was good luck or bad luck for such great seats to go to waste. The next time I opened my eyelids, it was completely gray outside the window. No different from yesterday, the rain of the rainy season was falling. I could see just a bit of the sun coming through, but it was immediately covered by gray rain clouds. I wasn't sleepy at all, but all I did was sleep. Overcoming my own laziness wasn't easy. Suddenly, something sharp hit the window, almost indistinguishable from the rain. It was a pebble. Frogman seems like such a child. He represents Kawase's abusive dad. I don't know how much of that is necessarily saying something about Kawase's dad. I think it more says something about who Tamamori was as a child when he was brought along to dispose of a body. It's an interesting theory that, and I don't know how much of this is scientifically proven, because I'm still going through my own healing journey, but there's a theory that when you have trauma, it's like you stop in that point of time. And so even if you go past that point, there's a part of you that's still stuck there. And so I think what it's showing more of is that that trauma really affected Tamamori at that age. But because the visuals of the bloated body looked so, like, they ingrained themselves so much, that's the form he takes on. I took it too literal. No, it's fine, but, like, I think that's where it's supposed to be going. People that have personality disorders probably understand this a little bit better, because it is something that, like, there's a part of you that is still a child, or whenever your trauma, was experienced. His just happened to be, he suffers from the hallucinations, which take the form of the points in time that, is, when he experienced the trauma. So I'm sure we'll find out who Haruhiko-san is, or why he exists. But the Frogman, I think, is a symbol of his trauma. First game I've seen dive into it, that and Far Cry 3, shockingly. Interesting, I haven't played Far Cry. But yeah, I think this game is doing a really good job of delving into it. I hope that it continues to do a very good job of delving into it, because currently this is one of my favorite games on the market. Again, reminder, the sale ends today. If you would like to get Hashihime, the uncensored 18 plus BL visual novel on Steam, it is like half off right now. It is so cheap. If I had the money, I would buy it, but I can't, because I don't have a job. But it is like $20, less than $20. So if you are enjoying this and you want to see Kawase and Hanazawa and Professor and the Secret Routes endings, which I'm not going to play on stream, absolutely, it's worth shelling out for. It does go back up to like $35 tomorrow, but for now it's on sale for like 20, less than 20. It's like 17 or 18. Let me check. It is $19.24 currently, and it goes back up to $35 tomorrow in 5 hours. So, highly recommend. Also, it might help us actually get the author's other visual novels translated. We have one of the author's other visual novels translated. A second one just came out a couple days ago in Japanese. And then there's a third that actually came before Hashihime that has never been released in English. So my goal is to force everyone to get a copy of Hashihime so they decide to bring the author's other games to English, because I love this author's work. Either way. Yeah, it was a pebble. After I strained my ears as much as I could, I heard someone yelling,
Tama-san! Oi!
Tama-san, hey! Actually, I'd heard it from the start. I thought I'd ignore it, but I stood by the window with a face that looked like I had just woken up. Now Shikun looked up at me out of breath. What's wrong?
Minasan ga...
Oh.
Minasan ga... jisatsu shita.
Minasan killed himself. I see.
ちょっと待ってよ。僕の話を聞いて。
Wait a second, listen to me. I went down to the first floor and greeted Naoshi-kun.
それで柳橋の下に引っかかってたんだって。
Then they found him stuck under Yanagi Bridge.
警察は皆さんを引き上げて手帳の名前から川瀬さんを探してる。けど川瀬さんは僕たちが煽ったからそれどころじゃなくて。
Oh. Side note, because I adore Far Cry 3's story and the idea of insanity. The villain and main character are really well written. Interesting. The police pulled Minasan out and went to look for Kawase-san since his name was in his notebook. But because we stirred things up with Kawase-san, that was out of the question.
今はどうなってるんだ？
What's going on now with Kawase?
それが予想以上に新聞社が食いついてくれてさ、池田邸に殺到してるよ。工藤たちも大手柄だって取材を受けてる。
The newspapers ate it up more than we anticipated. Is this not Minakami's? This is Minakami's route. So I don't. He's the one that popped up in the corner when it told us what route it was. Ikeda Manor is totally surrounded. Kudo and the others are being recognized for their achievements and have been doing interviews. Right at that moment, I could see Kudo-kun's face as he stuck out his chest with pride. Kawase, on the other hand, was probably looking down from his room on the second floor, letting out a sigh of cigarette smoke. Good job, Irregulars Regiment. You made it to the top by sacrificing Kawase.
うちに警察から電話がかかってきたんだ。川瀬さんの他に皆さんが本人かどうか確かめてくれる友人はいないかって。
The police called our house. They asked if there were any other friends beside Kawase-san that could identify Mina-san.
奥さんと君が行けばよかろ
You and Madame should go.
そう言ったんだけど、ご婦人方はダメだって。
That's what I said, but they said a lady shouldn't do it.
う。じゃあ、私が水上の後始末をするか。
Then I guess I'll take care of Minakami's final arrangements. Hey, Minakami. This is how things ended up. I followed Naoshi-kun, heading to the Oizumi residence first. With a grave face, Madame silently lowered her head toward me. Death, was it really that sad? There was a part of me that finally remembered how natural that was.
電話借ります。
So let me borrow your phone.
どうぞ。
Go ahead. I took the phone from Madame and was connected to the Asakusa police station.
こちら浅草警察署です。
柳橋で上がった身元不明人に心当たりがあるものです。
I'm the one who knows the identity of the body pulled from under Yanagi Bridge.
はい。ではお心当たりの方の特徴を言ってもらえますか。
Alright, then could you give me a description of the person you think it is?
おかっぱ頭に切れ長の目。カバンの中には外国語の参考書。
He has a kappa haircut and squinty eyes. In his bag are reference books in foreign languages.
一致しています。
Confirmed.
在籍校は帝大です。
He's enrolled at the Imperial University.
The
police officer stopped himself.
それがですね。帝大の制服を着ているので連絡してみたのですが、該当する生徒はいないと。
Since he was wearing the Imperial University's uniform, we contacted them, but there are no students there who fit his description.
え？
ですから該当する生徒はいないと。
I said there are no students who fit his description.
文学部国文学科につないで確かめてください。
Connect to their Japanese literature department and check.
そのご友人のお名前は？
What was your friend's name?
みなか、いえ、水前寺湊です。
Minato Suizenji. Minato Suizenji. It had been a while since I'd spoken his real name.
もう一度伺ってみてください。水前寺湊です。
Try asking one more time. It's Minato Suizenji.
手帳にもそのように記載されていたので問い合わせましたが、水前寺さんという生徒はいないとの回答で。
That was written in his notebook, so we asked them, but there are no students by the name of Suizenji there. What did this mean? He always went by Minakami, so maybe he really had been mistaken for someone with that name. This time, I was the one left speechless. Madame abruptly took the phone away from me.
水前寺君は私の家に下宿する浪人生で間違いありません。後のことはやはり私がお手続きします。それでは後ほど。
Huh? Suizenji was certainly the Ronin-sei staying at my house. I'll handle everything after this. Goodbye. Ronin-sei? Was she mistaking him for somebody else? Madame hurriedly turned away, leaving me with my questions.
待ってください。水上が浪人生って。
Wait, you said Minakami was a Ronin-sei?
タマさん、皆さんのお荷物まとめてくださる？
Tama-san, could you pack up Mina-san's belongings?
あなたが池田さんの代わりに皆さんの遺体と荷物を田舎に連れて行くのよ。
He'll be taking his remains and his things back to the country in Ikeda-san's place.
奴が浪人生ってどういうことですか？
What do you mean he was a Ronin-sei?
まさかみんなしてふざけてるんですか？
No way, you're all messing with me, right?
いいえ。なんで私だけ追い出したんですか？
Why did you only kick me out then? After Madame put on her overcoat, she turned around, firmly planting her feet.
あなたと私は縁もゆかりもございませんから。
Because I have no connection or relation to you. She threw that straight at my face, then left. Naoshi-kun was the one who pulled me back before I could fall to my knees at that moment. He silently led me to Minakami's room. No longer able to stand, I collapsed on the spot. I wonder how the nickname Minakami came to be. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know what a Ronin-sei is? It's someone who works hard and studies in order to get accepted to a school. That's why, strictly speaking, I wasn't a Ronin-sei. Someone like me, who spent all his time on amusements, lived hand to mouth, and loved omelet rice, couldn't be called a Ronin-sei. It was the same for Minakami. He wore the Imperial University's uniform. He was enrolled at the Imperial University. He hung out in their library. He read foreign books even though he was in the Japanese literature department. A guy like that can't be called a Ronin-sei.
嘘だろ。水上が浪人生？
No way. Minakami was a Ronin-sei?
知ってたか君？
Did you know?
僕も今びっくりしてる。
Even I'm shocked right now.
わかんない。でもひどいよね。
I didn't know, but still, that's so mean.
意味わかんないけど騙してたってことじゃん。タマさんのこと。
I don't really get it, but he tricked you. He tricked me. Minakami had tricked me. I had no way of confirming it. Minakami told me about his classes, but I didn't know the name of his professors. I didn't know what classrooms. I didn't know his friends. In the end, I knew nothing about Minakami. I put my hand on the bookshelf. This book, and even this book. I had seen Minakami reading them all. He would tell me there's going to be an exam next time, so I have to read them carefully. He would tell me this time I'm writing an essay on romantic irony. He loved modern literature to no end, though. Why had he lied to me? I suddenly came to my senses and searched the bookshelf.
Tama-san?
The bookshelf was double-rowed, so even the back was stuffed with books. In the back, one of the books was slanting unnaturally. It was clear something had been taken out. I remembered what that was, giving me this strange feeling. It was the night Minakami didn't come to our meeting spot. I had waited for him in this room, but he didn't come. Madame had come into the room instead. What a fool. She muttered as she took something out and left. I needed to question her about it. What did she see? What did she steal? When I stood up and turned around, surprisingly, Madame herself was standing there.
奥さん、 あなたは
Was
この本
Minakami
棚
also
から
struggling with fantasy
一体
versus
何を
reality? I
盗ん
don't
だんです
know
か
if that's the case, or if he just really didn't want to seem pathetic. It's late, so I gotta skedaddle. Guess I'll be debriefing next time. I still don't know what's going on half the time, but I'm sure I can catch up. Yeah, it'll be probably next week sometime when we play again, so you'll have some time to get debriefed. Have a good night. Sleep well, Destiny. Thank you for coming. Madame, what exactly did you steal from this bookshelf? What a fool.
あなたが水上が死んだことを知ったのは今朝じゃない。
You didn't just find out about Minakami's death this morning.
昨夜にはあなたは水上の死を知ってこの部屋に来ているはずだ。
You knew Minakami was dead last night and you came into this room. What a fool.
何を盗んだのだ。
What did you steal? Madame faced my anger head on. That calm behavior made me even more furious. Right as I took a step forward to grab her, Madame reached for her own chest. She pulled out a single book. It was Two Virgins in the Attic.
吉谷信子。
Nobuko Yoshia?
黙っていようかと思ったわ。でも伝えた方が
I thought I'd keep it to myself, but I think it would be better for Mina-san if I told you. Madame lowered her gaze as she gracefully fell to her knees. I also sat on the floor, my legs restless, and faced her again. Feeling awkward, now she unconsciously retreated. He moved along the wall and placed himself in the corner of the room. No one could escape.
あなたはミナさんのことを
What did you think of Mina-san?
ただの友達でしょ。
That he was just a friend, right?
でもね、ミナさんは違ったの。
But you know, Mina-san was different. I know, he didn't care about me at all. She suddenly handed me the Two Virgins in the Attic.
ミナさんは帝大の受験に受からなかった。去年も、そして今年も、あなたと同じ浪人生なの。
Mina-san failed the Imperial University's entrance exam last year and this year. He was a Ronin-sei, just same as you.
嘘だ。
That's a lie.
私も信じられなかった。ただ彼はその都度私に膝をついて頭を下げて言うの。
Okay, but this is not what Madam wants to talk about. Clearly,
それ。
I think anyone with reading comprehension can see that. Considering we were reminded by Professor this route. Yoshia was a lesbian, and I would assume wrote queer stories. I couldn't believe it either. Every time it happened, he would just fall to his knees, bow his head, and tell me I'm sorry. That was it.
彼が帝大の制服を着るようになったのはそれから。でも皆さんは何も言わなかったし、私も何も聞きませんでした。
He started wearing the Imperial University's uniform after that, but Mina-san said nothing about it, and I didn't ask.
どういうことですか。さっぱりわからん。
What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this. What was the point? What was the point of him lying to me? Madame fell silent.
伝えるって言ったのはあなたじゃないですか。
You're the one who said you'd tell me, right?
私も愛する人がいたの。
Yeah, that's why Madame stole the book. I've also had someone I loved. Madame suddenly stood up. She touched the back of her head with one hand and took down her hair in an instant. It was beautiful, like silk, and it almost reached the floor. That must have been her real hair. She then put her hands on her kimono. We already knew this, but possibly content warning. I don't know what there's not been anything inappropriate regarding opinions. But we kind of already knew that she was a trans woman, so I don't know, because this is a Japanese written game, what it's going to say about her. I remained speechless, unable to believe what I was seeing. A flat chest, a perfectly tightened fudonshi. She wasn't a madam, but a sir.
私は生まれながらに
女として生きねばならなかった男。
Yeah. While I was born a man, I've had to live as a woman.
この姿は私が誰と結ばれることなく
This
こ
look
の
was
大泉家を途絶えさせるための手段なのです。
a way for me to avoid marriage and end the Oizumi family line. Did Naoshi-kun not know? Naoshi-kun fell to his knees. He didn't seem to know his mother was his father either. Sir, no, Madame? Madame must have known we'd react like this. She smiled at us with an expression that seemed to be prepared for it.
けれど私は一人の人に恋をしました。私はその人と結ばれて
How?
ナオシ、あなたを産んだの。
But I fell in love with someone. I married him, and now you were born.
女中に頼んで
Oh, okay, yeah.
あなたを産んでもらったのよ。
We asked a maid, and she gave birth to you.
私の血は一滴もあなたに流れていない。なのになぜでしょうね。私とそっくりなほくろがある。
You don't have a single drop of my blood flowing through you, and yet I wonder why you have a mole just like mine.
嬉しかった。
I was happy, Madame said as she stroked her unmarked stomach in silence.
あなたを産んだのは間違いなくこの私だと世界中に行って回りたかった。
I wanted to tell the world I was the one who gave birth to you. Tears of joy welled up in the corners of her eyes.
でもあなたの父様はその女中と駆け落ちしてしまった。あなたに父様がいないのは
But your father ran off with that maid, that's why you don't have a father. Naoshi-kun hung his head, tears of emptiness falling from his wide eyes.
ここから先は私と直しのお話。タマさんにお話しすることは何もないわ。ただタマさんには知っておいてもらいたかったの。
I love that you think he's smart enough to figure this out on his own. Not that he's not smart enough. I love that you think he's mentally healthy enough to figure this out on his own, instead of just telling him. All that just now was a story about Naoshi and me. There's nothing else I need to tell you. I just wanted you to know.
世の中にはこういう感情を持って愛し合って結ばれた人がいること。
That
それ
there
だけを
are people in this world who feel this way, who love each other, who come together. That's all I wanted to tell you.
皆さんの気持ち無限にしないで。
Take Mina-san's feelings into consideration.
気持ちって
His feelings? Then...
だったらなんで水上は私を置いて
Then why did Minakami leave me behind? Suddenly, Madame took an envelope from her discarded kimono.
これは昨日の朝皆さんから渡されたお手紙。夜に読んでくれと頼まれて渡されたものよ。
This is the letter Mina-san gave me yesterday morning. He handed it to me and asked me to read it at night.
これは本来あなたの手には渡らないはずのもの。
Originally, I wasn't going to give you
お
this,
読みな
but
さい。
read it. Dear Akino Oizumi-sama, thank you for taking care of me the past 2 years, and thank you for dispelling the fears I held inside about coming to the capital with your kindness. I've hung myself from Suido Bridge today. By the time you read this, I've probably already fallen into the shadows like a teru bozu. Also, thank you for letting me borrow 2 virgins in the attic. I was finally able to remember why I am the way I am. I've hidden it way in the back of the bookcase. I found it extremely relatable, and because of that, I felt ashamed. I'm giving it back now. I'm very sorry I had to say my goodbyes through a letter. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Tamamori about this and kept this letter a secret from him as well. Sorry for being a burden to you even in my final moments.
お貸しした屋根裏の二処女は同性愛者の少女のお話。
I let him borrow 2 virgins in the attic. It's a story about homosexual young women.
私は皆さんに
あなたへの気持ちに気がついてほしかった。だからこの本を貸したのです。だから皆さんを殺したのは
I wanted Mina-san to realize his feelings for you. That's why I let him borrow this book. That's why I may have killed Mina-san. Madame fell to her knees and shed tears.
私が彼に罪悪を覚えさせてしまったのかもしれません。
I may have made him feel guilty.
ごめんなさい。黙っていようと思ったのは私の保身のためだったのかもしれません。ごめんなさい。
Oh. It wasn't like we didn't have confirmation before, but having it from somebody that was closer to him hits a little different. I'm sorry, I thought I'd keep it from you. It may have been to protect myself, though. I'm sorry. Her hair and her hands touched the floor. She cried as if she were begging me for her life. My voice wouldn't come out. I couldn't get the thoughts in my head to turn either. I made up my mind to open my mouth, but no sound louder than the rain came out. All I could say was Minakami wasn't the kind of man who would die for something like that. There had to be a reason. There was absolutely no way the reason Minakami died was over a discrepancy between his gender and sexuality. Naoshi-kun stood up at that moment. Disgusting.
気持ち悪いよ。何それ。
You're disgusting. What the hell?
何それ。あんた何なの？
Seriously, what's wrong with you? You tricked me?
ナオシ、聞いて。
Naoshi, listen.
あんたこの前僕を引っ叩いたよね。学校へ行きなさいとか言って。常識を学べってさ。
Every person in this visual novel needs therapy, but we're not gonna get that. You've slapped me before, right? You told me to go to school. You told me to learn some common sense.
ナオシ。
常識外れてんのはあんたじゃん。この変態。
Not gonna read it. I don't agree with what Naoshi-kun is saying.
ナオシ君、やめろ。
Naoshi-kun, stop.
だっておかしいじゃん。男が男を好きになるなんて。
Not gonna read what Naoshi-kun is saying again. I don't agree with it. I don't want my voice... I don't want to say it. Naoshi-kun ran out. Madame lowered her lifted face once again and shed tears of a different hue.
ナオシ君、待ってくれ。
Naoshi-kun, wait.
ついてくんなよ。
Don't follow me.
ナオシ君。
Once I caught him in the garden, I forced him under my umbrella. As Naoshi-kun's eyes looked across the sky, he suddenly burst into laughter.
あの人おかしい。
Oh, we have a poor little gay boy having a hard time with feelings. Another one in the game filled with them. They're so weird. Totally weird.
おかしい。
Weird.
ナオシ。
Naoshi-kun.
だからなのかな。あんな人
I don't know if anything resembling therapy existed in Japan in the 1920s. True.
おかしいのかな。
That must be why. It's because I've been around someone like that. Is that why I'm weird too?
ナオシ君。
He shook my arm off, but he froze in that spot.
僕川瀬さんのこと
Oh.
本当に好きだったんだよ。2年前からずっとだよ。
I really did love Kawase-san for 2 years, the whole time.
川瀬さんの真剣な顔
I liked Kawase-san's stoic face.
かっこよかった。タマさんなんかと。
He was cool, unlike you, Tama-san.
なのに僕川瀬さんのこと
Oh boy. And yet I did those things to him.
ガブローシュになりたかっただけなのに川瀬さんを
Oh, I just wanted to be like Gavroche. But Kawase-san. Naoshi-kun seemed like he was going to collapse. I immediately discarded my umbrella and held him up. His body shook with sobs. It was no longer from the cold of this rain.
女の子になりたかったよ。
I wanted to be a girl. If he had been a girl, now Shikun probably never would have dreamed of Les Miserables. He wouldn't have admired Gavroche. He'd probably have a girl's dream.
私は今のままでも君は幸せになれると思う。
I think you can be happy the way you are now.
男女でなくとも幸せになれると思う。
I think you can be happy whether you're a man or a woman. Now Shikun pushed me away.
じゃあタマさん、ミナさんのこと受け入れられる？
Okay, Tama-san, then can you accept Mina-san?
できる。
I can. He slapped me.
適当なこと言うなよ。好きってなんだと思ってんの？抱きたいってことだよ。抱かれたいってことなんだよ。
You're full of shit. What do you think love is? It's wanting to hold someone. It's wanting to be held back, right?
気持ち悪いだろ。ブ男のくせにさ。
Ad break. Oh, I came in at a very awkward moment. Hi, we're having gay panic and also, yeah, just gay panic. But like sad gay panic. Not, wow, they're hot gay panic. More like, I can't believe I'm gay panic. Quite the scene to arrive in. It's disgusting, isn't it? I'm such an ugly
君
man.
は可愛い。
Kawaii.
川瀬に恋する君は可愛かった。
The you in love with Kawase was cute.
あんたにそんなこと言われても。
Hearing that from you doesn't make me happy at all.
分かってる。君が川瀬一人の肯定が欲しいってことは。だから誰に否定されても諦めない方がいい。
I know. The only validation you want is from Kawase. That's why you shouldn't give up, no matter who disapproves.
意味わかんないんですけど。
I don't know what you mean.
たった一人に振り向いてもらえればそれで満足なんだろ。
As long as you're able to make one person notice you, you can be happy, right?
気持ち悪いなんて責めるなよ。君の何が気持ち悪い？どうして間違ってると思うんだ。その意識はどこから来る？
Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't call yourself disgusting. How are you disgusting? Why do you think you're making a mistake? Where does that awareness come from?
何千何億って人たちに否定され続けてきたことだからだろ。
Hundreds of millions of people may continue to disapprove of an unproductive and fruitless love, of an error of humankind that would completely ruin both people. I think now Shikun has probably lost his shot with Kawase, probably. That's what I had thought too. It's what I thought even now. But I couldn't help but think Madame's tears were beautiful.
タマさん、どこ行くの？
Tama-san, where are you going?
田舎見に会いに行く。最後にお願いなんだが、君が川瀬を救ってやってくれないか？
I'm going to see Minakami. This is my final request. Save Kawase for me.
今あいつに必要なのは親友だから。
What he needs right now is a friend.
はあ？どんな顔すれば許されると思う？許されるわけないだろ。僕が何もかもぶっ壊したのにさ。
What kind of face do you think I'd have to make to earn his forgiveness? There's no way he'd forgive me. I ruined everything.
許してもらえるよ。君が川瀬の罪を許せるなら。
He'll forgive you as long as you forgive Kawase for his sins.
本当に皆さんのところに行くの？
You're really going to see Mina-san?
ああ、
死ぬってこと？
You mean by dying?
すべてをやり直すのだ。
I'll do it all over again.
できるわけないじゃ
There's no way you can.
ん。やっぱあんたバカなんだね。
You really are stupid.
初めて会った時からずっと思ってたよ。
I've always thought so, ever since we first met. Right at that moment, the screws on my glasses came loose. Now Shikun finally gave me his usual smile. I knew I couldn't fool him the entire time. He was right, I was a hopeless fool. Right in front of now Shikun's arrogant face, I jumped into a puddle. When I suddenly looked around, I was on the streetcar. A passenger got off, leaving a seat open. As soon as I hurriedly sat down, the car filled up. The next thing I knew, Kawase was sitting in the seat closest to the front. He didn't seem to notice me. He was probably heading to that cafe by Conda Bridge again. He seemed to be reading a reference book with a serious look on his face. He calmly turned the page and scribbled on it with a fountain pen. Why would you do that? Why would you write in your books? Whatever. Eventually the streetcar stopped. When an elderly woman got on, Kawase immediately stood up and turned away. It didn't matter if it was an old woman, a child, or an adult. He would give up his seat without a second thought. Even though it wasn't a competition, it felt like I had lost somehow. So I also stood up from my seat and approached him.
Kawase.
Whoa, Tamamori-kun.
うわってなんだうわって。これからカフェに行くんだろ
What was that for? You're going to the cafe, right?
そうだけど
That's right, he said, closing his book and putting it in his pocket.
どうした私を気にせず受験勉強を続けろ
What? Don't mind me. Keep studying for the exam.
気が散るんだよ君といると
I'm so glad I'm not the only one burdened with the knowledge that he sees him in an unplatonic way. Now, because now I'm not the only one that's like, am I supposed to read into that? I get distracted when you're around.
で君は何しに行くの
So why are you going?
もちろん私もジャズを聴きながら勉強をするためだ
I'm also going to study while listening to some jazz, of course.
その脇に抱えてる封筒は何原稿用紙だと思うけど
What's that envelope you're holding under your arm? I think it's paper for a manuscript. Bullseye. Kawase suddenly smiled.
まあいいんじゃない俺さ玉森くんが原稿に向かってる姿結構好きだよ
Well, fine by me. I rather like watching you while you work on your manuscripts. This is a memory. Is Tamamori gonna realize something? Or is he just gonna be like, nah, he's just like that? Because you just found out your other best friend was in love with you. Like, really in love with you. I have to go for supper. Oh no! Catch you later. I will keep streaming until you come back, and I will let you know what you've missed. Actually, mark on the stream, mark in Discord where you leave, so that you can watch that section of stream again. 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 50 seconds. There. And then we'll mark when you come back, so you don't miss, you can rewatch it later.
こんなくだらないことにも真剣になれる人がいるんだなって
Kawase, shut up. I think to myself, so there really are people who can take something so stupid seriously, huh?
褒めてるのか
Are you complimenting me?
褒めてるよ俺にしては珍しくね俺と同じ気持ちになりたいならアリを観察してみなよ
I'm complimenting you. That's rare for me. If you want to understand how I feel, try watching some ants.
それって私が頑張り屋ということかアリはちょこまかと働き者だからな
Are you saying I'm a hard worker? Ants are tireless workers after all.
君ってやつはまあいいか
You're something else. Well, whatever. 7th jump. We've had a lot of jumps today. Rain fell in drops from the gray sky. I blinked several times from behind my glasses and then finally jumped up. This wasn't the time for sleep. There was a lot of things I wanted to ask Minakami when I saw him. He'd be leaving Umebachido around now, so if I headed to Toyo Cinema, I'd definitely run into him. Heading to Toyo Cinema and catching him there would probably be my best bet. As soon as I tried to run, my legs shook and I fell. What's going on? Even my head was spinning. My vision swirled when I stared ahead. I leaned against the fence out of reflex, realizing it was unusually difficult to breathe. Now what's happening? Suddenly, a roaring rumble came rushing toward me. I should have been used to these earthquakes by now, but in my current state, it made me want to run. It was like it was telling me to give up on it all. How much easier would it be to just give up now? But you're not going to! I got off the streetcar at Jinbocho and headed for Toya Cinema as fast as I could. At least that's what I wanted to do. But I continued to run awkwardly through the rain as I fell and gasped for breath over and over again. When I arrived at Toyo Cinema, it was empty, as expected. Everyone must have been inside already. As soon as I stepped into the lobby, I immediately lost consciousness. My blunder led to falling head first, the impact waking me up again. My hands looked as if there were 2 or 3 more of them swirling around. Was it my brain doing it? Or my eyes? I had no time to find the answer.
お兄さんはお客さん?
Are you a guest, Oni-san?
客じゃないなら帰ってくれます?
If you're not a guest, could you leave?
金の亡者だな、君は。
You're a slave to money, huh? Still on the ground, I sluggishly pulled out my coin purse. He rushed over just at seeing the shine on the clasp.
これを全部君にやる。だから頼みがある。おかっぱ頭の糸目の男をここへ呼んできてほしい。
I'll give it all to you, so do me a favor. I want you to tell a man with a kappa haircut and squinty eyes to come out here.
おうよ、任せて。
God, it leave it to me. After counting my money with his grubby hands, he gave me a cheerful smile. What the? He's actually pretty handsome.
なんて言ったら伝わりま
What
す?
should I tell him?
メガネの男が倒れていると。
A man in glasses has passed out. He beat his chest, then went inside. I finally felt some relief, but I didn't want Minakami to see me like this. I stood up using the wall and walked toward a chair. But once I got to it, I couldn't lift my hips from the wall, so I leaned against it and slid down. When had my body become so useless? He came back in a hurry.
糸目のお兄さん、俺の呼びかけに全く反応してくれないんすけど。
I called out to that squinty-eyed fellow, but he didn't react at all.
何?
Well, he's reading a manuscript right now.
活動を見るっていうより、なんか原稿を読んでるみたいだった。
He seemed to be reading a manuscript instead of watching the movie.
暗いのにちゃんと読めてるとは思えないな。
It's dark, so I don't think he can read it very well, though.
このメガネを持ってもう一度言ってくれ。玉森が来ていると。そういえばいつも。
Take these glasses and try going again. Tell him Tamamori is here. If you tell him that, even he'll...
悪いけど、さすがに2度目はいけないよ。
Sorry, I can't go in a second
お客さん
time.
だしさ。
He's a guest too, you know.
じゃあ私が行く。
Then I'll go. I gathered all my strength and somehow managed to stand up. Not wanting to be so clumsy in front of someone younger than me was my last bit of pride. He stood in my way and held out the palm of his hand for some reason.
30銭だよ。
That'll be 30 sen. Huh?
中に入るんなら券を買ってもらわないと。
If you're going inside, you'll have to buy a ticket.
だからさっきの金で。
So use the money from earlier.
さっきのは俺の行動代だろ。券の料金は別途っすよ。
That was my fee, right? The ticket is separate. He was a true ogre. A genuine cheapskate. But he was smaller than me. If I were to force my way through, I could probably push him down with one hand.
お兄さん、相当貧弱だね。ちゃんと体鍛えてる？
You're pretty weak. Don't you work out?
それとこれとは関係ないだろ。私は今意識が朦朧としているのだ。
That has nothing to do with this. I'm about to pass out.
言い訳かよ。貧乏人。
Now you're making excuses. Weak. Shit. This brat is gonna make me
お
cry.
客さん連れ出せとかさ。お兄さんちょっと怪しいな。
Trying to drag out a guest is kinda sketchy, Oni-san.
おまわり呼ぼうかな。
Why don't I call the police?
クソガキ。
Damn, brat. Even under normal circumstances, I was easy to tease, and yet he was harassing me now, at my weakest? Maybe if I cried, even this brat would feel guilty. No. It was all up to me, at that moment. Minakami ran out from the theater. He rushed up to me when he saw me crawling on the ground.
どうして
Why are you here?
なんで
Why? He seemed awfully shaken up. I grabbed Minakami's arm with my own and leaned against him, somehow managing to stand.
みなかみ、来い。
Minakami, come with me.
いいから来い。
Just come with me. I was going to gallantly take him by the hand and force him into a taxi with me. We would go as far as my money would allow. At least that was the plan. I thought I had grabbed his hand and started to walk, but I had fallen to my knees again. My head was pounding, but I hadn't learned my lesson yet, so I stood up and collapsed again. I had no choice but to accept there was something wrong with me. Minakami turned me toward him, then gently rested his head against my forehead.
熱が出てる。
You have a fever.
気づかなかったのか？
You didn't notice?
どうってことない。
It's no big deal.
そうは行くか。早く病院に。
Seriously? Quick, I'll take you to the hospital.
病院は絶対に嫌だ。
There's no way I'm going to the hospital. When I tried to shake him off, I lost my strength and ended up leaning against him. This was insane.
そこの君、タクシーを呼んでくれないか？
別料金だけど。
It's going to be another fee, okay? Oh, sorry. You there. Call a taxi. I totally forgot to read it out loud. Sorry.
いくらでもやる。
I'll give you however much you want. Stop, Minakami. He'll rob you blind. I wanted to tell him that, but my eyes were getting heavier. The ringing in my ears grew distant. My consciousness drifted away to somewhere deeper than the depths of sleep. That's not good. A speck of light appeared in the empty darkness. A tail of light was drawn out from that speck as it crawled by. It wrapped around another speck of light and became slightly larger. 2 specks, then 3 specks accumulated more light, gradually becoming a vast Milky Way. For some reason, it really made me want to drink Kauspi. It was a dream. When I suddenly opened my eyes, I was greeted by a familiar ceiling. I felt hot, and that's when I noticed I was tucked into a futon up to my chin. I recognized the worn-out feel of my old futon.
ここは奥さんの家だ。
This is Madame's house.
ずっと寝ていた。
You've been sleeping the whole time. The shoji was shut tight, so I couldn't hear the sound of the wind and rain. All the clock on the wall could tell me was that it was night. I can read, I swear. After 4.5 hours, I should be able to read. I tried to get up, but my head was still spinning and foggy.
薬がある。
I have medicine.
ほら。
Here. He handed me some powder and water. When I choked on the powder I had accidentally inhaled, Minakami silently rubbed my back.
病院に連れて行こうとも迷ったんだが、どうだ？
I wasn't sure if I should take you to the hospital or not, but how about it?
平気だ。
I'm fine. I suddenly lost the strength in my fingertips and the cup fell to the floor. Unconcerned, Minakami immediately cleaned it up with a hand towel.
気づけなくて悪かったな。
Sorry, I didn't notice.
もう少し横になれ。結構いい薬だが、眠るに越したことは。
Lie down a little longer. It's pretty good medicine, but nothing is better than sleep.
聞かないのか。
You're not gonna ask?
なんで私が。
Why I came to see you?
知りたいな。
I wanna know.
けど今は話せる状況じゃないだろう。
But now's not the time for talking. He uncrossed his legs and got to his knees.
どこに行くんだ？
Where are you going?
読み物だ。
To read.
ここで読めばよかろう。
You can read here, can't you? He played it off with a wry smile. He narrowed his already squinty eyes, then stood up. When he opened the shoji, the sound of the rain beating against the glass doors came in. It made me unbelievably anxious. Still lying down, I grabbed Minakami's leg. I clung to him like he was a lifeline in a violent current. That was how ridiculously desperate I looked.
玉森。
これ以上私に恥をかかせる気か。
Are you trying to humiliate me even more? Perhaps I had gotten through to him because Minakami gently closed the shoji. Trying to make it up to me, he knelt next to me and gave me a smile.
病人そっちのけで読書とは正気を疑うぞ。
I highly doubt you'd ignore a sick person just to read.
ともあれ、いつも通りの玉森だ。
Anyway, you're back to your old self. Whose fault do you think it is that I've had to put up this front? After I drank the small amount of water left in the cup, I handed it back to Minakami.
今日会う知人とは一体誰だったんだ？
Who was that acquaintance you went to see today?
古い友人だよ。そう言っただろ。
An old friend, I told you that, right?
名前は？
What's his name?
わからない。
I don't know.
冗談言うな。名前もわからないのに会う気になるか？普通。
Now that he's finally had it explained to him, I'm gonna beat my head in. Okay, Stop joking around. Even if I don't know his name, I'm still gonna wonder who you met up with. That's normal. Minakami pulled the white-haired boy from inside his bag. That was Kyusaku Yumeno's first work.
この本に手紙が挟まっていたんだ。
There was a letter slipped into this book.
それと今日の活動の件もな。
That and today's movie ticket. I used Minakami's carelessness to my advantage and snatched the book away from him. Wait!
うるさい。
Shut up! I pushed Minakami away by the shoulder, then pulled the letter out of the book. The letters were stained with water from the rain. I'll tell you, the end of the story was written on it in terrible handwriting.
意味がわからん。
I don't understand.
俺もわからない。けど俺はそれが気になって仕方なかったんだ。
I didn't get it either, but it made me curious. I couldn't help it. Either way, whoever had written this letter knew all about Minakami's peculiar disposition. My anger flared at how easily he'd gone along with it. Minakami getting excited by something like this made him look ridiculous. I ripped the letter to shreds.
原稿は今どこにある？
Where's the manuscript now?
原稿？原稿なんて
How did
なん
you...
でお前が知って？
Manuscript? How did you know about the manuscript? Minakami fell silent at my gaze. I was the one who wanted to be left speechless, though.
私は時間を何度も繰り返してきた。
I've come back in time over and over
来たの
again.
だ。
I've come from 3 days in the future.
信じられないだろう。私だって信じられない。お前が人生の最後に旧作を選ぶなんて。
You don't believe me, do you? Even I don't believe it. I can't believe you choose Kyusaku for the end of your life.
どうして？
How...
言ってるだろう。私は繰り返してるって。
I told you, I've gone back over and over again.
もう数えきれないくらい。
You've died so many times. You weren't murdered.
お前が生きるのをやめたんだよ。
You end your own life. The whole time, I'd only thought about Minakami surviving. Each time, I'd searched for a reason to stop myself. But each time, I'd only found reasons to keep going.
私はお前がいないとダメなんだ。
The gay admissions! Woo! It's about dang time we're 17, 18 hours into this stupid visual novel. Stupid, in a parentheses, lovingly. Ah, I can't live without you.
お前が死んでから何もかもめちゃくちゃなんだ。
When you die, nothing makes sense. I grabbed both his arms.
嘘でも何でもいい。私ももう何も聞かない。だからこの3日間だけ一緒にいてくれ。
I cannot do a good enough job reading this off as Tamamori's voice actor is doing, voicing it. You can lie to me as much as you want. I won't ask you for anything else. So just for these 3 days, stay with me.
玉森。
絶対に何も聞かないから。
I won't ask you anything ever again. Minakami gently brushed my hands away. Those eyes were as kind as ever. To me, though, that was more painful than him glaring at me. Right. Of course that was his answer.
どうせ私は気狂いだよ。
Either way, I'm insane.
幻覚と会話する気狂いだ。今だってもう操りきれないのだ。
Talking to my hallucinations makes me insane. I can't control them anymore. He became a goldfish. The cat was watching him from the gap in the sliding door, his tail swaying.
お前の
Your faces. I'm gonna be eaten.
食べられるぞ。顔を隠さないと。
I need to cover my face.
大丈夫だ。
Don't worry.
俺の顔だ。
It's my face. He took my hand and placed it on his cheek. His face was cold, but when he smiled, it had just a little warmth. Ah, he's alive. My hallucination eventually faded and the original scenery returned.
お前は熱を出すといつも俺を金魚と勘違いするな。
You mistake me for a goldfish every time you have a fever.
本当に金魚になるから。
It's because you really turn into a goldfish.
どこが似てるんだ。
How are we even similar?
そのどこを見てるかわからぬ目だ。
It's those eyes. I can't tell where they're looking. Minakami's cheeks relaxed again. It really was better when Minakami was smiling. I reached my hand out even further and tucked his hair behind his ear. I could see his face better this way. But Minakami gently removed my hand.
落ち着いたか。
Have you calmed down?
これもまだ幻覚なんじゃないか。
This isn't still a hallucination?
そうかもしれないな。
It might be.
現実だって証明する方法を俺は知らない。でもこれが幻覚だって証明する方法もない。
I don't know how to prove this is reality, but I don't know how to prove this is a hallucination either.
好きな方に生きればいいよ。
You should live whichever way you like.
私は現実がいい。だからお前も私と一緒に目を覚ませ。
I feel like I'm not qualified to read this scene out. It's so soft, it's gonna make me vomit. So I'm gonna shut up, except for when I need to scream periodically, and, make sure my microphone is working so you guys can hear me. I'm not qualified for this scene, so I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna give plenty of time to read it, and then I don't know, I'm gonna eat my own fist and jump off a bridge, so... Either way, so if you're only listening and you want to pay attention, now is the time to get your reading skills on. Gurgling noises. I can't, it's... I should have expected that there were going to be scenes like this in the actual route because, like, I play a lot of visual novels. I play a lot of otome games. I have obviously been playing a lot of BL games recently. And there's always, like, scenes that, like, you know when you read, like, a fluffy fanfic and it feels like your heart is going to explode into shrapnel that just destroys you and everything you love in the most positive way. In the most positive way. I cannot stress that enough. There's always scenes like that. I don't know why I was like, I'm gonna be able to read these scenes out loud. No, I'm not. I'm gonna literally lose my mind. So we're gonna just listen to the voice acting because, oh my god. Okay. I'll read the stuff that's not voiced. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? I want to wake up from this nightmare.
私をもう
Don't leave me alone anymore. Don't run away from me. I'm fine as long as you're here. I pressed my head against his chest. I could hear the peaceful sound of his beating heart. I noticed it was calm. I'm sick of your fantasies. I thought your stories were shit. I've had enough. You're the one who's crazy. Tears overflowed. He probably thought I was just some overly dramatic fool. Filled with disgust, I couldn't stop crying.
玉森。
言わないでくれ。もう何も。
人の命は短いよ。 死ぬも生きるも同じくらい一瞬の出来事で、遠くから見れば光の点滅みたいなものだ。
I couldn't help looking at his face. He was giving me his usual smile.
生と死があるように、物語はすべて2つの側面がある。右手と左手とか、広く言えば善と悪とかな。それは人にも言えるんだ。人が有限の存在なら、その反対に無限の時間を生きる存在もいる。俺の家に伝わる水の妖怪の話だ。
This was the first time Minakami had ever told me a fantasy story like this.
橋姫は雨の降るうちにだけ現れる。
Here's where our lore drop from earlier comes in, guys.
橋姫に目をかけられた者は、その力を譲られて時間を遡ることができるんだ。
Those favored by a Hashihime are given her powers and are able to go back in time. That, right now, was happening to me.
信じてくれるか？
信じられるよ。だってそうやってここにいるんだから。
I had seen things I didn't want to see. I knew things I didn't want to know. I had made an effort to understand them. I had killed someone. I had betrayed others. I had done all that, and now the reality I wanted was right before my eyes.
お前が嘘つきでもいいよ。私はバカだから、きっと騙し通せるさ。頼む。私の親友でいてくれ。行かないでくれ。
I don't know if that's how that translates properly, but we're gonna go with it.
玉森、ありがとう。
Minakami smiled. He pushed me away. At some point, he had grabbed a pen. He aimed it at his... No! He aimed it at his own neck and stabbed without hesitation.
Minakami!
Why? Why, Minakami?
Minakami!
I tried to pull his hand away, but he wouldn't let go. It was as if his hand were glued to the pen. The blood, his life force, wouldn't stop. Once Minakami finally slumped over, the gushing blood formed a pool.
奥さん、誰か助けてくれ!
Why? Why?
なんで?
Why? Why didn't you choose me? I'd felt this way. I'd cried so much. So why? You... I stole the notebook from Minakami's bag, then opened the shoji and jumped into the garden. I needed to go back in time right away. I jumped into a puddle, but aside from my shoes getting dirty, nothing around me changed. Splashing, I jumped and jumped over and over again. The ground caved in and became even muddier. I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back. Eventually, I cried myself to exhaustion and crouched down in the puddle. What was different this time? What was different from before?
Tama-san!
Madame saw Minakami's dead body and collapsed. What happened here?
ごめんなさい。私がMinakamiを止められなかったせいです。
You...
Minakamiを助けたいんです。でも戻れなくて。どうしたらいいか。もうわからないんです。
rushed up to me and forcefully grabbed my arms. Her eyes were terrifying. I shook my head like a child. The strength was the strength. This really was the strength of a man. She dragged me from the garden and forced me into the hallway. She then grabbed me by the shoulders, lifted me up, and shook me hard.
よく聞きなさい。今のあなたに橋姫はついていない。
She knows. Listen carefully, you aren't possessed by the Hashihime right now.
橋姫は過去の主を優先するの。だからもう一人の自分を探して力を取り戻しなさい。
So he really does have to kill his old self. It is necessary, and you can tell by the gleam in his eyes. Hashihime prioritize their hosts from the past. That's why you need to find your other self and get her powers back. I don't understand. Had I gone to another world again? Yeah, a laugh came out. My cheek was suddenly smacked at full strength.
何も教わっていないのね。
No one told you anything, did they?
奥さんはどうして？
Madame, how do you... Madame grabbed me by the collar and threw me into the garden like she would the cat.
何者なんですか？
Who are you?
早く行きなさい。
Hurry up and go.
信じます。疑う気持ちなんてありません。だから。
I believe you. I have absolutely no doubts. That's why...
私はただ理解したいだけなんです。
I just want to understand.
行きなさい。
Go.
教えてください。お願いします。
Please tell me. Please. A month ago, on a day like this, Madame had kicked me out of her home. She had scurried into my room, then thrown my manuscripts and books into the garden.
私もかつて橋姫に目をかけられていました。
I've also been favored by a Hashihime before.
大泉家が祀っていたのは水道橋の橋姫。
The Oizumi family worshipped the Hashihime of Suido Bridge. Suido Bridge? That Suido Bridge?
そして皆さん、いえ、水前寺君の家は16教の橋姫を祀っていました。
Mina-san, no, Suizenji-kun's family worshipped the Hashihime of Juroku Bridge.
何なんですか？
What are you...
橋姫と誰がいつそのような名をつけたのかはわかりません。
Hashihime, I don't
それ
know
は各地に存在して
who gave them that name or when,
同じ制約を有しているの。
but they each exist and have the same restrictions. Restraints?
橋姫の力は他人のために利用してはならないのです。
A Hashihime's powers must not be used to help others.
橋姫の目があるうちに他者を救えば災いが起きる。
If someone with the eyes of a Hashihime saves another, chaos will ensue.
橋姫ってやつは
Hashihime are... With a calm expression, Madame approached Minakami's side and touched his hair.
一度でも橋姫に目をかけられた者は橋姫の推移をその目で見ることができる。
Those favored by a Hashihime even once can see the changes from a Hashihime in front of their eyes. In others through their eyes.
あなたたちが初めてこの家に来たとき、私にはあなたの目が青く見えた。
The first time you two came to this house, your eyes looked blue to
橋姫に
me.
目をかけられている証拠。
That was the proof you'd been possessed by a Hashihime.
でもなぜあなたに橋姫が
But why did the Hashihime choose you? Even I didn't know.
何も知らないということは何も聞かされていないということ。
If you don't know
皆さん
anything
にも
about
話
it,
したくない事情があったのね。
you were probably never told about it either. Mina-san must have had his reasons for not wanting to talk about it. I've also had someone I loved. I wanted Mina-san to realize his feelings for you. So... Madame has been favored. And assuming that Tamamori has had this issue trademark, has been possessed by Hashihime since they came to Madame's house, I would assume it's because he's possessed by the Hashihime of Juroku Bridge instead of Suido Bridge, which I guess has implications because Minakami's family worships the one at Juroku. Take Minasan's feelings into consideration. What's...
なんなのだこいつ
What's with this guy?
まさか自分のために私が走ってると思ってるのか
No way. Do you think I was running around like this for him? What an absolute fool. I showered Minakami's dead body with obnoxious laughter.
全部私のためだよ誰のためじゃないお前を救うつもりなんかこれっぽっちもない
It was all for me, not for anyone else. I wasn't trying to save you at all.
私がお前に
You... I ran off, stumbling across the swaying ground. Sometimes it felt like I was getting caught in mud, but as long as I looked forward, I could make steady progress. I wouldn't rely on anyone anymore. I'd show them that I could save him on my own. When I arrived at Umebachido, I was lying flat on the floor facing a manuscript. My hand didn't rest. The only time I blinked was in the moment he turned a page. He corrected his mistakes sloppily, layering black ink with more black ink. When my shadow fell over the manuscript, I lifted my face, annoyed.
なんだ貴様はなぜ私と同じ顔をしている
Who are you? Why do you have the same face as me?
私は未来から来たお前だ80万年後でも1000年後でもないたった3日後から来たのだ
Not 800,000 or even 1,000 years from now. I've come from just 3 days in the future.
ふざけたことを気でも違ってるんじゃないか
Nonsense, are you crazy or something?
私が愚かであることは認めよう口で言っても融通の利かないバカだと分かっている
I admit I'm a fool. I know I'm too stupid to listen to what anyone has to say. So I'll prove to you that I've come from 3 days in the future. When I touched me, he vanished with a splash and a spray of water. A puddle spread at my feet. Feeling slightly larger, I teetered toward a bookshelf and leaned against it relieved. Why was I in such a hurry? Why was I so relieved? The reality was that I couldn't fix anything. Wasn't this how things were supposed to be? Being this worked up meant I had really lost all sense of morals. It was an easy sacrifice. I ran out of Umebachido again. When my eyes suddenly opened, I was on the streetcar. I was the only passenger. Really, the only one. The streetcar stopped, but no one seemed to be getting on. Apparently, it had hit a stray cat. I couldn't believe the streetcar had stopped for a single cat. The residents of Jinbocho sure were good people. Bored, I crossed my arms and scratched my dry elbows. Though, in this situation, I wondered who exactly the dead cat would curse. The first thing that came to mind was this town. The rail extended down the middle of the street, consequently creating a system that wouldn't allow wild animals to cross to the opposite side. But the cat had most likely been born and raised here, so that first thought was dismissed. Second was the streetcar conductor. He was up front, keeping a watchful eye, and although he could avoid people, he hadn't been able to save a cat. But once again, even if the cat couldn't understand human language, I figured just ringing the bell would be enough effort on the conductor's part. Then, the third candidate for revenge was me. Why was this streetcar driving through Jinbocho and Nishikicho Riverside in the first place? To carry me from station to station. The streetcar probably would have run over the cat whether I was here or not. I assumed anyway. But I'd stopped the streetcar. I'd gotten on. If I hadn't taken the time to pay the fare, it wouldn't have overlapped with the moment the cat crossed the rail. Rest in peace. 8th time's the charm, maybe. Maybe. It had just begun to rain. It fell in drops from the gray sky. My headache and dizziness had died down, but the pain in my joints remained. I lifted my body more carefully than I had until now, then clung with my hands to the doors of Umebachido.
おかえりなさい.
Welcome back. Ignoring the shopkeeper, I headed toward the bath. I washed Minakami's blood from under my nails and between my fingers. I glanced at my arms. There was blood all the way up to my elbows. These were the hands of a murderer. After finishing up, I filled a bucket with water. The changes from a Hashihime can be seen through their eyes. Your eyes looked blue to me. The monochrome surface of the water shook violently, distorting my face. I got scared and smacked the bucket away. I no longer had a way to check.
店主、ただいま戻りました。
Boss, I'm back.
はい。
Okay. I heard the sound of me coming back. I readjusted my top, left the bathroom, and slowly followed after him.
相変わらず雑だな。
Crude as usual, I see.
みなかみ、ちょうどよかったな。私も今帰ったところだ。
Minakami, what good timing. I just got back.
ちょうどよかった。
Yeah, perfect timing.
またお前の言う通り雨が降ったぞ。おかげでほとんど濡れずに済んだ。
It's raining again, just like you said it would. Thanks to you, I didn't get very wet.
そうか。
I see.
どうした？なんだか元気がないな。
What's wrong? You seem kinda down.
いや、金魚を素手で掴むなよ。
I mean, it's just... Don't grab your goldfish with your bare hands. So he'd even seen me doing that, huh?
金魚屋の親父だってそうしてただろう。
The old man at the goldfish shop told me to do it that way.
でもかわいそうだ。
But I feel bad for it.
なんだ？私に文句があるのか？
What, you got a problem with it?
文句というか、金魚飼育の助言というか。
Not really a problem, more like advice on how to take care of your goldfish.
金魚屋の親父がこれでいいと言ったからそうしたまでだ。
I only did it because the old man at the goldfish shop told me it was okay to do it that way.
売り物の金魚もいっぱい死んでただろ
And a bunch of the goldfish he'd sold you have probably died, right?
ああ、なんでだろうな。
Yeah, I wonder why.
う。どうした？今日はやけに気が立ってるな。
What's wrong? You're all worked up today.
まるで川瀬みたいに横暴だ。
You're being a tyrant like Kawase.
真面目くさって。
Stick it in the mud. I spat as I turned around. That was when the palm of my hand silently slammed into that stupid as ever face. Minakami unwrapped the cloth he had brought with him and pulled out some books. He took out a few books and returned them to the shelf slowly enough to make me yawn. Once Minakami had finished returning all 20 books he'd borrowed, he bent back and looked along the shelves. Then he let out a distant sigh full of a sense of accomplishment.
一段落ついてしまったかな。
I guess I've reached a stopping point.
Hmm?
What's wrong? I guess I was watching him too closely. I took my hand from my chin and buried it in my sleeve.
考え事をしていてな。
I was just thinking.
この後空いてるか？
Are you free after this?
すまん。今日はテートに古い友人が来ているんだ。
Sorry, an old friend is coming to the capital today. I'm off to meet up with him.
その穴埋めというわけじゃないけど。
This won't make up for it, but... Minakami said as he handed me the last book left in his hand. It was Kiyosaki Yumeno's Dogma Magra.
暇なら読んでくれ。読み終わったら商品として並べてくれて構わない。新作だから高値をつけてもいいんじゃないか？
Read it if you have time. Once you're done with it, I don't mind if you add it to your lineup. It's new, so you can charge more for it.
もう読んだ。
I've already read it.
あ、そうか。
I
じゃあ棚に入れてしまおう。
see. I'll just put it on the shelf then. Even though he could pick up on my mood, he still slipped it onto the shelf.
というのは置いといて。実はいいものを持ってきたんだ。
Well, putting that aside, I've actually brought you something good. Minakami pulled out a ticket for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He waved it in front of me and smiled as if he were still seeking direction.
奥さんから招待券をいただいたんだ。ご婦人方は怪奇映画に興味がないそうだ。
Madame gave me the tickets. It would seem that ladies have no interest in horror films.
一緒に。
Let's go ticket. Before he could finish speaking, I stuffed the ticket into my pocket.
そうすると思ったよ。それじゃあ明日の夜東洋キネマで待ち合わせだ。
I figured you'd do that. Alright, let's meet at Toyo Cinema tomorrow night.
ああ。
Sure. Minakami folded his cloth and stuffed it in his bag, then put on his still damp mantle. Once he had stepped outside, he turned around as if he had something to say. He knit his brows, but immediately hid that behind the edge of his umbrella, too. Then, like a falling leaf, he swiftly passed by and disappeared. Minakami was gone. All that remained was the sound of the rain. I crumpled the ticket in my pocket with a sigh. I put on the black coat I had hidden next to me, after coughing from the dust that gently drifted up it. I went after him. I didn't take an umbrella. He headed straight for Toyo Cinema and entered the lobby. I followed him from behind and calmly sat down in the chair next to him. He stopped an employee to buy some caramels, then read the ingredients on the back of the box. I watched him from the side as 3 caramels melted in my mouth. Soon after, the caramel seller announced that the show was starting. Minakami stood up and was sucked into the theater. It was quiet. Last time, Haruhiko-san had challenged me to a game of Go. The frogman had watched us closely. Every once in a while, he would look at me as if he were jealous. They were surely inside of me. It was so quiet, but the only thing I could think about was Minakami. Partway through the film, the door opened, and he rushed out without noticing me. I grabbed his hand and immediately snatched the envelope from his side. At the same time, I removed the hood covering my face.
古い友人には会えたか?
Were you able to see your old friend?
物語の最後は
Do you know the end of the story?
Tamamori.
Minakami was getting flustered.
どうしてここが?
Why are you here?
なんで?
Why? He seemed pretty shaken up.
言い当ててやろう.
Let me guess.
これはお前が敬愛する夢の旧作の新作だ.
This is the latest work by your beloved Kyusaku Yumeno.
返してくれ.
Give it back.
返してほしくば私の問いに答えろ.
If you want it back, answer my questions. I feigned composure as my heart beat so fast I thought my chest would burst. I had no intention of letting my voice give that away. My actions, my expressions, they all had to be perfect. But Minakami's shoulders relaxed as if he could read my mind.
近寄るな.
Don't come near me.
私と旧作どちらかを選べ.
Me or Kyusaku, who will you choose?
私が書く地下室の怪人の最後か旧作の書く物語の最後かどちらかを.
The end of The Phantom in the Basement, which I wrote, or the end of the story Kyusaku wrote? Which will it be?
答えろよ.
Answer me.
封筒を返してくれ.
Give me back the envelope. So that was his answer, huh?
玉森.
来るな. 来たら私は破り捨てる.
Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll rip it apart.
それだけは許さない.
It's the only thing I won't allow.
たとえお前だろうとさせない.
Even if it's you, I won't allow it. That gaze was the same as the one he had pointed at Kawase when he ripped my manuscript apart. I could understand how this writer felt. Even without reading it, I could tell what kind of a person the writer was, just from the thickness and weight of the envelope in my hand. I could easily tell just how much planning, and more planning had gone into each page from his hands, his eyes, and his heart. Tomorrow, Minakami would read this manuscript and die. Even though my story wasn't finished, Minakami would be satisfied and die. That frustrated me. My tears flowed again. Oh, wrong button.
お前ほどの読書好きはそうそういないよ.
There's no one who loves to read as much as you.
いちいち手帳に感想なんか書いて.
You write every little impression in your notebooks.
この手帳だってもう何冊目だろうな.
I wonder what number this notebook is. I pulled out Minakami's blood-covered notebook.
わかるだろ. 橋姫を知ってるなら私がどうやって.
Sophie! You still have an hour until I feed you. Please stop. You get it, right? If you know about Hashihime, you know how I got here.
なあ、どうして私の名を記さなかったんだ?
Hey, why didn't you write my name? Don't ask, someone screamed.
私の物語は取るに足らなかったか? 旧作の方が
Sophie, calm
面白
down.
かったか?
Calm down. Were my stories that worthless? Were Kyusaku's more interesting?
玉森.
私は一体
What the hell am I to you? I could break if I knew. There wouldn't be a next time. I'd have no choice but to drift through this dream. Even if I'm not prepared, even if nobody will believe me, give me the answer I want. That's all I prayed for.
玉森は俺の生きがいだ.
You're my reason to live, Tamamori. Liar.
ずっと変わらない.
That will never change. You liar.
私にいいところなんて何一つない.
There's not a single good thing about me.
愚鈍で物分かりが悪い. 何度も何度も繰り返さなければ学習できない. 試験で0点を何十回も取った。漢文は読めない。運動だってできないし、風を風と気づけない本物のバカだ。
I'm stupid and dense. If I don't repeat something over and over again, I never learn it. I've gotten zeros on exams dozens of times. I can't read Chinese literature. I never exercise. I don't even notice when I have a cold. I'm a true moron.
知ってるよ。
I know.
だがお前も私にお似合いのクズだった。
Are we finally gonna have a happy ending, please? We're 5 hours in. But you two, you're the rubbish that compliments me just fine.
帝大に受からなかったくせに私に勉強を教えていた。
You told me to study even though you weren't accepted in the Imperial University either.
何の資格もないのに制服を着て帝大に通ってずっとみんなを騙してた。
You didn't meet the criteria, but you still wore their uniform and went to the university. You had everyone fooled the entire time.
だから私のことも騙し続ける気なんだろ。お前にとっては簡単だろうな。
You were probably going to keep on you were going to keep on fooling me too, right? It was probably easy for you since I'm an idiot.
苦しかったよ。
It's painful.
お前は天才の俺にしか興味がないようだったから。
You seem to have no interest in me unless I was a genius.
それは違うよ。
It's not true.
帝大生だって嘘吹いたのは憧れられたいとかそんな気持ちじゃない。
I didn't brag about being an Imperial University student because I wanted you to look up to me. It wasn't anything like that.
お前の気を引きたかった。そのためなら一生欺く覚悟もあった。
I wanted you to pay attention to me. I was prepared to trick you for the rest of my life just for that.
バカだ。
You moron.
ずっとお前が好きだった。
Sometimes screaming into your cat's fluffy belly is what the doctor called for. I've always loved you. I felt nothing for you. Nothing at all. When I said, look, a bird is flying by, you would talk about birds. When I said, look, there's a fish, you would talk about fish. You were just a walking encyclopedia to me back then. You still are, even now. I let go of the notebook, the manuscript, everything, and grabbed Minakami's arms.
Minakami!
Anyone would have been fine, as long as they stayed by my side, as long as they made me happy. But that wasn't true. It had to be you. Maybe I needed to tell him all that.
私だけを見てほしい。
I'm gonna jump off a bridge! I want you to look only at me.
私を好きなら私だけに夢中になれ。もう誰の物語も見ないでくれ。
If you love me, focus only on me. Don't look at anyone else's stories.
俺はお前の思ってるような人間じゃない。
Are you gonna rub against my microphone? Thank you. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Minakami gently pushed me away.
橋姫の目があるうちは他人のために行動してはいけない。
As long as you have the eyes of a Hashihime, you can't act on the behalf of others.
知ってる。もう聞いた。
I know, I heard about that already.
他人のために行動すれば橋姫の嫉妬を受けて災いが起きてしまう。
If you act on the behalf of others, the Hashihime will get jealous, and disaster will strike.
災いってなんだ。姿も見えない幻想に怯えてるのか。
What disasters? Are you afraid of some unseen illusion?
災いを防ぐには代償として支払わなければいけないんだ。
In order to prevent those disasters, you have to opt for compensation.
これは全部私のための行動だ。お前のためじゃない。
I was acting completely on my behalf. Not for you.
俺は他人を救ったことがある。
I've saved someone before.
その代償に俺はお前の母親を殺した。
As compensation, I killed your mother.
お前を救った代償にお前から家族を奪ったんだ。
The compensation for saving you was to steal your family away. Minakami slipped by me. Without hesitating, I grabbed his arm. Please wait.
失敗したんだ。
I failed.
代償は支払ったのに 橋姫はなぜかお前を選んでしまった。
I offered compensation, and yet for some reason the Hashihime still chose you.
どこ行くんだよ。
Where are you going?
知ってるぞ。お前、水道橋に行くつもりなんだろう。
I know, you're going to Suido Bridge, right? How many times do you think I've seen your death? I have no trouble picturing all the ways you've died. No matter how terrible, I knew how things would unfold after this. Sophie, stop licking plastic! You have an hour to go until you get to feed, so buck up. No matter, I didn't want to be aware of it. I didn't want to see it with my own eyes. I had reached for Minakami's hand countless times.
やめてくれ。頼む、お願いだ。
Stop, please, I'm begging you. Minakami pulled a pen from his bag. I smacked it away as hard as I could, then threw the bag far from him. Still, his expression didn't change. He pulled a chisel from his pants. God! Minakami, would you please stop being doomed by the narrative? Then, without the slightest bit of hesitation, he slit his throat. What? This was the first time he had died like this. Fresh blood spurted out, making Minakami's body stagger forward. He fell against the wall. Once he'd finally lost his strength, he slid to the floor. His half-open eyes clouded. Incomprehensible tears slid down his cheeks. He was breathing heavily, as though he weren't someone who had just tried to kill himself.
Minakami.
I held his head. He was cold, completely still. His body became heavier. Even though I had seen Minakami die so many times, this was the first time I had watched him actually die. Finally, I really felt like I could accept Minakami's feelings.
じゃあ、何回死ね。
Then die 10,000 more times. Each time, I wouldn't give up. I rested Minakami's cold body in the pool of his own blood. I stood and picked up the envelope from earlier. I headed toward the theater where Minakami no longer was. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was currently playing. The film narrator was doing his unique voiceover for the monochrome foreigners. After standing at the entrance for a while, the caramel seller came up to me. I handed him my ticket from under my cloak. It was the halved ticket Minakami had been keeping in his pants. As soon as I tried to explain that I was coming back in, he let out a high-pitched scream and rushed out. The theater was in an uproar. When I passed in front of the stage, the footage of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde illuminated me covered in blood. The film narrator and the audience ran out in all directions. I guess a man coming in covered in blood would be pretty shocking. I removed my cloak, soaked in blood. It fell heavily to the floor, dyeing the area around my feet red. The theater was quiet. The projection of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde covered me and the seats. But when I strained my eyes, I spotted a single silhouette. A man was sitting in a seat right in the middle. He had large glasses and a black coat. He watched me with his large, stoic face. Haruhiko-san?
誰を探しているんだい?
Who are you looking for?
編集者です。Minakamiに原稿を渡したやつを探してるんです。
The editor. I'm looking for the guy who gave Minakami the manuscript.
顔も知らないのに、この暗がりでどうやって探すつもりだい?
You don't even know what he looks like. How are you going to search for him in this darkness?
この鑑賞券に書かれた座席番号と座席の位置をここから照らし合わせるんです。
By comparing the seat number written on this ticket with the location of his seat?
ではその隣が編集者というわけか。
Then the editor would be the one in the seat next to his, huh?
だからどいてください。
So please move. It's where you're sitting, Haruhiko-san, to the right of Minakami.
あなたは一体
Who are you?
どうしてあなたは私の
Why are you in my...
なんでどうしてなぜ何君はこの悪夢について大使の夢と同じだと答えを出していなかったかい?
Oh boy. What? How? Why? How? What? You said this nightmare was like the fetus dream. Ain't that the answer you came up with?
君の場合は友情の完成のためにこの悪夢を強いられているんだと
In your case, it was for the perfect friendship. That's why you were forced into this nightmare. He removed his round glasses. There sat an unfamiliar man.
君も伊達メガネを外しなさい、玉森君。
Oh boy. Take your fake glasses off too, Tamamori-kun. That voice. Boss? He responded to me by slowly standing up. I couldn't help but fall speechless at his almost frighteningly kind smile. But if you're here... You were here with Minakami?
ウロボロスという伝説の生き物がいる。
There's a mythological creature called the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros is a snake. It bites its own tail and is a symbol of eternal recurrence. At the same time, it's also a symbol of immaturity. What are you talking about?
何の葛藤もなく、望みもなく、現状に満足してしまっている愚か者。つまり、君のことだよ、玉森君。
It's a fool with no troubles or desires, someone satisfied with their current lifestyle. In other words, you, Tamamori-kun. Fool? He was rambling on about something I already knew.
君の夢は何だった？
What is your dream?
私の
My dream? To do what I want, to eat what I like, to laugh at whatever I want, to listen to my favorite jazz, to read what I like, to sing my favorite songs, to dream about what I love. I wanted to bathe every day. I wanted to fill my stomach with omelet rice and kalspi, 5 times a week. My dream was for this reality to go on forever. In other words, it was to continue to preserve my current lifestyle for the rest of eternity.
立派な文士に
To become a great writer.
その夢は叶わない。
That dream won't come true.
残念ながらね。
Unfortunately.
貴様に何がわかるのだ。
What would you know?
赤の他人の貴様に私の何がわかるのだ。
What would a complete stranger like you know? Only a month ago, it was the shopkeeper who had kindly welcomed me in after I had been chased out of the Oizumi residence. I had been suddenly blown away by his calm tone, like the one he had today. After listening to everything, he had suggested I live at Umebachiro. The shopkeeper was the one who had made me believe there really was such an accommodating God out there. It was by chance, total coincidence, that the shop had been open during that light drizzle. Wasn't that when we met?
この世には自分と似たような人間がたくさんいる。ドッペルゲンゲルの話をしているのではないよ。
There are plenty of people just like you in this world, and I'm not talking about doppelgangers.
喝采と名声を得られるのはほんのごくわずかな人間だけだ。それを知っているから、賢い人は皆大きな夢を諦める。
Only a small number of people are worthy enough of applause and fame. Once they figure that out, smart people give up on their dreams of grandeur.
何を
What are you saying?
夢は自尊心のためだけにある。その自尊心を容易に満たすには、小さな夢を持つことが最善なのだ。
Dreams are for the sake of our pride. It's best to have small dreams, ones that will easily fulfill that pride.
君はそれを分かっているはずだ。大作家になどなれないと。
You should already know that you'll never become a great writer. With a wry smile, I shook my head, unable to understand what he was saying.
君の夢が叶わないのは、君が一人の男の笑顔に満たされてしまった結果なのだよ。
Your dreams won't come true. That's what happens when one man's smile is good enough for you.
貴様は
You bastard. Why? How?
一体何なのだ。
Who the hell are you?
夢の旧作。 23年後の君の姿だよ。
So I did kind of know about this, but I wasn't 100% sure that that's where we were heading. You, 23 years in the future. Me, not 800,000 or 1,000 years. He came from just 23 years in the future.
私
Me.
ただ少し、私は君と違う経験をしてきた。
Except my experiences are a little different from yours.
場を変えようか。
How about a change of scenery? The moment he gave me a heartwarming smile, the colors of the world inverted.
君にも見えるだろう、この幻想が。それは私が君で、君が私である証拠だ。
You can see this illusion, right? That's the proof that I am you and you are me. He couldn't understand how I felt right now, though. He burst into laughter again as if to push me aside.
私は君の作り上げた春彦という幻想を借りて、ずっと君の後を追っていた。本調子であれば、以後ももっと強いんだがな。
I borrowed the hallucination of the Haruhiko you created and have been following you all this time. Although under normal circumstances, I'm much better at Go than that.
嘘だ。
Lies.
嘘じゃない。
It's not a lie. I had experienced several things that seemed like fiction, but I had made an effort to understand them each time. I understood them. I had accepted them. I had come to grips with things I should have never been able to experience. And yet, this was probably the first time I didn't want to believe it.
春彦さん、本当ですか？
Haruhiko-san, is that true?
信じられないです。だって一緒に水上さんを助けようって。
I can't believe it. You even tried to help us save Minakami-san.
私が君たちに求めていたのは、諦めない精神だ。
What I wanted from you all was your unyielding spirit.
だからあなたのおかげでここまで来られたんですよ。
It's thanks to you that we've made it this far.
だが君は道を誤っている。諦めないことと人に依存することを混同してはいけないよ。
But you went down the wrong path. You shouldn't confuse your dependence on others with perseverance.
そんな。
私はそれを律したかったのだよ。
That's what I wanted to fix.
でもなんで
But why?
私が
I...
それとこれとは
Has nothing... That meant that I was Kyusaku Yumeno. Minakami would read Kyusaku's manuscript and kill himself. That meant... What did it mean?
地下室の怪人。その封筒の中には、君が今書いている原稿の続きが入っている。
This game is so good at making me just absolutely speechless. The Phantom in the basement, that's what's in the envelope. It's the continuation of the manuscript you've been writing.
さあ、開けてみなさい。
Go on, open it. The end of the story is in
そ
there.
こにある。
I threw the envelope to the floor. I knew it. There was no way I could believe him.
時間を戻せるのは雨の間だけだ。貴様が誰でなぜこんな幻想を見せられるのか知らんが、私を騙そうと。
I can only go back in time when it rains. I don't know who you are or why you're showing me this illusion, but you're trying to trick me.
時間を戻せるのはこの雨の間だけではない。
It's not only during this rain that you can go back in time.
その方法は未来で水上が教えてくれた。
Minakami told me how in the future.
貴様があいつを水上と呼ぶな。
Don't you dare call him Minakami.
それは私たちだけのあだ名だ。
That nickname was only for us.
何もかもが懐かしいよ。
It's all so nostalgic, the shopkeeper said as he pulled a manuscript from nowhere. Right at that moment, the landscape suddenly changed to Jinbocho. The shopkeeper was right beside me, but he immediately distanced himself from me and the frogman. He smiled at me again.
少し歩こう。
Let's take a stroll. It was Jinbocho's landscape, no different from usual. The streetcar, The people coming and going, the distant sky. Everything was the same as it was today. But Umebachiro was the only thing not there.
ここは
This is
ただの民家だ。
just someone's home.
大泉の家を追い出された私は結局一日も持たずにね。奥さんに泣いて土下座して1年の猶予をもらったんだ。
I was kicked out of the Oizumi house, but I wasn't even gone a whole day. I got on my knees, hands and knees, and cried to Madame until she let me stay for another year.
当時は梅鉢堂なんてなかったから、私は大泉の家で肩身の狭い思いをしたよ。けど奥さんと直志くん、懐かしかったな。
It's because Umebachiro didn't exist back then. I felt ashamed being in the Oizumi home. Madame and Naoshi-kun, though. How nostalgic.
幻想を解け
End this illusion!
しかし知らないままのことも多かったな。直志くんがまさかあの女給だったとは。
Still, there were a lot of things I didn't know. I can't believe Naoshi-kun was that waitress.
不思議には思ってたんだよ。あの日の後、女給は突然カフェを辞めてしまってね。店長に聞いたらフランスに行ったなんて言うもんだから、やはりそんなことはなかったな。
I thought it was strange. One day that waitress suddenly quit the cafe. When I asked the manager about her, he told me she'd gone to France. I guess that wasn't true after all.
彼も短い人生だった。
Even his life was short. Just then, a rumbling came toward us. Not again. As soon as I thought that, I was assaulted by a tremor I had yet to experience.
関東大震災といってね。君の年で言えば来年のことだ。
They called it the Great Kanto Earthquake. From your time, it happens next year. No longer able to stand, I fell to the ground. The buildings in front of me collapsed right before my eyes. After the few seconds of darkness had cleared, I saw a blanket of debris spread out before me.
この地震で大泉の家も崩れた。奥さんも直志くんも死んでしまった。それにしては美しい青空だろう。
Even the Oizumi residence collapsed during this earthquake. Madame and Naoshi-kun died. And yet, what a beautiful blue sky.
美しい貴様の感性狂ってるんじゃないか
Beautiful. Have you lost your mind?
私もそう思う。死んだ人を思うより生き延びた自分の運にばかり感謝していた。
I guess so. Instead of thinking about the people who had died, I was just thankful I was lucky enough to survive.
みなかみたちは
Minakami and the others?
生きてるよ。私と水上は帝大にいて助かったのだ。
They survived. Minakami and I were at the Imperial University, so we were safe.
どっちも浪人生のくせにな。
Even though we were both Ronin-sei, right? The shopkeeper began to walk. Perhaps no longer doubting him, the frogman waddled after. I held back my anger and followed him too. Sophie, what are you doing?
遠くまで見渡せるというのはいい心地だよな。
What are you doing? Feels nice to be able to look out into the distance like this.
暗い顔をしてもどうにもならん。どんなに小さなことでも幸せだと感じられるようになりなさい。
There's no point in making such a glum face. You should become someone who can find happiness in even the smallest things.
私をどうしたいのだ
What do you want from me?
強く鍛え直したいのだよ。
I'd like you to make yourself stronger. The shopkeeper turned around and stopped. His gaze was fixed behind me. Dolba-kun was standing there. The glasses he took so much pride in were broken, and his left ankle was twisted in the wrong direction. Help me, please. My friends are over here.
鳥羽君今助けてやる
Toba-kun, I'll save you. I said as I tried to grab his shoulder, but he slipped through my hands. I had to help. I had to help him somehow. I'm not gonna go answer that door. When I turned back to the shopkeeper, I was there, watching Toba-kun with an awful contempt in my eyes. Oni-san, help me, please. Help me, please, Kuro and the others. The shopkeeper turned away. Toba-kun collapsed at the same time.
トバ君トバ君トロは
He was dead. I had abandoned him.
おい待て貴様どこへ行く
Hey, wait, you bastard, where are you going?
ガキは苦手でな。
I don't like kids. I swallowed my tears and chased after the shopkeeper.
貴様は悪魔だ
You're a demon.
なんとでも言
Hello,
いなさい。
welcome in.
自分に
We
返
are
ってくる言葉だ。
very, very far into... We're not playing Pokemon, so we're not going to do that right now. We are very, very far into a visual novel. If you've missed any of it and would like to watch it, if this seems like it's up your alley, all of the previous parts are uploaded to my YouTube, but we are not playing Pokemon right now. Say whatever you like, it all goes back to you.
悪魔め
You devil.
私は君のように彼らと戯れることはなかった。義理も情も何も感じていないよ。
Unlike you, I didn't hang around with
今の
them.
君でも果たして悪魔にならずにいられるかな。
I felt no obligation or compassion toward them, but I wonder if the present you can grow up without becoming a demon as well. The shopkeeper suddenly stopped and looked back up at the sky. His head tilted farther and farther back. For some reason, his jaw dropped open. When I hesitantly followed his eyes, I saw countless manuscript pages fluttering down from the skies.
この地震から私は勉強どころじゃなくなった。己を支えるだけで精一杯になってしまう。
After the earthquake, I stopped studying and focused on supporting myself. There was a downpour of manuscripts. I was instantly enveloped in a whirlwind of paper. The blue sky grew distant, I grew cold, and the oxygen around me grew thin. What was this old man thinking? Was he trying to kill me? I wrenched open a small hole to breathe. When I lifted my head, I was in a room somewhere. There was an endless ringing of phones. Manuscript pages fluttering down here and there. On top of that, I could hear yelling all around me. I was also part of this commotion.
ここは小石川にある出版社、博文館だ。
This is a publishing company in Koishikawa called Hakubunkan.
私は
What am I doing? There was a red pencil in my right hand. In front of me was the name of an author I had never heard of, Ranpo Edogawa. Well, you will. The title was a dreadful mistake. I leaned over to start proofreading.
居眠りするとすぐこれだ。さあ、森下さんから任された仕事を片付けなさい。
As soon as you nod off, everything piles up. Now, take care of all the work Morishita-san pushed onto you.
嫌だ私がどうしてこんなことを
No, why do I have to do it? I shoved the pile of manuscripts off the desk with my arm. All the employees that had been rushing around turned their cold stares toward me.
やはり私は私だな。
You really are me.
私も多忙になるとそうやって怒りを発散したものだ。ああ、手が滑ったなんて言い訳しながらね。
I'd also blow up like that whenever I got really busy. I'd make up excuses like, oh, my hand slipped. Once I began to cheerfully pick up the manuscripts, everyone went back to work as if nothing had happened.
川瀬とも疎遠になって、花沢なんて思い出すこともなかった。
Kawase and I grew distant. I barely remembered Hanazawa. The shopkeeper handed me an envelope. It was from a Minato Suizenji. His last name is so freaking hard to say.
ただ、水上とはずっと手紙でやり取りを続けていた。
I only kept in touch with Minakami. We wrote to each other. How have you been, Tamamori? Sorry, it's been over a week since my last letter. I crumpled it up into a ball and stuffed it into a random drawer.
混沌としたこの時代に、怪奇小説なんてそう流行らなくて、みんな明るい小説を好んだ。私ももう、筆を取る暇なんてなかった。
Mystery novels weren't that popular in these chaotic times. Everyone liked happy stories, and I no longer had time to pick up the pen.
でも私と水上は、夢の旧作に夢中だった。
But Minakami and I were obsessed with Kyusaku Yumeno.
夢の旧作
文通の中身はお互いの近況よりも彼の考察でいっぱいだった。
The topics of our letters were less about what we were up to in our lives and more about our analyses of his stories. The shopkeeper pulled the white-haired boy and Dagra Magra from the mountain of books and smiled.
楽しかったよ。
It was fun.
新青年という雑誌はもちろん知ってるだろう。私は後々、あれの編集長もやったんだよ。
I'm sure you know the magazine Shinseinen, right? I eventually became their editor-in-chief. I didn't want to believe it.
その権力で、世に出る前の原稿を水上に送ったりした。君だってそうするだろう。
Taking advantage of my position, I would send Minakami manuscripts before they were published. You'd do the same, wouldn't you?
しない。
I wouldn't.
でもするのだよ。
But you will.
こんな平坦な生活が続くんだと思ってた。
I thought my mundane life would go on like this, but... A siren suddenly echoed. I clung to the window frame and saw a plane I had never seen before out in the distance. It reflected the light, blinding me.
セアブリ山。
The Seaburiyama?
B29 だ。私が考えるより精巧で残酷な爆撃機だよ。
It's a B-29, a bomber much more elaborate and devastating than I could have imagined. It was an aircraft that blended into the blue sky and dropped masses of iron without a sound. The townscape that had recovered from the Great Kanto earthquake was once again...
この神保町もひどい空襲を受けてね。たくさんの本が焼けたよ。
Jinbocho was heavily damaged by the airstrikes. Countless books burned.
やめろ。やめてくれ。
Stop.
だが、それだけじゃ終わらなかった。
But it didn't end there.
幻想を止めろ。
End this illusion! A large explosion went off right above my head. Before I could even take a breath, there was a burst of pure white. I was thrown into the same wreckage again. The town had just recovered. A large explosion went off right above my head. Before I could even take a breath, there was a burst of pure white.
神保町より大きな被害を受けたのが長崎、広島、京都だ。その大きな雲、気持ち悪い形だろう。
Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and Kyoto were damaged far worse than Jinbocho. That huge cloud has an eerie shape, doesn't it?
以来私はキノコが食えない。
Haven't been able to eat mushrooms since then.
どうでもいいのだそんなことは。一体何なのだ。どうして日本はこんな。
I don't care about that. How did this... Why Japan? When I heard someone crying, I immediately shut up. It was an innocent voice echoing across the black battlefield. But it was less of a cry, and more of a blood-curdling scream. When I pushed my way through the rubble, there was a boy lying on his back. His legs seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't get up. This is content warning, by the way. Very much content warning for war and nuclear bombing.
待ってろ。今は助けてやる。
Wait, I'll help you.
貴様手伝え。私の力じゃこんな柱をどかせない。で、君も暴れるだ。
Help me, you bastard! I won't be able to move this pole on my own. Hey, don't struggle.
暴れたら足が。
If you keep struggling, your legs will... The shopkeeper seemed like he was going to pass him by, but he slowly came toward him. He cast a shadow over the boy's face, then slapped his cheek hard.
黙りなさい。
Be quiet. That immediately stopped his crying. The shopkeeper then grabbed another piece of wood, stuck it under the pole, and opened a gap under it little by little. Once he was free, the boy jumped up and down and hugged the shopkeeper as he grabbed onto his sleeves.
ガキは嫌いだ。だが、素直なガキは嫌いじゃない。
I hate kids, but I don't hate well-behaved kids.
血はつながらなくとも、私の可愛い息子だよ。
Even though we aren't related by blood, he's my adorable son. The boy wearing a fox mask looked up at me curiously.
離れなさい。
Let go. After being scolded for trying to hold the shopkeeper's hand, he moved sadly away. Unable to bear seeing him like that, I glared back at the shopkeeper.
それで父親になったつもりか。飼い主の間違いだろ。
You think that makes you a father? Don't you mean a pet owner? Calling that a parent-child relationship would be an offense to Madame and Naoshi-kun. A man like him didn't have a shred of empathy. This illusion I couldn't escape from, no matter how much I tried, enraged me even further.
幻想を解け。 私は過去の貴様ですらない。人違いだ。
End this illusion. I'm not the you from the past. You've mistaken me for someone else.
その通り。君と私は同じ人間ではない。
Exactly. You and I aren't the same person.
この物語は、君が私のようにならないための教典なのだよ。
This story is a cautionary tale, so you don't end up like me. The shopkeeper said as another manuscript appeared in his hand. It was as though he knew this day would come. He read the manuscript he'd prepared out loud.
水上との文通はしばらく途切れていたが、戦後1ヶ月経って、また水上から手紙が来た。
Minakami and I stopped writing each other for a while, but a month after the war, I received another letter from him.
開けてごらんなさい。
Open it. I reached out and snatched the envelope he held out to me. Something immediately felt off about the letter's return address. Next to Minato Suizenji was his address back in the countryside of Aizu. When I lifted my face, we were on top of Juroku Bridge.
さあ行こう。その手紙によると、水上は酒蔵で待っているらしい。
Well, let's go. According to that letter, Minakami is waiting at the brewery. I followed behind the shopkeeper and headed toward the Suizenji family brewery. By the entrance were 2 soldiers guarding the door.
招かれたのは私たちだ。手紙を見せて証明しなさい。
We were invited. Show them the letter as proof. I searched my pockets, but the letter had vanished at some point. Suddenly, a white-haired boy passed it to me. It couldn't be. The shopkeeper pulled the letter out of my hand as I froze. The soldiers relaxed once he showed them the embossed cherry blossom seal. We then entered the storehouse. Like it was no big deal.
待て、待て。
Wait.
まさか、この子が地下室の。
Don't tell me this boy is the Phantom.
その話についてはもう少し先だ。私にも構成というものがあるのでな。
I'll tell you about that a little later. This is how I've composed the story, so shut up and listen. Seething, I stopped.
ついてきなさい。
Follow me.
嫌だ。覚醒させろ。
No, wake me up. Anyone would be fine. Someone release me from this nightmare. Whether he was me or not, I didn't want to see the life of a man like this. I certainly didn't want to see the dreams of a pervert who would lock up his own son in a prison.
開けてくれ。開けろ。
Open it! Open it, damn it!
鍵なんてかかってないよ。
It's not locked.
君が出ようと思えばいつでも出られる。梅鉢堂と同じだ。
Once you feel like leaving, you can go whenever you like. The same goes for Umebachiro.
嘘をつくな。
Don't lie to me.
君がその戸を開けられないのは、私を自分と理解し始めている証拠だ。
The fact that you can't open that door is the proof that you've begun to understand me. To understand yourself. Lies. Who'd actually believe all these lies? But the frogman by my side was drawn in by the shopkeeper's smile.
カエル男。
Frogman?
玉森さん、僕知りたいんです。この人が本当に春彦さんで玉森さんなのか。
Tamamori-san, I want to know. I want to know whether this man is really Haruhiko-san or Tamamori-san.
何をバカな。
What nonsense.
カエル男は君のもう一つの人格を有している。
Frogman possesses another one of your personalities.
分かっていたはずだ。このカエル男が君にとってのジキル博士だと。
You should know that. This frogman is like your Dr. Jekyll. Did that mean I was Hyde? I was Dr. Jekyll's barbaric and ferocious other personality?
素直になれということだ。
In other words, you should be more honest with yourself.
そうやって私を惑わそうというのだな。いや、その手に乗るわけなかろう。
You're just saying that to confuse me. You can't fool me.
自分を信じられるなら見届けてみたらどうだ。
If that's what you believe, why don't you see for yourself?
簡単なことだ。
It's simple. Fine, I'll see it for myself. And then I'll prove you're completely wrong. As soon as I took my first step, the shopkeeper turned around, relieved. The frogman conformed to my consciousness once again and vanished. The The shopkeeper grabbed a lamp from the wall and went on into the darkness. Huge barrels formed an endless line in the storeroom. This must have been where they kept the sake to ferment. I heard it was an extremely vital place within the Suizenji residence. There was dust everywhere, probably because it hadn't been maintained in a while. It was as though the Suizenji family had come to an end. When we reached the end of the hall, there was a barely noticeable door slightly smaller than the entrance. Beyond it extended an even deeper darkness. There were countless sake bottles lined up on the shelves. Instead of their brand name, there were dates written on them. Some of them were faded, so I couldn't read them. The shopkeeper suddenly blew out the lamp. As if in response, a small lamp lit up deep into the darkness. The shadow of a man flickered in the candlelight. The man's hair spread in all directions. He was enshrined there like a doll. Minakami. I automatically called out to him. I ran down the aisle as I called his name over and over again. When I jumped toward him, he shed silent tears. I'm sorry, Tamamori. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I'm sorry. Even if the shopkeeper wasn't me, this man was indeed Minakami. I grasped Minakami's shoulders and finally managed to lift his slouched body. I've ruined your dreams. Calm down. Calm down and talk to me. Will you listen to me? Will you believe me about the Hashihime? Suddenly his mouth moved at an absurd speed. When I turned around, the shopkeeper was there flipping through the pages of his manuscript. What are you doing?
みなかみの言葉を全部書き出したんだが、原稿用紙20枚にもなってしまってな。
I wrote down everything Minakami said, but it took up 20 pages. I'm skimming it. The shopkeeper skimmed over a number of pages and threw out the ones he no longer needed. Despite that, Minakami's mouth trembled even more. The Hashihime is currently residing in you, Tamamori. You're not telling me anything. You haven't told me a single reason why you're in a place like this. That was when I heard the sound of new footsteps behind me. I heard the whole story. A blood-covered sword flashed in the darkness. A soldier appeared. He had a peg for a right leg. That physique definitely belonged to Hanazawa. Hanazawa, it's me, Tamamori. Hanazawa pushed me away and drew closer to Minakami. I could sense a lust for blood emanating from the tip of his sword. You liar. In an effort to calm his rage, I immediately jumped towards Hanazawa. I won't forgive you. There's no way I'll let you slide. What are you talking about? Tell me! He pretended to be a Mizusaki. He led this country to its demise. Okay, lore time. I'm sure it'll explain. What? Is it a family? What? Minakami did what? Minakami slowly stood up. A white sword shone in his hand. Tamamori, stay right there. Oh gosh, what is happening? Let go, you're going to protect him too? Minakami cut off Hanazawa's head. Oh. What? Why? The military calls those favored by a Hashihime Mizusaki. But the Hashihime is residing in me. That's what you said earlier. If you're here, you won't be able to write stories. You'll have to spend the rest of your life in this storehouse. I wanted you to live freely, so I came forward as the Mizusaki. I gave them random predictions of the future. I didn't even know what would happen tomorrow. But I tricked Hanazawa. I fooled everyone and threw Japan into chaos. Minakami grabbed the sake bottle he was hiding behind him. He removed its seal right in front of me. This is rain from the past, Minakami said as he stepped into the puddle. Do what I told you and step into this rainwater. You haven't told me anything.
すまん。さっき読み飛ばしてしまった。
Sorry, I skimmed over it earlier.
まあわかるだろう。君はそうやって何度も繰り返してきたのだから。
Well, you get it right. It's how you've repeated this over and over. Tamamori, go back to that day and kill us. Once you do, you can end the war in its early stages, and Japan won't be engulfed in flames.
さっきから何を言ってるか。
What have you been going on about? Censorship won't be enforced, and the world will be a much freer place than it is now. You'll be able to write those stories again. Shinseinen... I can't say that one quickly. Shinseinen won't have to go out of business. No way. Goodbye, Tamamori. With the sword he'd used to kill Hanazawa, he stabbed himself in the neck. Blood ran down his long hair, instantly dyeing the puddle red.
どうしたんだ？その水たまりの先がどこに続くか。
What's wrong? Aren't you curious about where that puddle leads?
貴様はこの状況に冷静でいられたか？
You bastard, how can you be calm in this situation?
私は叫び回ったよ。花沢が能面の男に殺された時も、水上が死んだ時も、黙ってなんていられなかった。
I'd be screaming, even when the man in the no mask killed Hanazawa. Even when Minakami died, I couldn't stay quiet.
同じだ。
It's the same for me. So was he forcing that smile? I turned away from the shopkeeper and took a step toward the puddle. Then, just as the liquid began to soak into the toes of my shoes, the boy rushed towards me and grabbed my hand. I was thrown into space-time with him. My vision was cut off from my body. My mind and my soul were separated. I was gonna die. The boy was being blown away by this windless, rainless storm. All of my strength came back to me and I held on to him, never letting go. The next instant, I was tumbling down. It was dark and I could hear nothing other than the boy's breathing. I searched for his hand and held it tightly. We ran toward the dim light shining from the exit. This was where Minakami had sent us. Where the hell were we? This time, I was able to open the door of my own accord. A landscape shrouded in dark clouds in the middle of the night jumped into sight. A boy was running down a distant path between the rice paddies. Minakami?
年の近い子だね。
He's around your age, huh? The shopkeeper needlessly said to the boy. The boy turned toward Minakami and screamed. His scream bounced off of the sky and mountains, and echoed several times louder, reaching the young Minakami's ears. Minakami turned around, his eyes shining blue.
橋姫は継続する力ではない。どうやら橋姫が重複した場合、前の宿主を選ぶようだね。
Hashihime aren't a continuous power. Apparently, if Hashihime duplicate, they will choose their former host.
橋姫が意志ある存在という証拠だ。さあ、水上を追ってみようか。
It's proof that Hashihime are beings with minds of their own. Now then, why don't we go after Minakami? Around us whirlwind mixed with rain. A storm was coming. I followed the shopkeeper so I could stop him. Eventually, Minakami reached my house. With perfect timing, I came running out. Sorry, I got so distracted. Hi, hello. With perfect timing, I came running out. Minakami immediately grabbed me and held me back. Don't go. Don't go. What's wrong, Minakami? Don't go. I need to beat him. Don't go, please don't go. Shut up! I brought my fist down on Minakami's scalp. One, then two bumps formed on his head. Tamamori, what's wrong with you? You're crazy. The violent winds drowned out Minakami's shouting.
あれが今の君と君の救おうとしている水上だ。
That's the present you, and Minakami trying to save him.
彼も私を救うため何度も繰り返したのだろうな。
Sophie! My goodness! She's so angry. She got 3 more minutes until I can feed her. She gets fed at the same time every day. Almost. Get in here! Get in here and cry with me. Yeah, cry with me. What? Come up here. He also went back again and again in order to save you.
結局水上が泣き止まないから私はカッパとの相撲は諦めたのだった。
Minakami wouldn't stop crying, so I finally gave up on my sumo match with that kappa. We were having a serious moment. I'm not sure that fit the tone, but okay. The shopkeeper discarded the rest of the manuscript. The scenery went back to the movie theater.
水上があの時代に私を送ったのには2つの意味があると気づいた。それは私が救われた時であること。そして水上が
My goodness, you've got
私でも容易に殺せる子供。
1 minute! 1 whole minute! And then we'll get off, and we'll go give you food, okay? You can wait until the end of the scene. I realized that there were 2 reasons Minakami had sent me back to that point in time. Because it was the time he had saved me, and because Minakami was a child even I could kill with ease.
私に彼を殺せようか。子を持つ身となって。
How could I kill him though? He was so young. Minakami at that age looked so precious to me.
だが私はこの世界を救わなければならない。水上を
Oh,
殺し。
Kawase and Hanazawa are war criminals, alright. I don't know what happened. This is not explaining much. But I had to save this world. I had to kill Minakami. I had to kill those war criminals Kawase and Hanazawa.
戦争を早期終結に導ければ神保町が空爆されることなくあの子も本当の親と
Well, I got bad news for you. This is a BL. And there has to be a good end. At some point. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Also, because that would be alternate history. If I can influence the war to end in its early stages, Jinbocho won't be bombed. And maybe even that child can live with his real parents. He'll never meet me.
自覚はあったのだな。自分が最低の親であることに。
Damn, alright. So even you're aware of how terrible a parent you are.
ああだから私は水上を殺す決心をつけた。せめて私たちが愛した夢の旧作の作品すべてが世に出たときそれを奴の天命としようとな。
Screw you. Screw you, future Tamamori. Yes, that's why I was determined to kill Minakami. I would at least let him live until all of our beloved Kyusaki Yumeno's works had been released. He was insane.
だが実際に夢の旧作が活動を始めるのは1926年からだ。それでは遅すぎる。だから私は1915年から夢の旧作を名乗り全作品を刊行した。
What the But actually, Kyusaki Yumeno didn't begin his career until 1926. That would be too late. That's why I came forward as Kyusaki Yumeno in 1915 and published all his works. No way.
水上への弔いだ。
That's how I'd pay my respects to Minakami. What the... I sank to the floor.
旧作の物語はこの対象に合わさった。おかげで私に原稿料が入り、震災にも耐えうるあの銅を構えることができた。梅鉢銅は君と私を守るためでもあるのだよ。
Oh my gosh. I'm lost. I mean, like, I understand what's happening, but, like, I'm... Huh? Like, man blinking gif? Kyusaku's story were more suited to the Taisho era. Because of that, I was able to use the money from my manuscripts to reinforce the shop that was destroyed during the Great Kanto earthquake. Umebachido was built to protect you and me.
ドグラマグラは旧作後期の傑作だった。そして水上はドグラマグラを読了した。時は満ちたのだ。
Doggramagra was Kyusaku's latest masterpiece. Once Minakami finished reading it, his time would be up. It just happened to be raining that day, huh?
貴様はやっぱり私なんかじゃない。
You really aren't me.
私は旧作が大嫌いだ。
I hate Kyusaku.
私は夢の旧作を愛していた。
I loved Kyusaku Yumeno.
一言一句間違えずに暗記していた。
I've perfectly memorized every single word of his.
違う、黙れ。
You're wrong, be quiet. There was no way I was such a dishonest writer. I'd never dream of stealing anything from anyone. What this man had done was no different from killing someone. He was the fiendish murderer who had killed the real Kyusaku Yumeno.
どうしてなんだ。どうしてお前は自分の物語を書かなかったんだ。私は
Kamamori's gonna have a bad time.
私の物語で。
Why? Why didn't you write our own stories? I wrote my own stories.
想像する力が
My
なくなって
imagination
し
had
まっ
died
たん
out.
だ。君は好きな幻想を描けるだろう。目をつむって開けばすぐに。今の私にできることはその幻想を閉じてやることだけだ。
You write about your favorite hallucinations. You close your eyes and they come to you as soon as you open them. All I can do now is envelop you in those illusions.
上着の返り血から察するに、水上は自殺したのかな。
I'm guessing from that cloak covered in blood that Minakami has killed himself.
貴様が殺したのだ。
You killed him.
そうだな。奴は昔から死期を探していたようだから。私が物語の最後という死期
I
を与えてしまう。
swear. That's true. He seemed to have been looking for the right moment to end his life for such a long time, so I gave him an opportunity to die at the end of the story. I would never forgive this man.
私はこれからゆっくり川瀬と花沢を殺す。戦犯者であるあの二人も殺さなければ意味がないのだ。
Now I take my time killing Kawase and Hanazawa. It's pointless if I don't kill those two war criminals too.
私がさせない。
I won't let you.
止めてみせる。
I'll stop you.
本当なら私だって君と変わってやりたいよ。だがおそらく意志は触れた側にしか残らない。
That's why they've never...
肉体
Oh
も
no!
それは君もよく分かってるだろう。
Actually, I'd like to switch places with you, but it's most likely that only the mind of the one who touches the other first will remain. Same goes for the physical body. You must know that too. I had killed myself several times to get here. If the shopkeeper wanted to switch places with me, he could have touched me at any time.
私の体は今病に蝕まれている。
Right now, my body is being ravaged by disease.
今の君が変わるしかないのだ。
You will have to change now. I'll have to change. Suddenly, the shopkeeper clapped his hands together as if he were closing a book. The high-pitched sound made me straighten up out of reflex.
見届けよ、私。水上と川瀬と花沢の死を乗り越え、彼らにすがり甘えていた自分を律して生きよ。
See for yourself, me. Overcome Minakami's, Kawase's, and Hanazawa's deaths. Discipline the you that was once spoiled by them, and live.
そして筆を取れ。立派な文士となってみせよ。
Then take up the pen and become a great writer.
それが貴様が私に悪夢を見せる理由か。
That's why you're showing me this nightmare?
ああ、
It's
無駄
pointless.
だ。
I stood up and dusted off my knees. I stared at the shopkeeper as I climbed the stairs one step at a time.
私はクズ人間だ。
I'm a useless human being. He's so dramatic. He really is. He's so freaking dramatic. Why is he like
戦
this?
争が何だろうが関係ない。誰が死のうが生きようがどうだっていい。
I don't care about wars or whatever. I couldn't care less whether people live or die.
私の夢は今の貴様にわからない。
You don't know anything about my dreams.
愚かな。
What a fool. I approached the shopkeeper and smacked his cheek. Starting with the spot I touched, he turned a clear blue, ripples spreading throughout his entire body. Just like the others, he turned to water and melted into the darkness. In the end, we couldn't understand each other. I wanted my help. And if we rebelled against each other over and over again, that old man would be toying with his past self again. What a waste of a life. A pathetic life. He'd made it this far while suffering from an illness, and even his own self wouldn't believe him. But I wasn't planning on stopping here. I'd fulfill my dreams in the next world. Into the puddle he goes, and that's where we're gonna stop. I was just waiting for a good place to stop. Okay, thanks for coming. Is there someone to raid into? I don't know that anyone's playing anything. Not anyone that I follow. Events? No, we're not gonna watch that yet because I want to play that game when it comes out. Yeah, I think we're just gonna end for today. I have plans tonight. I hope everyone has a good Halloween night. Thanks for coming. It'll be another week or so until we do Hashihime again. So, yeah, I don't know. Look forward to it, I guess. We are currently at, see, we were at 18 hours earlier. Add 3, we're at 21 hours of 33. So I guess it really is a long, common route. I don't think they'll repeat the stuff with the shopkeeper in the next route, but I will let you know, I guess, in my Discord because we're not playing that on stream. So we're getting all of it out of the way on stream. Yippee! Okay, either way. Wait, what? It says she's live. Hold up. What? I just got the notification that Haru's live, but apparently not. Hold up, let me check Discord. Is she live or not? Oh. We totally just like fully missed Haru's live. Alright, okay. Never mind.